Okay, it's going to be an open forum. Let's see here. End of 2025 is what we're talking about. Like I said, this is going to be a completely open forum. So just want to take some questions, comments, suggestions, what we doing wrong, what we getting right. It's going to be one of those type of conversations. That's what it's going to be. One of those kind of conversations. Good evening, me, Quintiplet, two. Let me know if you got some audio. Let me know if you can hear me. But this is going to be an open forum show. We're just simply covering the end of 2025. Let me know if you guys can hear me. Can you hear me or not? So let me know. Loud and proud. I like that. You know, say it loud. I'm black and I'm proud. Anyway, give me a minute here to get the other. And thank you, folks, for letting me know you can hear me. Let me get my last. What do you want to call it? Platform going. This show is simple. It is an end of 2025 show. I'm gonna let you guys direct it. We're taking political questions, of course. That group you were in were rough on you. Huh? Every group I'm in, conservative, handsome conservative. Listen, if a group is easy on me, I don't want to fucking be there. I want to go to the groups where the questions are tough. What do I always tell you folks? If I'm not doing my own lives, I'm in MAGA lives. I don't really go to liberal forums. If I'm not doing my own, I'm hanging out with MAGA. So I don't mind the tough questions. I got thick skin. So yeah, they were tough on me, but it is what it is. I mean, crazy enough though to hear a bunch of African Americans talking about Juneteenth is unnecessary and Juneteenth is a made up holiday. It'll come up on here because there's going to be plenty of folks in here that were also in there. I'm firing up TikTok now, and there's going to be certainly some of my TikTok viewers, just like you had some conservative that were in that live, are going to come over and probably say something similar to what you're saying. So, but I appreciate you tuning in. Appreciate you here as well. Poll Bill. Poe Bill be in the comments saying some wild shit. Good evening, Poe Bill. I think I saw him in there, but good evening to you folks. But yeah, open forum with simply a speak your mind type, a speak your mind type forum. You guys can ask questions. We're gonna chop it up in here. But give me a minute. Let me get my other platforms going, and we can start. I think I'm gonna put myself out there. I'm taking your questions, political shit. You want to talk about the show, complaints, comments, suggestions. We're gonna tackle all of that this evening. Greetings from Moscow. Seriously, Dennis? You really in Moscow? I don't know if I believe that. And let me just tell you this: if you are in Moscow, shit, you may not want to participate in this show from Moscow because we may say crazy shit about the Kremlin. I don't know if you're in Moscow. You may not want to be on here. We don't take it easy on Russia. The fatherland may not like you being in this live. So I've joined your fan club for 200 days. Pole Bill, appreciate that. You've been hard on me, Pole Bill, but I appreciate you being around, man. Thank you for your support. Last show of the year, that's what it is. James Harper. This is an open forum, end of 2025. I have a complaint, King Finn, and you have a complaint for King Finn and Gangsta Grandma Handsome Conservative. I'm sure I'll be curious to know what it is. I can take your complaint, but I'll be candid with you. I don't think they're going to give a fuck what you complain about. I'm just telling you. Gangsta Grandma, I can't even complain to Gangsta Grandma. They don't give, both of them, both of them will tell me they don't give a fuck, but you can certainly voice your opinion here. Let me get this other shit going. I'm lagging here. We'll go straight to the box so I can have a conversation. Good evening, Cynthia. So we can make this happen while I'm getting my other platforms up. We'll start out with the one and only Sherbert. Good evening, Sherbert. Open forum. We don't really have a topic. Just it's the end of 2025. Good evening. What's on your mind, man?
Just wondering how Jeremy and Magrax would say, "Oh, they just need some more time. They just need some more time." Well, it's been a year. What's going on? Because I'm not seeing anything good other than getting rid of the penny, and even that adds a whole other level of headaches.
Are you suggesting that it's been a year and Trump has not met his campaign promises? Is that what you're trying to say?
Almost none of them, unless you voted for xenophobia. And then he did absolutely everything he wanted.
Well, I mean, you know what I'm going to say. He's made the country more secure at the border, right?
I disagree, but I have a very different stance than most on the border. As I
Explain.
lived near the border literally my entire life, it's just really not that big of a deal. And if everyone wants to go, oh, but they're taking our jobs, they're taking our culture, fuck you. I don't think so.
I don't
They
know.
add to it because America is a melting pot.
Yeah, I was going to say we really don't have a culture. So I don't know how you could take that. But there are folks though, Sherbert, that believe that Islam is gaining too far, too much ground, and they're trying to make Sharia law the land. There are people that believe that.
Yeah, but that's never going to happen. So people can fearmonger all they want, but if somebody wants to take over a whole, like buy a ghost town and do it there, well, that's up to them. But nobody's going to fucking move there. So,
Well, wait a minute. What about
the wild?
there's some pushback on that. What about in a place like Dearborn, Michigan, that has his majority Muslim or a large? I don't know if it's a majority, but they have a large Muslim population in Dearborn, Michigan. Is it possible that in a town like that they could make Sharia law the law of the local
No,
land?
because our federal government would then negate a lot of those laws, and the federal laws, come first. But nah, they might be able to do the prayer, bells going throughout the day, but that's probably about it.
Well, what if they end up getting Mamdani, for instance, in New York? What if they end up getting a Muslim governor in some states? I mean, a governor does create some laws.
Yeah, but then they'd have to have the House and Congress. There's too many, levels to this to have a check and balance that I'm just really not worried about it. This is really just fear mongering about other cultures, and I think that's some bullshit.
Well, I mean, some of these folks really fear it. I mean, there are people in this country that really fear the Islam religion, and they believe that it's dangerous. They believe that they hate America. I was just in another live. Some of you folks may have seen me there in a MAGA live. It's mostly black MAGA, and they do believe that the Islam, the Muslims hate America, and they believe they're out of control. They believe that.
Well, it depends on how much foreign intervention we did in those countries that they come from, that they could have very justifiable reasons for not liking us. That has nothing to do with their religion. So, I don't know, if you want to fearmonger, sure, but I don't have the same thing with the border. I don't have a problem with other cultures being around me. Oh no, I don't know what they're saying. Boo-hoo.
Well, what
Fucking
about
snowflakes.
but what about the notion that under Trump, you do want them screened, right? Trump wants the people vetted.
Yeah.
Is that too much to
And
ask?
if they did something illegal, kick them out, or they don't get to come in. But we
Right.
should also make it much easier for people to come in.
But you do want them vetted before they come here because they're saying that was not happening under Biden. People were just coming in the country. You didn't know. Trump is claiming they're coming from insane asylums and every damn thing.
Tim, you're fluffing. I know he said it.
Well,
But
yeah.
I do not care when they're fear mongering. It's very clear they did the same thing about the COVID vaccine. They're doing the same thing about this. If they really were so worried about it, they would have passed the bill back 2-3 years ago to enforce the border more and actually create more judges and create more technology for all this, so we could actually close it properly instead of, we said it's closed, so it's closed. 0 people have made it across. You don't fucking know that.
Well, according to Trump, he didn't say 0. He did say border crossings are down like 90 something percent, though. So according to Trump, we've done a pretty damn good job securing the border.
He also said no bad can happen, only good.
Trump says a few wild things every now and then.
He says a lot of shit, and so I don't really care what he says. There's power in silence, and that man does not know how to shut the fuck up. So I just don't care anymore. This is so boring these days with how stupid he sounds.
But
at least, like, when they complain about Biden, yeah, he was a little slow. Trump just doesn't make any fucking sense. It's all projection and whining.
Well, I got to push back. Listen, you may not agree with what Trump's saying, but he usually makes sense. You just disagree with what he's saying.
When most of what he says is a lie, it
Okay.
doesn't really make sense,
Okay.
Tim.
I don't argue with the fact that a lot of things he say are at the very least they're exaggerations, at the worst they're lies. I don't disagree with that. But it does make sense what he's saying. I just yeah, we both agree that the numbers he often gives are wildly inflated and things like that. But listen,
It can't be bad, only good. Yeah, totally makes sense all the time, Tim.
Well-
Same way Tylenol's fucking over people. Now it's circumcision. No, this is stupidity, and I'm tired of
wait,
trying to
wait,
sane wash this shit.
what happened with circumcision?
RFK was saying circumcisions are causing autism after Tylenol didn't pan out. So no, it's all stupid horse shit.
Well,
I'm tired of sane washing, Tim, and you fucking sane wash it.
I ain't saying. Wait, listen. I could understand why fucking with somebody's dick might mess with their mind, though, right? I mean, I can see that. I can see that. He may be on to something. You start chopping up somebody's dick, especially around the head. I can see where that might fuck with somebody.
You might go into psychosis, but it's not going to cause a mental disorder like autism. You fucking idiot. Jesus Christ.
Well, I mean, listen. Let me ask you. Speaking of Kennedy, with some of his policies and mindset, 'cause, he ran for president as a Democrat. Do you think he was ever a Democrat?
Honestly, I don't know. I only heard about him when he was running for. Well, I heard about him for vaccine skepticism, and then I heard about him running for president, and he just doesn't very much seem like much of a Democrat. He seems like a kook.
Yeah, because I mean, well, we could go into the kook whether or not, but I'm just simply saying the mindset of that guy is. I mean, I'm trying to think. Is there anything he has ever said at all that seems to resonate with the Democrat Party? I mean, he's a fan favorite on the right, so I don't see how he ever was some sort of Democrat.
I mean, honestly, I don't know. I feel like he lied to like code switching, where he just says what he has to in the moment to try and get his way through.
So he could have been anything, in other words.
Yeah, I mean, he was a Democrat, and then as soon as that didn't work out, he became a heavy Republican enough to get the HHS.
Yeah. Well,
But he's been a lawyer his entire life. Like, do we start trusting lawyers now? What the fuck?
Well, you got to trust him every now and then. Chester in the comments says he is on point with some of his statements. I mean,
he lies enough about enough of them that I can't really know when it is.
well,
Whenever he brings up science, it's utter horse shit, and then real scientists have to come back and check him. So I don't know if that statement's very true, Tim.
I'll say it like this. He is right about we do put a lot of junk and unhealthy shit in our food. I know that as somebody who moved overseas and I just started losing weight naturally because the food was better. I mean, I do agree. And I know other people that have left here and moved to other countries and they start losing weight. The food we eat, it is unhealthy.
You're not wrong, but they also just cleared having PFAS again sprayed on our foods. So it really feels like it's a net negative.
Mm. Well, fortunately,
I mean, do you agree with us spraying those forever chemicals on our food again now that that is legally allowed?
no. I mean, look, fresh is the way to go, but unfortunately, with a country this size, you have to do things to preserve the food. And that's often, certainly with bugs and pests and things like that, you have to do stuff. We're not able to eat, immediately. We need to be able to store food and stuff like that and to make food viable for an extended period of time. Sometimes that means putting harmful chemicals on it.
Well, we also figured it out to not use those chemicals like 20, 30 years ago, and now that science is no good and we brought it back. That just doesn't make any sense to me, Tim.
No, I don't disagree with you.
The same way putting the drowning buoys in the Guadalupe River, or
Well,
the river between us and Mexico.
well,
It doesn't make much sense to me.
Well, the drowning buoys are very similar to a cop having a gun on his hip. The sole purpose is to tell you don't violate the law. If you violate the law, you could die. They don't look if you enter in America illegally. They are making it clear that if you lose your life entering this country, you just lose your life. Our goal, I'm speaking as if I'm with the Trump administration. Our goal is to defend our nation's borders. We will defend it up to and including lethal force. If you choose to try to negotiate that border, that's on you. That is the mindset of Trump. That's or the Trump administration.
Yeah, that's not mine, and I think that's quite horrible. How dare you How dare you call yourself a Christian? And I know Trump doesn't, but all of his supporters that call themselves a Christian should never be okay with that.
Oh my God, I just got hammered in a MAGA live about Christianity. And because I was saying the same thing that, they're trying to tell me what a Christian is. I'm admitting I'm not well versed in the Bible and all this shit. And then I threw out there where I'm like, well, based on what you're saying, is Trump a Christian? Well, now you're deflecting. They didn't want to talk about that. I just got some of you folks may have been in that live and saw that, but they did not want me to ask that question because they were trying to tell me what a Christian is, and if you're not following Christian values, that means I'm like, okay, well, based on what you're saying, then that means Trump is not a Christian. Well, why you always got to deflect to Trump? Like, it's part of the conversation. They didn't want to hear that.
Well, it's the same way they still reflect back to Biden and Obama when they don't really have a good argument. So
how about this though?
Keeps going in circles.
But how about this? Debo in the comments says, if you're not a Christian, then you can't talk about it.
That's not true. I'm not a Christian. I can talk about morals that don't fit inside their religion when the Pope is telling you that it's not good. And J.D. Vance killed the Pope. I'm not going to support this goddamn administration when they killed the Pope.
I don't know where to go with that, but I will push back alongside you on the comment on Christian, because listen, people in this country talk about Chicago, they're not from Chicago. People in this country talk about Islam, they're not Muslims. I don't know why all of a sudden you got to be Christian to talk about Christians. We talk about every other damn religion in this country without being part. Right now with the Somali population in Minnesota and the fraud that they're talking about, they're all over the Muslim religion. And most of the people talking about it are not Muslims. So why all of a sudden you got to be a Christian and talk about Christianity? That makes no sense to me.
If they're going to talk to us about Sharia law, they better be able to back up their Christian morals, which it doesn't very much seem like they can when we're doing war crimes and they're just going, yeah, but he's allowed to do it. No.
Well, they don't believe they're war crimes, though, Sherbert. They believe they're defending the country from harmful narcotics coming in the border.
I don't give a shit. That's still a fucking war crime. They can believe what they want. It's still a goddamn international law war crime. We're not allowed to do that.
What are we
doing? Said, yeah, hooray.
Just for clarity, what are we doing that you believe we're not allowed to do?
Striking the boats in Venezuela with specifically the second strikes, but unarmed combatants where we do not have a legal use of force. So we're not supposed to be doing anything. We can patrol. We can defend our boats. We can do a lot of things, but you can't just blow up random shit.
Are we 100%?
They haven't proven a fucking thing.
Well, are we 100% certain they're unarmed?
Well, we would know if they didn't blow up the fucking evidence. Especially, we've got the technology to do literally. I bet we could throw an EMP at it and shred the engine that way. We've got the technology, but no, we're going to use $500,000 missile. What the fuck?
Yeah, I don't listen. I've said the same thing on the program before many times as well. There are options to stop those boats. I mean, we are literally choosing death first. We're not choosing to be lethal as a last option. We're choosing it as the first option. So, but there is a possibility there could be harmful narcotics on the vessels, right?
Sure, and I would be happy if we disabled the boat, taken those people into custody, flown to America, and then charged them for drug dealing or drug trafficking. We could have done so much, but we spent more money than it would be to actually convict these people on the one missile, or in a couple of cases, 2 missiles. So
I don't even know if we could charge them, though, sir. But if we catch them off the coast of Venezuela with harmful narcotics on their vessels, is that a violation of international law? I mean, do we have the right to grab boats off the coast of Venezuela, hundreds of miles away from our shores, and charge them with a crime for their cargo on board? I don't even with that. I don't. That's probably why they're killing them, because they don't know if that would work if you give them due process.
And then you're gonna say, but they think it's not a war crime when we can't even intercept the boats. What are we fucking talking about?
We're talking about the Trump administration. They believe, and MAGA believes this is the way to keep this country safe and somewhat drug free, I guess, a little bit drug free.
I've heard you say this 100 times. Of if they stopped every boat coming off of those couple of countries right there, no one in America would have trouble getting high.
Yeah, I don't, and I stand by that. I mean, listen, you can. I mean, it's kind of like taking, you pull over a car and you find out that they got a couple pounds of heroin on them or whatever. Yeah, you're not stopping the heroin use in America by taking it. You take it off the street. I get it, but you're not stopping anybody from getting high. What Trump is doing off the coast of Venezuela is not going to. I don't believe is really going to affect the supply of drugs in this country to even a noticeable amount. I don't think it's going to affect it at all. I had a caller though, Sherbert, last night that said it is causing the price of this stuff to go up.
I mean, sure, but I don't agree with us taking out people like that. The same way I'm not okay with the buoys in the river. It's just cruelty is absolutely the point, and I'm not okay with that. I don't like bullies. And for all the MAGA reacts, we have to teach them a lesson. What fucking lesson? Did they send the unimportant people on the boats now?
Well, but what about the lesson of maybe it's a deterrent going forward that people will know if America will kill you if they catch you doing this. So maybe that'll deter some folks to not do it.
Maybe we want a regime change. Who knows, really, Tim? We'll find out about 50 years when they release all the files.
I don't think it's going to be 50 years. I'm moving on, but I don't think it's going to be 50 years, Sherbert. So real quick before we move on, I'm going to ask every viewer this. Comments, complaints, suggestions. What about the show? Talk to me. Are we running this wrong? Are we doing it? Give me your complaints. Give me your comments. Give me your suggestions. I'll take a compliment. I'll take a compliment if there's one in there, but go ahead.
I enjoy the free speech side of this, but there are several times when MAGA will just tell a straight up lie, and you'll let that go, and that very much is the reason you get the king of fluffing over here.
Oh my God! What if the liberals tell? What if I let go? What if I let a liberal tell a lie and I don't catch it? Is that fluffing too?
You call us out all the fucking time when it's just a slight exaggeration. MAGA reacts can say everything's an exaggeration and true at the same time.
I get called out by MAGA for letting liberals lie on Trump and say things that are wrong. I get MAGA in my DMs all the time telling me I let liberals
also lie. Don't believe that it's war crimes, Tim. They don't believe fucking the truth ever.
That's a lie.
They call you out.
That could be a lie right there. You just said MAGA don't believe in the truth ever. That could be a lie right there. I'm calling it out. How about that?
Show them a tape of Trump actually saying the thing, and they go, "No, he didn't say it. It's his fucking voice." So no, Tim, I will stand by my statement. I am not lying.
Well, in the comments, RKM says liberals cannot handle facts. So somebody disagrees. That is the most diabolical fucking laugh I've ever heard. Happy New Year to you.
Science and facts.
All right, sure. Happy New Year to you, man. Certainly we'll continue this on the other side of the calendar, man. Thanks for coming through.
See you later.
All right, good talk. All right, moving on with the show. Tap the screen. Help your boy out with the TikTok and what did I say? Head mustache go. You guys. I gotta grift a little bit. Goddamn it! This New Year's certainly do that. It helps out supporting the show. Help your boy out with that TikTok and head mustache go. How about getting rid of him? Says Lee Ransom. You mean getting rid of President Trump? He's the president of this great nation. He's the most powerful man in the world. Probably the most powerful president we've ever had in the history of the United States. He's probably more powerful than George Washington himself. Can't get rid of that guy. Blue One. Appreciate that, Blue One Banks. Thank you very much for the hat mustache. Yeah! In the comments, probably because the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Says Izzy Clark. Okay. What's he done for you, Jay Benji? For me personally, what has Trump done? I'm going to look, not much, but I will give him credit for the fact that the price of fuel in this country has dropped to levels that I'm satisfied with. I mean, I've seen the price of fuel in some places as low as $2.20 a gallon. I don't remember it being like that under Joe Biden. I remember in 2021 or 2020 when I had got off the road, right at the beginning of Biden's term, I had a different vehicle than I do now. I had an Expedition, and you could put E85 in it. And the lowest I remember seeing E85 was for $1.49 a gallon. I seen it today, $1.50 something. It's pretty close to like that's low. That's fucking low. And now E85 cannot go in all vehicles. It cannot go in the vehicle I currently have. But I'm just saying that you because and I'm for me personally, I understand lowering price of fuel by 20 or 30 cents a gallon. It's not really relevant to a whole lot of Americans, but for those who drive a lot, I'm talking about over the road drivers and folks like that. If the price of diesel, because if you're driving a truck, you're putting diesel in, that may be a different pricing scheme. But for someone like me that drives about 100 miles a day for work and I use unleaded, it matters. I fill up 2 to 3 times a week. It matters for me. It's not a ton of money, but it could be anywhere between $10 to $20 a week I'm saving. So I mean that's enough to pay a bill, a low bill, but that's enough to pay something. Almost $100 a month in savings. So I'll give them that. What policy or law has the clown signed to lower prices? Black Knight, nothing, nothing. But I'm going to tell you right off the bat, my motto is a little different than a lot of you folks. You may disagree with this, but my motto is what happens under your watch, you get credit for. You get credit for the wins and losses. It's kind of like the coach of a sports team. If the team wins as a coach, you get credit for it. You may have nothing to do with it. You may just have an all-star team that's going to win no matter what plays you call. But if that team wins, you also get a ring. You may be the best coach there ever was, but you may have a shitty team. And even though you're a great coach, your team loses. That's going to go on your record as well. So as a coach of the team, you're responsible for the wins. You get credit for the wins and losses, regardless of whether it's the team's fault or what policies, what legislation has Trump put into place to lower gas prices. That's negotiable. I don't know of anything, but I'm just simply saying it's happening under his watch. And let's be clear, if Biden or Kamala Harris was president and gas prices dropped and they had passed no legislation whatsoever, they would be taking credit for prices falling, and a lot of Democrats will be giving them credit for it as well. So if it works for them, it should work for the other side. That's all I'm saying. We are getting back to pandemic levels of unemployment, says James Harper. That's by design. I'll go back to the box, tap the screen, get us on up to 25,000. Let your thumbs not be lazy. But let me just say it like this. And I see in the comments, Jeffrey Isaac says, you love that felon. By no stretch of the imagination is that true. I mean, if you love Trump, let me just say it like this. If you love Trump, you don't even think he's a felon at all. You've never heard me say no crazy shit like that. If you go through the justice system and you have your day in court, you have your due process, and a jury of your peers find you guilty, until you can appeal or win, you guilty. So Trump has 34 felonies. So yeah, like I said, if you really love Trump, you don't believe those felonies are legit. You've never heard me say nothing like that. Too bad he takes, and this is true. Speak Easy for Kids says, too bad he only takes credit for good and offers blame when things are not good. I'll go to the box and take the next caller, but I'll say this. I point that out all the time. Starting with the likes of Dr. Fauci. Even to this day, MAGA and President Trump blame Dr. Fauci for his handling of COVID. To me, that's bullshit. That goes right back to my statement. You're the coach of the team. You're responsible for wins and losses. You're on TV with Dr. Fauci standing next to him while he's telling people to wash their groceries and leave their shit on the porch for 24 hours before bringing it in the house and shit. And you're standing right next to him. You're not saying it's wrong. You could have relegated Dr. Fauci back to the HIV task force and taken him off the pandemic, taking him off of COVID. You're letting him say this stuff under your administration. You're on TV with him standing next to him. You don't get to say it's his fault. You're in on that too. So no, I agree with you that he takes credit only for the good and tries to push off the blame. But to me, any failure of Dr. Fauci gets blamed on President Trump. You don't get to escape people that are part of your administration for fucking up and then take credit for the ones that do good. No, I blame Trump for Dr. Fauci because he could have easily stopped Dr. Fauci. You're on TV what to do, letting him tell the American public what to do, standing right next to him like you're in unison with him. And then you're holding rallies at night with everybody yelling, fire Dr. Fauci, letting those rally goers, people that went to Trump rallies, believe that you're going to leave that rally and go back to Washington and do something about what they think is an evil guy. And then the next day, you back on TV with him. Trump was on TV with Dr. Fauci probably about 10 times or more. He don't get a pass on that. If Dr. Fauci fucked up, Trump fucked up too. But MAGA somehow, some way can separate those two. I don't adhere to that. To me, that doesn't make sense. Thank you for the TikTok cap there. Who said that? Alter Ego. Thank you. Appreciate that. So in the comments, millions dead due to Operation Lightspeed. What is light? You mean warp speed? And I don't believe that. I think the scientists around the world would disagree with you that Operation Warp Speed is responsible for saving millions of lives. Saving. So I totally disagree with that. Let me bring up the next caller if I can get this to work. Okay, we'll continue on with, I think it says Pastor. Good evening. Am I about to get educated on the likes of Christianity? Pastor, the way you were talking now, you just earned a sub for me. Thank you, Black Knight. Appreciate that. I'll take a sub any day over earning a comment of coon sellout. What else do I get? Uncle Tom, Uncle Ruck. I get a bunch of those things. And then, of course, the other side just calls me a nice, calm N-word. So we get it from all sides. So let everyone go ahead with life normally in each other's face, coughing, says Chris. I'm just simply saying your administration needs to be in lockstep with each other. If you got a surgeon general or you got a virologist like Dr. Fauci is, what you guys are supposed to do, and I tried to bring up my next caller, but I'll go to the next one. I'll just say this real quick. What you do if you got arguments with members of your administration, a virologist like Fauci don't know what the hell he's talking about, or you don't think the Surgeon General knows what the hell he's talking about, what you do is you sit them all down at a round table, and the goal is we got to come out of here with a statement that I'm going to agree. I need you guys to release something on what we should do about this new pandemic. And I'll summarize all of your statements on one sheet of paper, and that's what we're going to go out and read to the public. I'll read it, and all of you guys stand behind me so that we look like we're in unison. That's what's supposed to happen. But instead, you had Dr. Fauci saying one thing on CNN, Trump's on Fox News countering it. He's at the rallies countering it. Then Fauci and Trump is on TV. It was just chaos. Just fucked up. No, you're supposed to release a unified statement that comes from all of them. So Trump is in the middle at the podium, and maybe the Surgeon General is in the back with his uniform on. Dr. Fauci standing on the other side, and they're all staring at the camera in unison, letting you know we all co-sign this statement. That's how an administration is supposed to do shit. What Trump did was fucked up. Let me go back to the box. We'll try with the next one. I don't know what just happened there. MAGA reacts. Good evening, MAGA. Trump is great on South Park. If Trump ever was able to find a way to get a third term, the creators of South Park are going to prison. MAGA reacts. Good evening.
What's going on?
Not much at all. Happy New Year's. This is our final show for the year. Just open forum, speaking our mind politically. We'll take comments, compliments, and suggestions. Now, I know you're going to say Zoom because we do want to do that. We certainly want to get that, but we want to be able to make the show better, et cetera, et cetera. What's on your mind?
We could do it right now. Just turn on Zoom on that computer behind you and put the link on YouTube, and you can get callers from YouTube right now. Won't take more than 2 minutes.
It's not going to happen in 2 minutes. I can tell you that.
I can make it happen in 2 minutes. If it's already installed on that computer, done.
Yeah, it ain't on here yet. 2 minutes. You can make it. You sound like you're talking to a woman, so you can do it in 2 minutes. So you're pretty quick, huh?
Hey, if I could get her off in 2 minutes, that'd be
no,
awesome.
That ain't what I'm gonna get you off. You ain't gonna get no woman off in 2 minutes. That's amazing. If you got them kind of skills, I need to come holler at you because I need to learn that shit.
Actually, oh man, there was this one girl. She it was a rare occurrence.
2 minutes.
30 seconds. 30 seconds, bro. I was laughing. I was shocked. I didn't realize that was the thing.
She must
girl
be.
can get off in 30 seconds.
You should have checked the closet. Tyrone was in that motherfucker naked. That's why you got 30 seconds. Tyrone was in that closet naked, man. I don't know. 30 seconds is amazing.
If it was one time, I would be like maybe, but it was several times. She was just like that. I don't know why.
Shit, that motherfucker was
And
already soaked. Tyrone was in there. You just walked in right before she was at the crest of the mountain, and you finished it off. That's what that's all
trust me,
about.
Tyrone, she would have not been able to get in there. Like, I don't want to, go
All right,
too
we can
far,
get back
but-
to the show. Then we can get
Yeah.
back to the show. All right.
Bro, I was laughing. I was like, I was in disbelief, like, how, I didn't, like you right now, just like you right now, except, in bed.
Listen, I ain't never. What we used to say when we was younger, no punk, no vac, no shit. Listen, I definitely think I'm capable, but I ain't got them kind of skills. That's amazing.
Well, let me put it like this. It was not my skill at all. It could have been anybody. It could have been anybody. Like, I didn't do anything.
You
like,
pay for this pussy? Wait, anybody? You pay for this pussy? What you talking
No,
about?
but that's not what I meant.
It sound like it.
Bro, I was barely I barely got the tip in, and she was off. Like, that was her. She was always like that. Always. I was with her for like 6 months to a year. She would always get off.
All right, let's move on with the show. This might be too much locker room talk for some people. All right,
exactly.
this is the end of the year show. So at the end, so right now you're my last caller. War crimes off the coast of Venezuela. Now I know you're MAGA, but war crimes off the coast of Venezuela. Do you think everything that the Trump administration is doing over there is legit?
No, I don't think that. I support it, but I don't think it's just. But I also don't think, I was talking to Denka a second ago, and he said it was human rights and cruel and unusual punishment. It's not human rights abuse, and it's not cruel and unusual punishment. They're not torturing anybody. They're just blowing up some boats.
They just people are on the fucking boats though, right? Just blowing up some boats.
Yeah,
Huh?
but just killing them is not, cruel and unusual punishment. Killing is just killing. It's not. It's a final punishment that you don't come back from, but it's not. It's definitely not unusual.
Yeah, I gotta disagree with you when you say it's not cruel and unusual punishment. It's just killing. We have a law in this country against cruel. The punishment must fit the crime. There's a law against cruel and unusual punishment. If you got caught, let's say, stealing a bag of potato chips, or even stealing a car, and they executed you for that, just firing squad, hanging, electric chair, whatever they want to use, gas chamber, whatever. That's cruel and unusual punishment. They don't need to torture you for it to be cruel and unusual.
That's another thing. That's excessive punishment.
No, that's called cruel.
Which I believe is also outlawed by the same amendment or the same, part of the Constitution. But, it doesn't make it cruel and unusual. It's excessive, that's for sure, and not.
Yeah, but I believe that the courts when they say we don't have laws against excessive, we have laws against cruel and unusual punishment, and that is cruel and unusual.
I just Googled it now as I was talking to Denko. The amendment covers excessive punishment, cruel and unusual, and a couple of other things. And I think
using a $500,000 missile to blow up a boat, that ain't cruel and unusual. I mean, just the way as opposed to taking them out with a round or something, you're gonna use a whole big ass missile to do this for a little small boat. You don't see cruel and unusual with that.
It's expensive, but it's not cruel and unusual. You know how many people we've killed with missiles? You're talking about a million Iraqis, and that's definitely not unusual.
Yeah, but generally, when we take somebody out with something like that, it's somebody that is a general threat to loss of life in America. It's not somebody that is.
Again, I'm not saying it's moral and justified. All I'm saying is not torture. It's not, cruel. You're just killing them. It sucks, but it's not torture.
So you don't think it's torture, but you do sound like you think it might be wrong.
I mean, I don't want to say it's wrong either. I just don't think it's right. I'm in the middle.
How about this? 46469 says they were warned. So how about that? Look, we're doing it, but we did warn them to stop. Do you think the warning was sufficient?
I mean, it is all over the news that we're blowing up these boats. So maybe not the first couple of boats, but definitely the last few are definitely warned. because it's all over the news.
Yeah.
You're
Now,
an idiot if you don't know about it. At this
yeah. Now,
point.
one thing is being, you got the left-hander fisher boats, and you and I've talked where a submersible is
But they're
not
not
likely
fishing
to be
boats.
used for fishing and things like that. But let me ask you this: if you were a fisherman that made your living or fed families off the coast of Venezuela by actually fishing, you had rods and everything, you had a clear boat to fish with, would you feel safe going in those waters to do that?
Yeah, definitely.
You would
There's
fish
a
in
huge
that.
difference between a fishing boat and these boats. These are, I don't think America's intelligence is that dumb. I question it sometimes, but you just have to look at them for 2 minutes, not even like 30 seconds, and you could tell they're not fishing boats. And if you Google Venezuelan fishing boats, you can see how a fishing boat's supposed to look like, especially if it's only got one motor and it's got shade and it's got fishing equipment and it's not going 100 miles down the ocean, or not 100. It's not like doing 40 or 50 in the deep sea. It's easy to do 40 or 50 in shallow water or flat water, but to do 40 or 50 in the middle of the ocean, you need 3 motors or 4 motors, and you need a very good boat with an expensive hull.
I'm not gonna argue that. I think there's a legitimate case to be made that these probably are not fishing boats. I mean, certainly with one of them being a submersible, you don't go fishing under fucking water in a boat. I mean, I've never heard that before. So I think, and you mentioned that the number of outboard motors and things like that. There is a case to be made on that.
I could keep going. Like, it's got no fishing equipment, no fishing rails, nowhere to hang, the little things that you put on the side so you could dock with other people. No accessories whatsoever that you normally see on a boat. This thing just has motors, fuel, and drugs.
But here's and like I said, I'm not gonna disagree with
no
that.
Shade. Like, I've never seen a boat without shade. How are you gonna sit there in the middle of the ocean with no shade to fishing? You're not gonna fish from.
Yeah, but you also are probably not going to travel 1,700 miles with no shade either. I mean, there's that argument as well.
You could sit in the cabin or be like in the cabin or I don't know. I'll give you that.
Yeah, because if you can sit in the cabin to do that, you can sit in the cabin to fish. You go put your rod out. You can put your rod out, then go sit in the cabin.
There's no rod holders. There's no nets. There's no coolers for the bait. No coolers for the fish. I've been on boats a lot. I haven't seen a single accessories in any of those pictures.
Yeah, and I'm not arguing with that. But like I said, you not only we may have an argument that these do not look like fishing boats, but there's a ton of other shit you got to prove. You got to prove obviously that they're carrying drugs. Then you got to prove it's fentanyl, because let's say they're carrying barrels of marijuana. You don't execute somebody because they got a few tons of marijuana on them, do you? So you got to prove that they're carrying. You got to prove they're carrying drugs. Then you got to prove what type of drug it is. Then you also got to prove that America was their destination. Even if you can prove that they're not fishing boats, that alone doesn't fit the requirement, in my opinion. It sounds like in your opinion as well, to kill them.
I wouldn't take it that far. And as far as the marijuana, I doubt they're marijuana boats. Marijuana needs a lot of space.
You gotta prove it though. You can't just doubt it. You can't just doubt it. You gotta prove that. You're killing people. You're killing people. You can't just say that.
All right. I mean, they probably have intelligence to prove that, but I don't want to say, I'll leave that to them.
Yeah.
I just know for a fact these aren't fishing boats.
Okay, and like I said, I'm not arguing that they're not fishing boats, but do you know for a fact that boat is capable of doing a 1,700-mile journey?
I'm not for 100. I don't know anything for 100% fact, but I could see that boat doing that trip. It could definitely hold enough fuel, and being that stripped down, it could definitely do it. Because it's a stripped down boat. It doesn't have to carry extra weight for beds and comforts and
if you know that much, how long do you estimate it would take those type of boats to do a journey that long on open sea?
I think I did the math. It would take 24 to 30 hours, depending if they take breaks, if they stop. I'm sure they're going to stop. There's a lot of islands to stop and chill. And 24 to 30 hours, going 30 to 40 miles per hour.
And you can carry enough fuel on a boat that size to maintain that speed for a full continuous day, maybe even longer, day and a half or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, a boat that size, like a cigarette boat, easily holds 1,000 gallons of fuel. and that boat still has a bunch of creature comforts that they probably stripped off this boat. And it's a pretty long boat. A 50-foot boat is equal to most yachts. Most yachts are 50 feet, and most speedboats are 50 feet.
I
And
will
at
tell
least
you
it can be.
this. I will tell you this. If we're blowing the boats off the coast of Venezuela where they're striking these boats, the boats are nowhere near America. They're still pretty close to their origin. When you look at those explosions, wouldn't you think there would be a lot more? I mean, because at that point, they got to be full of fuel. I mean, the entire ocean should be on fire. I mean, because there's so much fuel on board, and gas don't sink to the bottom, do it? I mean, it seem like the ocean would be on fire, considering all of the fuel you're saying that these boats are carrying?
I mean, most of them had a decent amount of fire, but I've been on a lot of boats, but I haven't set any on fire, so I can't tell you for sure.
I don't know. From the clips I've seen, I don't think I've seen all this fire you're talking about. To me, you blow a
I think
boat
it's a
like
decent
that.
amount.
At that point, you're blowing up a fuel depot. At that point, that boat with that much fuel on it, that boat should the ocean should be burning for at least a minute or two. I mean, with that much shit out there, I don't think those videos show that.
You're gonna have to talk to someone from the Coast Guard to answer that. I don't really know about boats on fire to tell you that much.
Yeah.
Even fuel on fire, I don't know enough about gasoline.
Oh yeah, you definitely can burn oil and gas on water. I know that for a fact. Or when they say oil and water don't mix, in fact, sometimes when oil tankers have spills, they burn that off. They actually burn it. They'll set it on fire. I mean, yeah,
I
oil.
understand. I just don't know how it burns, how 1,000 gallons of fuel will burn, how it look like, how much of an explosion. I don't know that. Maybe I'll try to Google it later, see if I could find a speedboat that's been on fire. I'm sure there's one on YouTube
Yeah,
somewhere.
because every one of those videos features a fireball. So clearly there's fire there. You should have like I think they said for instance the double tap, the first strike, they blew the boat up, and then the two people were hanging on. Whoa, Denko! God damn, Denko! Thank you, man. Now that's an end of the year. Appreciate that. But and shit, the boy, well, shit. What I was going to say is that okay, they on the first strike, with the double tap, they take it out, and then there's these guys are hanging on, and then they fire another whatever the case may be. If you got that much fuel on board, you probably burn to death in that first strike. I mean, you literally are floating around in gas. So that doesn't make sense. I don't believe them boats have enough fuel on board to make that journey. They would literally be swimming in fuel in the middle of them firing a missile in that shit. They would have been cinderized in that.
I really don't know. I don't really know how strong the tanks are, how a boat. I just don't know. If you have an example of another boat on fire and what happens when you have 1,000 gallons of fuel on a ship like that, maybe we could compare. But right now, I got nothing to compare to.
And I would also add, like what Randall is saying in the comments, how heavy 1,000 gallons is. You think those boat motors are capable of pushing that kind of weight at 30 knots that long?
Yeah, because it's not lifting it's not lifting the fuel; it's just pushing it. And like I said, the boat's stripped down, so the boat is as light as it can be. So it's very easily done. There's other boats out there, like a cigarette boat that burns a lot of fuel. Usually has 1,000 gallons on it, and it goes 70 to 100 miles an hour. And these boats are only going 30, 40. They're capable of going 70, but to be fuel efficient, I would do 30 to 40.
Yeah, I don't know. And I see
it's
it.
doable. A lot of boats every day do it. You know, most yachts have like up to 2,000 gallons of fuel, and they're about 50 feet.
Now I don't have the knowledge on boat logistics. I'm just like I said, I'm just simply saying if anything carrying that much fuel, if it gets hit with a missile like that, the secondary explosion should be ridiculous. And them videos don't seem to show that. They seem to look like ordinary shit getting blown up. I mean, you should have delayed burning. It shouldn't be boom and you see this thing go up and that's it. It should be, like I said, the water should be on fire. But I want you to hear this.
I don't know how the missile works. I don't know how well the fuel is protected. I don't know how that much fuel explodes or burns or spills. There's so much variables that I
would also add, now that we're discussing this, they fucking, in order to kill these guys as opposed to bringing them to justice, literally choosing to kill them over any other option. They're choosing to kill them first as opposed to kill them last. Here's the problem. If that boat is carrying that much fuel and that much harmful narcotics, aren't they fucking up the environment pretty heavy with that? I mean, you don't have to put all this stuff at the bottom of the ocean. You're choosing to do this.
No, it's still so negligible compared to the ocean. The ocean is very big. You gotta remember, like when that oil well or the one,
Exxon
the one
Valdez,
in the
I'm not arguing with you, the
it's
ocean.
not
Yeah,
thousands
but
of gallons of fuel
yeah, but
versus just 1,000 gallons of gas,
yeah, but
which
you basically are
evaporates.
saying it's okay to throw my paper cups in the ocean because the ocean is very big. I mean, yeah, you're right, it's very big, but you're going to deliberately choose to dump hundreds of gallons of gas in the ocean, not to mention tons of fentanyl or whatever they're claiming is on it. You're going to just because the ocean is very big, it ain't gonna matter that much. You're doing something
Yeah, I
opposite.
know.
You're choosing to do this.
Listen, also this gas and drugs will just, it will just get diluted by the ocean. And also throwing a paper cup in the ocean is not that bad. Throwing a plastic cup in the ocean was fucked up because plastic doesn't get diluted by the ocean. The plastic is there and it's gonna float forever, and fish are gonna eat it. But a paper cup will turn into nothing in
You
matter of
think,
minutes.
okay, we talking what, maybe, how many boats have blown up? 10, 12 of them or whatever. You think blowing up that many boats that are completely filled to the brim with fuel, you think that's just a mere formality? You don't put that much fuel at this point at the bottom
That's
of the
nothing.
ocean.
We've had oil tankers with way more fuel and oil spill into the ocean. And the amount of, even though it's a lot and it'll get them from Venezuela to Florida, it's relatively still not a lot.
You
A
don't,
1,000 gallons, most boats carry 1,000, like most yachts carry 1,000, 2,000 gallons easily.
yeah, but
And
even though,
a lot of those have sunk and without causing a,
so because it's only 1,000 gallons, it's okay to do this as an option?
yeah, 1,000 gallons is nothing. There's a lot of boats that sink with way more fuel.
1,000 gallons times multiple boats.
It's still nothing. I don't have the numbers on me, but there's a lot of water in the ocean.
So what happens to the actual wildlife, the fish and marine life that is around that area? Is it nothing to them?
They won't feel it, no. Unless they're like right there when the boat blows up. Within like an hour, there'll be no effect.
So anything
I mean,
swimming,
again, I'm not a marine biologist, but I doubt the effect. It's not a lot of fuel, so I doubt the effect of that in an open ocean will be felt after. Like, it'll probably be cleaned up in like an hour by just the currents and shit.
I would love to look into that. I have a hard time believing 1,000 gallons that some of that shit may not wash up on shores, and not to mention the fentanyl. I guess that dilutes too, huh?
Yeah, again, you're seeing the boats up close. If you actually look at the boats from like a satellite and you see how small the boat is compared to the Gulf of Mexico, you won't be able to see the boat compared to how much water.
Yeah, but
is
what is the drugs wrapped in?
I don't know. See, that might actually be more of a pollutant. If it's wrapped in plastic, that's more of a pollutant, but that's for more trash than like a poison.
Listen, I don't
If you're
know
saying it's gonna poison the water, I don't think so. I think it's gonna get diluted really quick, and the currents are just gonna. I think it's gonna be diluted quickly. But the trash of the boat is a different story.
I tend to think that you're probably wrong, and I don't know what the composition of fentanyl or whatever any of these drugs is, but the idea that you're going to blow this shit up and it's just going to harmfully dilute, and nothing's going to be harmed by it. I don't know, and not to mention you're assuming that all of it gets access to the salt water, and some of it is not still in the packing. They could continue floating on and end up on somebody's shores or anything. When you blow this stuff up, whatever it's in. Part of that could be sealed off and it could keep, spoonfuls, gallons, whatever amount of some of that drugs could remain in that part of whatever was blowing up. And that could literally float on somebody's shore and some kid could unwrap that. We don't know. We just destroyed it.
I
We
mean,
don't know that.
I guess again, you always make these scenarios that will probably never happen in a million years, but they could happen. But most likely, they'll never happen.
I
As
think
far as
I
the
think if it
spillage,
happened, we
if
would.
these drugs were spilled into the water, they would get diluted right away.
Yeah, and I see the comments behind the stripes and stripes stand strong. Fair enough. No, I think that if that happened, if some of this shit did wash up on shore and it harmed some people, America would try to deny it. America would try to say the cartel dumped it in the water or it was something else that had nothing to do with what we're doing. But what we're doing is so negligent there are other ways to stop the boat and ensure that the pollutants do not touch the ocean to begin with. We're choosing the most pollutant way we can do this. We're choosing murder over any other option. And we're just going to assume, well, nothing's going to go wrong by doing this, though. You don't have to find that out.
I mean, anything's possible, but what you're saying is very far-fetched. More like 99%. It's not.
You're telling me 1,000 pounds of gas and a bunch of drugs is just going to dilute in the ocean harmlessly, but I'm being far-fetched.
Yeah, especially in the ocean. Maybe if it was in the intercoastal between two islands, I'd be like, all right, that will pollute the area, the immediate area. But in the middle of the ocean, in a high current area, there's a lot of water out there.
And no wildlife, no fish or anything going to swim through this and be harmed at all in any way, fashion, or form.
They're more likely to get harmed by the missile. By the time any wildlife gets near that shit after the missile dissipates, I really doubt it. Like, anything's possible, but I really, really doubt it. It's just simple math. There's so much water out there. Again, we had a oil fucking well that was constantly spilling oil into the fucking ocean, and it wasn't even that bad of a spillage. But
I would be curious to see. I would be curious to see. There's something I would like to see the results of, but I don't want to know what they. Let's say you got, because I used to have aquariums, 55-gallon tank, but mine was freshwater. I would like to see. I would love to know, rather, because I don't want to see the results, but I would love to know if you took a 55-gallon saltwater tank and you had whatever kind of saltwater fish swimming around, and you took a tablespoonful of gasoline and threw that in that water, would it affect those fish at all? Just a tablespoonful of gasoline, and you put it in a 55-gallon tank. I would love to see if it dissolves and is as harmless as you say. And maybe a teaspoon of fentanyl too.
Listen, it's that's not even a good ratio. You're talking about 55 gallons. It's more like 55 million gallons, and you put a spoonful of.
No, because I get what you're saying, but I would just like to see
you gotta do it like this: go in the ocean, or go in the intercoastal, or go even in a pool, and put like a spoonful of drugs in the pool, and try to take the drugs, like Tylenol or whatever. See how much you could actually take by drinking the water around it.
Well, according to Trump, just enough that can fit on a head full of a pin can take out several human beings.
Yeah, that's without any water. If you add 1,000 gallons of water, it's not going to kill anybody.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. I think you're wrong.
The ratio is even like really low. There's a lot of water in the ocean, and you got very high currents that deep in the ocean.
Yeah, I think you're wrong, but I'll say I hope you're right, and I hope I'm wrong, because if you're wrong, death is the answer to that. Death to marine life, wildlife, and maybe even humans on some distant shore. So I hope I'm wrong and you're right. But I got to move it on, MAGA. Appreciate it.
There's so much I want to talk about with the fraud in Minnesota and stuff. Just one last thing. The other day you were talking about how cruel we are for not refilling SNAP and not paying for all this government shit. The problem with government shit, if it's either too hard to get, where the people that need it can't get it because the application is too hard, or it's too easy and it's full of fraud. If they make it too easy, you end up with fraud. If they make it too hard, only people with like expensive lawyers that can do all the paperwork and have the time and money to do it get the money.
And see the difference. And the Republicans and Democrats view that differently. The Democrats would rather let unlimited amounts of fraud happen to prevent one person who really needed it from starving. The Republicans would rather let people that need it starve, as opposed to letting anybody get it that shouldn't get it due to fraud. You guys focus on the fraud. The Democrats focus on the people that need it.
We rather just make food affordable so anyone could just buy food. When you try to do these programs, I mean, I even think that when they make it too hard, the people with the lawyers that get it done are also fraudulent.
You're never gonna make food affordable in a capitalist country. You guys are talking about you want small government, less regulation. You don't want the government. You want free market. The free market is how you get this stuff. If you want to make stuff affordable, you're gonna have to have government passing laws limiting price gap. Like I use all the time. With you being in Florida, you know what happened to the price of plywood and stuff like that when there's a hurricane. Even if there's no shortage on it, they gouge. So that's the free market. The government do not interfere with that. They let them gouge. So you need the government to stop that. You're not going to get it any other way.
No, but that's an emergency, and we do interfere.
It ain't an emergency. Look, if there's a hurricane, but you don't have a shortage of plywood, there's no emergency requiring you to raise the price. You're doing it to make more money. There's no emergency for you to do that.
No, the hurricane is the emergency.
Yeah, but you got plenty in stock. The emergency is people wanting to put plywood up. But you got plenty in stock. There's nothing requiring you raise the price. You're taking advantage of an emergency.
Yeah,
You're taking advantage of people's desperation.
But in those, again, I'm for stopping people from price gouging during an emergency. But on a regular basis, someone else will come in with a better price and just take all your customers if you do shit like this.
Bro, I'm just simply saying the only way you're gonna make food. Only way you're gonna make food affordable. The only way you're gonna make
someone will sell for a better price.
The only way you're gonna make food affordable is you gotta have some type of like Mom Donnie type action. If you just say I'm gonna let the free market do what they want to do, we're a capitalist society. People are going to capitalize on ways to rip you off. That's what has always happened.
Again, all you got to do is look at all the homelessness that California pays to take care of, and all it leads to is fraud and not the homeless. All it led to is more homeless. And it's just the government really sucks at doing this. If it was someone else, I would maybe say yes, but the fact that the government does it, first of all, they could fuck up all day and they can't go out of business because they'll just fucking get more money.
But you guys on the right, you only see government you don't see corporate America fuck ups. You only see government.
They go out of business.
No, they don't. Yeah, but they don't always go. No, they don't. Sometimes corporations in the process of fucking up run good corporations out of business. Like Walmart. Walmart came on the scene doing all kinds of horrible shit. They closed and shut down a lot of legitimate, good operating mom and pop businesses and shit like that. All corporations don't go bankrupt. Sometimes evil people win.
Well, that's why we're anti-monopolies. Even in capitalism, we don't like monopolies.
Once again, you're going back to government regulation. You're going back, like I said, the government got to be involved in that.
We're not a capitalist system is not anti-government regulation. It's anti-government being in charge of the market. You're okay to regulate it and make sure everyone plays fair, but don't try to actually make the product and sell it and do all the shit yourself. Because every time you fuck up, you're not going to get punished for it. If Walmart gets defrauded for $8 billion, it's going to hurt Walmart. I don't care how corrupt they are. Any business that gets defrauded for $8 billion is going to hurt them, and it's going to hopefully it puts them out of business. But
usually the businesses are the ones that are committing fraud. We can talk about the Somalis all damn day, but we don't talk about the fraud that Boeing and General Dynamics commit to the government in terms of military contracts. They're doing the same thing. They're overcharging for aircraft parts and shit like that. We don't call that out. They're doing the same thing. Corporations are committing government fraud.
I'm calling it out. Yeah, I'm calling it out. They could do that
just
because the government can be defrauded all day and it's not going to go out of business.
I don't see Nick Shirley going to Boeing. I don't see him at General Dynamics. He's in Minnesota talking to Somalis and shit. I don't see him because the Boeing fraud is much bigger. The General Dynamics fraud is much bigger than what them Somalis are doing.
Yeah, and you're right. We should have more. The problem is with missiles and weapons, you don't want to give a lot of people access to create missiles and weapons. It's not the same as food.
They're charging $10,000 for a fucking screw. I mean, are you serious?
You're right. That should be stopped too, and that's fucked up too.
All right, I gotta move on, man.
That actually makes my point because they could get defrauded all day, and the government is not going to go out of business. They're just going to print more money. Same with Minnesota. You think Minnesota's government is going to go out of business?
I just want to see some. I want to see some real attention towards fraud, not just when it happens to be a group of immigrants you don't like. That's what I'm saying. I gotta move on, man. I gotta move on.
I call it out all the time, especially in healthcare.
That's you alone. I gotta move on. MAGA, happy New Year to you. Welcome. Appreciate you coming through to the program. Same with government. Yeah. Well, I'm just gonna simply say, it just seems that we're going after the fraud in Minnesota because it's a bunch of Somali immigrants. I tend to think if it was a bunch of Americans committing fraud in Minnesota, you wouldn't see Nick Shirley and all them people there. They're going, and by the way, them people are Americans. By the way, many of them folks in the Somali community, they were born and raised in America. Them are Americans. I know MAGA don't view them as Americans, but they are actually Americans. Help your boy out with that TikTok cap. Had mustache go. Show your boy some love. This is the end of 2025 show. Open forum. We're talking about every damn thing, which is why I want you to hear this. Whoa. Appreciate that. That's beautiful. Who sent that? That motorcycle helmet. Thank you. Big dog racing helmet. Shout out to you. Got to keep it safe. Always got to, we got to keep a helmet on. Jimmy is wearing a hat. The J, the I, the M. Anyway, here we go.
Every president for the past 2 decades, Democrat and Republican alike, has declared war on drugs. And each of them has lost that war and lost it miserably. They lost because they attempted to deal with only part of the drug problem. They lost because their initiatives were pulled apart by bureaucratic squabbling among their advisors. They lost because they always did too little and they did it too late. We don't oppose the president's plan. All we want to do is strengthen it. We don't doubt his resolve. All we want to do is stiffen it. The trouble is that the president's proposals are not big enough to deal with the problem. We think we should do more to stem the flow of drugs across our borders, and we think we should go one step further. Let's go after the drug lords where they live, with an international strike force. There must be no safe haven for these narco-terrorists, and they must know it. We have to lock up the dealers for a long, long time, and we have to attack the source from which the drugs come. And we have to do that not a piece at a time, but all at once. And we have to do it now. And there's not any reason why we can't do that. We have the power, we have the money, and we have the knowledge.
That's Joe.
Every president.
That's Joe Biden, 1989. Senator Biden talking about going after the narco terrorists where there are. This obviously sounds very Trump-esque. And it leads to the obvious question, which somebody sent me this video, and I definitely thought it was worthy of discussing. Why is Trump receiving so much backlash for something that Joe Biden talked about doing back in 1989? This came out in 1989. So in other words, Trump is doing the same thing Biden is doing. Now, there's a lot of directions we can take this. I kind of know what the answers are going to be, but I do want to hear from you folks. Why did Biden not get the same amount of flack and pushback and criticism that Trump is getting, even though Biden was calling for the same thing? Now, obviously, under Biden, under Biden, this didn't happen. So that's the first thing. I mean, we're gonna talk about why Biden didn't get the same kind of criticism as Trump. But keep in mind, Biden was a senator. He wasn't a president. So in Biden's case, this was his wish. In Trump's case, that is actually what he's doing. So we'll talk about that. But Biden did call, if you listen to what he's talking, he even used the word narco-terrorists. He's even calling them terrorists. So this is very Trump-esque language. Why did Biden get a pass and Trump has not gotten one? So I want to hear from you folks. And I see Imagine that says, wow, totally different fucking thing. I don't know. It's the same language. Let me get clarity from some of you folks in the comments on the box, because I don't agree that it's that different. But then Cal, maybe you can clear it up. Then Cal, Biden is using phrases like narco terrorists, hitting them where they're at. What's the difference?
The difference is he's not talking about bottom level transporters in open ocean. We have done what he's talking about, but we did it in conjunction with the government of that foreign country. The same way like we caught El Chapo and we caught some of the other drug lords, just like we caught the guy that Trump just let go the other day. That's different when you get together and you use the international community and intelligence to catch somebody. He ain't talking about we gonna just start bombing sovereign countries and that kind of shit.
Well, Trump really didn't say he's going to bomb sovereign countries. I mean, he said he's going to bomb, because they did do an internal strike in Venezuela, but he's claiming that he blew up a facility. He's not saying that they're just bombing Venezuela wholesale.
It doesn't matter. Come come on, man.
I'm
It
trying to
doesn't
get clarity.
matter
I'm
what
trying
he
to get
said.
clarity.
It doesn't matter what he said. We just seen what he did. Regardless of how much we dislike Venezuela or whatever, it's a sovereign country. Just because we don't like the elections and we think somebody else won does not give us the right to strike inside of their country. I don't even, it's not the same thing. He's talking about going after We've always gone after narco terrorists.
Didn't we go into Panama something at the Noriega? I mean, haven't we done something like this before though?
What, Noriega?
Noriega or Chapo or something. Didn't we go? We went because we shot the guy on the roof. He was running away. He was on a rooftop or something like that. Didn't we go into a country and kill a drug dealer before?
That was Pablo Escobar?
Escobar was. I don't know what his name is, but I know we did kill one of them because there's footage of we killed him on the rooftop or something.
Right. Remember, he was in jail. Remember, he escaped from jail. We had permission from that government. We were doing a joint task force. He kept escaping from jail, so they asked for our help, and we went in and helped them. We didn't just go in and bomb him in their country and then just say we killed narco terrorists. Like, it's totally different. It's totally different. I'm not going to even entertain going back and forth about what.
And I see Ball-Link 7767 said we also did something in Grenada as well. But I listen. I do believe we have went into other countries to get drug lords and shit like that. Because you say we can't just go into Venezuela, it's a sovereign country. We go into sovereign countries all the time. I don't know why this is. Go ahead.
Well, let me just say, when we did it before, it's fucking wrong then too. We all admit that regime change and all of this going into other countries was wrong. That's why we decided after the stuff from, the global war on terror, that we was not going to do it. The American people collectively said, we're not doing that no more. Remember, it was about us. We can't be doing all of this stuff in all of these other countries. Now Trump is all over the damn world, dipping his hand in all of these different countries. And now the people are talking about, well, we did it before. No, we didn't.
No. I mean, listen, I understand the complaint because Trump did promise to focus on America first and get us out of overseas conflicts and things like that. And he is doing the exact opposite of that. In fact, there's one of the females on my program. She used to be. We've talked to her a few times. She said she voted for Trump all 3 times, and she's no longer a fan of his because of that stuff. Because he's focusing too much. Even Marjorie Taylor Greene cites that as her reason she don't support Trump anymore. Is that he promised to focus on America first and not be flying all over the world and getting involved in everything. That's what Marjorie Taylor Greene is even saying. So I get it. Go ahead.
That's the core of his message, right? Was we were going to stop all of this intervention in other countries, and we were going to focus inward, and we were going to take care of our own people. Yet here we are, we getting gifts from them, people in the Middle East. We got them all up in the White House. We got them all riding in the beast, smiling and laughing, giving red carpet events to damn Putin. Like, we doing it. Argentina, they taking our damn soybean production. Now we buying all of their cattle, putting our cattlemen out of business. And MAGA still ain't said a damn word. They still talking about something. Well, he is getting some drugs off the street. Venezuela is the least of our worries when it comes to when it comes to actual illegal substances. That's not really
I don't get that part though, because I'm certain that plenty of MAGA know that. I mean, listen, I always bring this up. We've been watching drug films going all the way back to Scarface and King of New York and all that. You've never heard of Venezuela being known as a major drug hub. I don't know how all of a sudden under Trump, Venezuela got elevated to the top of the list. You've never heard that. Out of all of the countries south of the border, it's never been Venezuela.
And the president got the nerve to fix his mouth to say, every boat we strike, we saving 25,000 people. What in the hell is he talking about? When all of the stuff ain't coming from there. If you really about that life, then why not go? If you gonna be doing this, why not go to the source and do it where we know it's happening?
How about this? How about the heartstrings? Because you mentioned the 25,000 people. In my comments on YouTube, Mark says, we're people that have never lost someone to an actual drug overdose. So, in other words, you can't speak on how much, harm this is causing unless you've actually suffered from it. What say you?
Well, I grew up majority of my life in Detroit in the middle of the crack era. Right. So that's all I'm gonna say about that situation. I don't need to prove myself to nobody to understand right from wrong. What's going on now as compared. Just because something bad happened to me doesn't mean I need to forget my whole moral compass. I need to just say fuck everybody because, just the same way I understood how that war on drugs that was perpetrated against black people back then. What did it do? It put a bunch of innocent little kids who didn't even know what the hell they was doing, who was out there making $50 a week, who thought they was really doing something because they were influenced by other people in the streets, put them away for their lives, destroying, decades and generations of families. Like, you do not fix a root cause problem by skimming the outskirts. Yeah. Just the same way you don't go after narco terrorists by blowing up a boat. They're a multi-billion or trillion-dollar business. Them little bitty-ass boats being driven around by people with some... Matter of fact, when I used to be out on drug interdiction operations out there in the Caribbean, they used to use those boats as decoys. They would put some drugs on the boat and get them to go out there and get captured so they can do an end around and use those submarines and get back 20 tons while we over here arresting these 2 or 3 people on this go fast boat. Like, they not.
Yeah, but you don't think they're using people to get people for diversions now when they're killing them, do you?
No, like we wasn't killing nobody.
I mean, no, I'm saying, no, I get that. But you said they used to use them for decals back then. I'm saying you don't think they're still doing that now, knowing that the person is going to get killed, do you? You don't think that the drug folks are still using that same tactic, do you?
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. They're not sending out their members to do it. Why would you do that when you can go out there to a farmer, you can go out there to a fisherman and say, listen, you gonna go on this boat, you gonna take this trip, it's gonna take you 2 days and you gonna do it and we gonna kill your whole family.
Even though they know when they get on that boat to say their family, they're probably not coming home.
The people getting on the boat, they was talking about, well, do the people know? People don't listen to American media and news over there in Somalia or over there in Central America. They don't.
Yeah, but
listen to the news.
Yeah, but the Hispanic community at this point would have to know that America has blown up a bunch of. I mean, the Venezuela, probably the whole Hispanic community. I mean, everybody from Brazil on up to probably Mexico probably knows because they have their own media. They know how America's treating Hispanics right now under Trump. They've all dealt with terrorists from Trump, and they probably know about the boats being. Most Spanish channels are probably covering this stuff, Denko.
Okay, so when a cartel member comes to you and says, you're going to do this regardless of what the hell, or we're going to kill your family, what you going to do? Say, no, the Americans are killing. No, you're going to get your ass on the boat and you're going to do what they say. Yeah. Them people on them boats is probably terrified the whole time they doing it, but guess what? They going to fucking do it. And nobody that's a part of an actual cartel is going to get their ass on the boat. I don't understand why people don't understand that the people that are on those boats, vast majority of them are unwilling participants.
So we're killing folks that were forced to basically be targets for us.
A lot of the times, yes. I'm not going to say 100% of them are, but when it comes to people to death, people are always willing to say, well, Lincoln Riley, one is too many. One is too many, right?
Yep.
But now we've got to the point where Trump has dehumanized these people to the point where they get on here and when we're arguing that they could be killing innocent people, they say, why y'all trying to defend narco terrorists? They've dehumanized people to the point where they don't even look at these people people as human beings. All you got to do is say narco terrorists, and they automatically think it's okay to give them this dude is up here talking about, well, blowing them up is not cruel and unusual punishment. What in the fuck?
He did. That's MAGA Reacts. He did. Well, you know when he say they're vermin and they're poison in the blood, or as you say, narco terrorists, or when they give them those vermin these type names, you're right. It does dehumanize them. People, and that's exactly what they're saying too. Is you want to protect drug dealers, huh? They are viewing them as less than human.
They try to start out the conversation. I was offline communicating with MAGA React, but the gaslighting that goes on, he starts out the conversation with, why are you guys saying that, Kamala Harris was the perfect candidate? Like, I never said that. Like, they want to start the conversation with some shit that I was never said. Why, you guys are defending narco terrorists. Like, no, I'm not. I'm saying that if some of them are not narco terrorists, but you're treating them all the same, that's wrong.
But let me ask you, why are they being called terrorists? Some dudes on a fishing boat that's just trying to make some money smuggling drugs in America. They're criminals. But why are they being fucking called terrorists? What is the definition of terrorists?
We know that the definition of terrorists involves political, having political goals. But these people have no idea of what happens to those things once they get to America. They know Americans like to use illegal substances. That's all they know. They don't think that they bringing them something that's going to, ultimately kill them.
The idea that these folks are terrorists, talking about a misuse of a label to justify shit. Because, a terrorist is somebody that generally uses politics or it creates fear and scares the shit. These people are just trying to make some money on the side to sell, to actually meet a demand that the people in America are waiting for the loads to get here. They sitting there, this shit taking so long. What happened to that boat? What is supposed to be here at 9 o'clock? The motherfuckers waiting for the shit. They ain't terrorized.
Or they doing it to save their family's life. Whatever their reason is. It's crazy how these people have demonized people to the point where, it's the same way they doing. You know what they're doing in Minnesota now? They've cut off all healthy human services funding until they figure out what's going on. So now everybody that was getting those funds legitimately, they needed child care, are no longer getting it because we got to find out what's going on with these Somalis.
But that's what I told MAGA Reacts, is that the right and left look at things. The left would rather make sure people who need shit get it, even if it allows fraud to happen. The right would rather make sure people who need it don't get it, to focus on fraud first. They will, if one person is getting it fraudulently, they'll stop the whole batch to deal with that one person. And that's exactly what it sounds like what you're talking about, is to address fraud of a few. They would rather stop the many from having access.
The same way that, like, they're doing with these Obamacare subsidies. The day after tomorrow, millions of people's, their insurance is going to go from whatever it is going to go to double, triple, sometimes 5x, because they say Obamacare is broken. They're not offering no solution. They just saying it's broken, so let it break. Then we'll think of something, when you should be trying to fix the problem so you can switch over from a bad thing to a good thing.
But let me ask you this, because just like when the government shut down, they were saying the Democrats are the reason to have. Is there a way to twist this? When premiums shoot up like that due to Obamacare being, the subsidies being canceled, is there some kind of way you can twist this to say that the Democrats are the reason your premiums are so high?
I mean, not to the person that's losing their insurance, but as a campaign, as to something to just say Obamacare was just it was bad. I guess the people that who are already on Trump's side will maybe believe that. But if anybody paid attention to why they went through the shutdown, because the Democrats, rightly so, was saying we're not gonna sign this until we get those subsidies. You know what I'm saying? But then they caved, and then they lost the whole narrative. And people saying, "Well, why'd you do it? If you didn't do anything by going." So now the narrative has shifted, like somehow the Democrats didn't want people to have.
That's what I'm saying.
insurance, which I don't understand.
Because Trump cannot be blamed, or the Republicans cannot be blamed for people's health care premiums skyrocketing. There's got to be some kind of way we can blame this on the Democrats. That's what I'm saying. Is I'm trying to figure out what is going to be I mean, you can say Obamacare was a bad plan to begin with, but under Obamacare, my premiums were way lower than now. We've gotten rid of Obamacare. Now I'm paying a fortune. So there's got to be some kind of way that we can spend this. I'm talking about from the right. There's going to be something they got to tell you to make people believe that the Democrats are the reason your premiums are way up.
Well, I don't know what the Republicans are going to do, but I know what Trump is going to do, and he's not a Republican. But I know what he's going to say is Obamacare was garbage, and we should let it fail. And that's, his people going to agree with him, hell or high water, even though they're going to be the ones, the vast majority of those, 40 million people or whatever that are on, those, we're getting those subsidies. They literally, in 2 days, their shit is going to be unaffordable.
Here's what I don't understand, though. Trump came down the golden escalator in 2015. That was one of his signature promises of repealing and replacing Obamacare. Here we are only days away from him successfully repealing it, and they have nothing in place to replace it with. You've had 10 years. You've been talking about doing this for 10 years. You finally succeeded. This is literally a definition of a dog catching up with the truck. Like, you don't caught up with the truck. You don't know what the fuck to do. Like, you in the truck are sitting at the intersection just looking at each other. Like, you finally got this thing. Like, you don't know what to do.
And their talking point has been Trump's talking point. We're not going to give money to the insurance companies. We're going to give it to you so you can give it to the insurance companies.
It's crazy that they literally came on the scene, said they were going to repeal and replace this, and they were finally found a way to repeal it, and they have nothing. I mean, you heard Marjorie Taylor Greene. That's another thing she pointed out, is he has nothing. You even heard Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, nothing. They chose to shut down Congress because they didn't have an answer for that. Like, you had nothing to replace this with 10 years later.
And it's like nobody on that side seems to understand how difficult it was for Obama to get the insurance companies to agree with the pre-existing conditions, the insurance, for your kids up to 25. People don't understand how difficult that was for him to do. To put a catastrophe.
You need to tell that one to MAGA reacts. Yeah, because
he doesn't use it, so of course he doesn't really care.
True. And I see in the comments, one of my viewers adamantly states, what did he say? I'm not going to pay for somebody else's health care. He said, I'm done paying for other people's health care. So some folks are happy to see, the folks who have are happy to hear that they don't have to help out the have-nots in any way, shape, or form. So some people are happy about this.
Well, what they cease to understand is they still do, because those people who had insurance who are going to drop their insurance will now use the emergency room as their primary care. That goes unpaid by the consumer, which means the hospital writes it off on the American dime. So regardless of them saying what they is or ain't going to do, they paying for it. I would rather pay for somebody to go to regular checkups, get the proper medication they need. They might get a medication where they got to pay $10 a month or whatever, and they survive. I don't want nobody going to the hospital when they already done had a heart attack or they got stage 4 cancer. Now it's going to cost them $2.5 million for a month stay in the hospital. Like, they have no understanding. Well, I don't know that they really care. Because when you listen to people like
they would care if they actually heard it explained the way, and I'll talk about that on the other side. If they heard it explained that way by somebody they trusted, I think they would care. I think that's probably the best way to describe it is giving them the difference between going to the ER versus preventative care and letting them know that. Because I always, when I had that conversation with folks, the first thing I say, just to make sure I get them in the right places, I ask them, if somebody walks into the ER and needs life-saving care, do you believe that we should treat them? Most of them will say yes. And from that point on, it's pretty easy to explain to them that, you didn't have to get to this point, right? You could have done a few things. You could have done a few things for a lot cheaper that you didn't have to get to this point. So I'll talk about it on the other side, but go ahead.
But they've been they've been taught this, all the way down to they eating the cats and the dogs, and now we got people in our society who will swear up and down if you support ABs that you killing babies. But then they would be like, well, it's not really cruel and unusual to blow people up. It's just, quick and efficient. That's what we like. It's quick and efficient.
Yeah. I can't tell you how many times I've also seen them suggest that criminals should be executed to save taxpayers money from not having to keep them in jail. I'm like, you really want to kill somebody to save tax money, but you're pro-life. Yeah, a lot of that stuff is just hypocritical as hell. Denko. Happy New Year's to you, man. We'll talk about this on the other side of the calendar.
Same to you, man. Hey, I was kind of empty. I was emptying out my little gift thing because, like I told you, once it gets handed over to American hands, I'll be hitting you up on one of your other platforms trying to figure out how to do that because TikTok won't be getting a dime of anything I got to do with once it trains hands to go.
Well, come on over on YouTube and certainly on Instagram. We still take callers on Instagram, Facebook, and all of that. But thank you for your support throughout the year as well, and we'll finish it up on next year.
All right.
Or continue it. Yeah. Thank you. You got a lot going on. I'll talk to you later. All right. And real quick, what he was talking about before we'll go to the next caller. When you get rid of proactive preventative care, which is what's going to happen when people are uninsured. I see a lot of my beloved MAGA in the comments saying things like, I don't want to pay for somebody else's health care and things like that. And as Denkel, my last caller, rightfully pointed out, you're still going to have to pay for it. You are still going to, because if you show up at the ER and you're uninsured, the ER does have to treat you. And like he was pointing out, ER visits, which are generally at that point life-saving care, because when you show up to the ER, you're really fucked up. That cost is significantly more expensive than if you just gave a person health care and let them take care of themselves. I'll give you an example. I'll use my own self as an example. I go to the doctor regularly. I do my annual checkups. I got different various specialists. I got flat feet and things like that. I go to the doctor for, 50-year-old man. I got other ailments that happen to fall on, eye issues and blood issues, the type of shit that happens to a 50-year-old, cholesterol, you name it. Certainly if you're overweight. And now, all of that stuff can fucking kill you or make you go blind or, cause all kinds of life-threatening ailments. But because I have health care and I go to the doctor regularly, you take a pill once a day or some shit like that, or you go to the doctor and follow up and it doesn't get out of hand. But if you take away my ability to take blood pressure meds or cholesterol meds, obviously now we're talking strokes and heart attacks and shit like that. Now when I show up to the ER, as opposed to asking you to, subsidize a $20 prescription or something like that, now you're putting in stents. Now you're giving me all sorts of bypasses and stuff like that. They cost a fortune. They require I have to have overnight stays in the hospital and stuff because you didn't want to let me go to urgent care or something and just get a prescription for blood pressure meds or just get a prescription for cholesterol. You took my ability to do all of that away. So now I'm showing up with blocked arteries and heart attacks and shit like that. That stuff costs a lot more. And you're willing to pay for that, but you're not willing to pay for the guy to just go to the doctor for an annual checkup. That to me is what they used to refer to as ass backwards. That makes no sense at all. Not to mention the person at the ER is not going to be able to work and contribute to taxes and things like that, contribute to society, whereas the guy who's taking blood pressure meds or high cholesterol meds, that guy's working every damn day. He's still able to pay taxes, contribute to society, or look for a job or whatever. The guy who showed up that needs life-saving care, that because you didn't want to help him out with it, it's going to be way worse. Way worse. I don't understand why people are choosing that side. Just the mathematics of it makes no sense at all. I don't understand it. Exactly. I'm pro innocent life. What do you mean by pro innocent life? Thing is, with these subsidies, there is no reason for the insurance companies to compete for your business. I favor just simply having universal health care like most first world countries. Period. I favor just having I don't listen. This is where the liberal in me come out. Some of you folks on the left always say I sound like I'm talking more like MAGA or whatever. The liberal in me believes that healthcare should be just like dialing 911. When you dial for the police, you need help to put out a fire, you need help to save you. They show up, they perform the service, and they leave. They don't charge you a penny. Period. Doesn't matter if you're homeless or you're a billionaire. They show up, they do it. If your house is on fire, they put the fire out. If somebody's burglarizing your house, they go in and risk their life to get the burglar out of your house or whatever. They come in and save you. They don't charge you a penny. And they make good money. Police make good money. Fire department makes good money. So it can be done. I don't know why people think the medical profession can't do it. It can be done. So I think it should just be when you need treatment, you show up to the hospital and you get it. It's as simple as that. You show up to the hospital and you get it. It's like you do with 911. A certain amount of tax money should go to paying medical professionals. If it can work with the police, it can work with the fire, work with the post office to some degree. I mean, the post office isn't profitable, but with taxpayer money, you've been able to mail letters for an incredibly cheap price for most of America's history. I don't see why it couldn't work with the medical profession, other than we just don't want to do it. So I actually think that it should be like that. That's the liberal in me. I believe that healthcare, just like 911 and all, it should just be a right. I don't think the poor should be told fuck off. I think it should be a right. But that's me. Looking in the comments here, we're paying for it in taxes. It's insurance companies that, to me, if you made it a right, you would get the insurance companies out of it. The problem is too many folks that are providing healthcare are in it for the money. If you just like with the dialing 911 to put out a fire or dialing 911 to get the police there to help you out if you're being robbed or something like that, they're not doing it for profit. They're not doing it for the money. In healthcare, people are doing it for the money. You got to take that greed element out of it. That's why you're getting overcharged and the prices and shit are all over the place. And you can be in a hospital and somebody charge you $10 for an aspirin and shit like that. You got to get the greed element out of it. Otherwise, if you did 911 that way, there would be greedy cops and all. It would be the same way. You got to get the greed element out of it. So, but you got to have folks who really want to do that. And unfortunately, there are so many people pushing back against universal health care. It's going to be hard. But I think we have the blueprint with other services, just like with schools in America. You are entitled to an education, K through 12, whether your parents are homeless or billionaires. We can do it with schools. I mentioned 911 services. There are plenty of services they do that with. I don't get why healthcare would be impossible to do that. There are plenty of folks that want to teach kids and educate folks that are not trying to get rich doing it. There are plenty of cops that want to make a difference in their neighborhood without trying to get rich doing it. There would be plenty of doctors willing to provide care without trying to get rich doing it. There's plenty of room to do that. People just seem to disagree with it. Anyway, looking in the comments, my buddy had cancer and doctor recommended chemo. Insurance denied it. Stuff like this happens every day. You got to get the people that are doing it for profit out of it. The insurance company is focused on their bottom line. They're not focused on what's right for your health care. If they can deny your claim and save money, they're not concerned with what that denial does to you and your health. If the law allows them to deny that claim and it makes them more money, they're going to deny that claim. You got to get that out of it. That's what I'm saying. That would be like dialing 911, and because you live way out, the police department determined to send vehicles to your house is going to cost too much gas. So they can deny those calls. We're only going to answer calls that are real close to the dispatch center. The ones that are 20 miles out, we're going to deny those because we save money from having to go way out there in gas. That's what the healthcare industry is doing. They're denying things for profit purposes. You got to get that out of it. Anyway, let me go back to the box. We'll keep it moving with Fuzzer. Good evening, Fuzzer. Human life held hostage for a price is a crime. Damn it. Too many people in the country agree with that. Fuzzer, good evening. Fuzzer, are you there? Nope, Fuzzer is knocked out sleep. We're going to move it on. It is late. Is it that late? What time is it? It is 10:40 Eastern. Okay. All right, it happens. It actually happens. He's not the first caller I've had online, and they got up and they were asleep. He fell asleep. Wake him up with his Alexa, if he has an Alexa. Would be nice if healthcare was cheap enough we could all pay for it without insurance. Like I said, it should be just like 911. Simple as that. It should look. You can give doctors free education to get their doctorate or nursing degree under the guise that once you get your degree, you have to be a nurse and serve the community for whatever the wage is. It's like the cops got a wage, whatever it is, for 4 years when you get out, you got to serve the country at that wage, not the capitalist wage that you're pursuing, where you're making a mint. We'll pay for your education. You can become a doctor completely free. But every year that you're in school, that's a year once you get out, you got to work at whatever the government wage. It could be 80, 90 grand a year, but it ain't something you getting fucking rich off of. Just like the cops. Cops might make 80, 90 grand a year, whatever the case may be. And they're putting their lives on the line. So why can't a doctor do it? Going back to the box, Pobel. Repeal Congress healthcare. Taxpayers should not be paying for public service healthcare. You wouldn't get good public service if you'd done that. Pobel, good evening.
Hey, what's up, man?
Not much. What am I getting wrong today? You always pointing out the things. This is a perfect show for you. It's an end of year show. We're coming to the end of 2025. I'm opening up the gates to complaints, suggestions. I'll take a compliment if it's out there, but we're taking comments. What am I getting wrong?
Hey, I just came up here to laugh at you about the dude that the white guy was calling people crackers yesterday.
Who was that?
And he pretty much called you a cracker.
Listen,
that was hilarious.
Cracker is better than some of the shit they call me. I'll take Cracker for 200. Who was that? I'm
like gangsta grandma, dog. That's who you is. Back in North Carolina, we used to call you guys a white guy trapped in a black suit.
Is that what you see me as, a Clarence Thomas or Tim Scott? I come across as that?
Absolutely, man.
Oh my God.
Hey, like you said, I go way back, dog, from your first videos. And I remember you were talking to one host and they asked you why you went over to Australia. And you said you had 3 different places you wanted to go. Which was it? Norway, Australia,
and Canada.
Canada.
Yep.
I looked it up. That's like the 3 whitest countries you the whitest places you can go.
I'll tell you something though. You're right, but based on what you're saying, America is pretty fucking white too. I mean, listen.
Why leave it and go to another white spot? I'm just saying, dog. I just thought it was hilarious yesterday, man.
Yeah, Canada. I was debating between Norway and Canada. Look, I actually looked it up based on the happiness index, based on the quality of life and things like that. And look, I'm just gonna be honest with you. When it comes to stuff like that, the countries that are primarily black don't do well.
I'm just saying. I'm just calling it out. I'm calling, like I said, like the one guy came and told you when Africans was freed. They went to Brazil. What you say? And they messed up everything over there. They went over there. They went
to Liberia, and they did mess up everything. Yeah, that shit is same thing. Haiti is a little different because the French really treated them wrong, but there are when they left America and they went to Liberia, when they gained freedom and they got their own country, they actually their flag looks like the Stars and Stripes. They started making.
What you expect? What you expect? That's all they knew. They all they knew. They got captive from Africa and brought over here slaves, and that's all they knew. But before they was in Africa running around with freaking spears, and they came over here, and this all they knew. So what else you thought they were gonna do?
Well, first of all, I'll give you an example. When America fought to have its independence from Britain, for a few years we didn't even celebrate Christmas. We don't drink tea like they do. We don't have kings and queens. We really did something different. So they could have done that over there.
Hey, I'm just saying, take it easy on the brothers, man. I remember one guy was telling you about if we get reservation, you said, well, I guess they're gonna Newports. Real.
I didn't say that.
Yes, you did. You said the stock gonna go.
I didn't say that. No.
I listen to your show every day, though.
No. I think here's what I think you're doing. Here's what I think you're doing. Because you're pro-black, and ain't shit wrong with being pro-black. But because hold up.
I'm married to a as what's gangster grandma say, a snow bunny.
Oh,
I'm married to
and you're talking all this shit.
Hey, cause I'm still black. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, let me just say it like this. Because you could be married to a snow bunny and still be pro. Because you're so pro-black, you hear shit I say about blacks, but you ignore stuff I say about whites. Because I get a whole bunch of people. I get a whole bunch of people in my inbox that say I'm too racially, against whites. I mean, people hear what they want to hear.
Hey, I don't know why I don't get notifications when you go to other people's live. Because now I disagree with Gangsta Grandma. When you go to other people's live, I enjoy it. Because you go hard in other people's live. I give you that. You do go hard. I remember you was messing with a transgender guy. Oh, it was sad. It was sad. But you know what I'm saying? But
I'm a little different. Yeah, listen, when I got
live, you get the fluffing.
Well, when I'm on my live, I do want to maintain my audience, and I do like to talk to people from both sides. But when I'm in a live and everybody is attacking me, which is what happens in MAGA lives, they don't leave me any other option but to be on some serious defense. There are no. I got plenty of friends on my own live. When I go to their live, everybody is a fucking enemy. So I got no other choice. It's pretty obvious what I got to do.
Give it to you. You hold your own on other people live. I ain't gonna go with Gangsta Grandma on that one. You do hold your own.
Gangsta Grandma want me to cuss everybody the fuck out, and that ain't what you can get your point across without all the swearing. I mean, she want me to just go in there and cuss everybody out, and that ain't a conversation when you do that.
But I do got to go back to where I get you on every time. And that is Christianity. What? Tim, come on. You said you went to church. What is a Christian?
I believe a Christian is somebody that follows Christ, follows the teachings of Christ.
Exactly. So stop calling people Christians if they not living their life like Jesus Christ.
Then that ain't nobody. Based on what you're saying, that ain't nobody in America. Everybody in America is greedy.
If they trying to live that life, but they ain't trying to live it. They just got a Bible in their back pocket. They ain't trying to live life because you all about rules. Every time you come in here, you talking about, well, if the cops pull you over, follow the law so you can make it home. Yeah. That's the same thing with Jesus Christ. Follow the law to the best of your ability, and you will make it to, I guess, the promised land. But slave masters and all of them, they didn't follow the law, so they're not going to heaven. They didn't. They're not going, but you continue to say that. I'm like,
I don't think. Listen, if you have to follow the direction and teachings of Jesus Christ to make it to heaven, I don't think hardly anybody in America is going. I mean, I think
they said it's a narrow road, didn't it?
It's narrow. That motherfucker is a one way. I don't think anybody going there. I mean, in this country, everybody's either greedy, adultery, you name it. All of the 10 Commandments, all of that shit we be breaking in this country. Everybody doing it, and they're doing it intentionally. Most of us make more than we need to live off of. We live in apartments in places that are bigger than we need. We own more shit than necessary. All of us are at least greedy. All of us are.
Well, yeah, we are. I'll be laughing at you like, man, I like to get my college tuition paid off. But then again, you donate money to politicians. I'm like, well, pay your college fees and start donating money.
I ain't don't. You think I'm donating 5 and 6 digits to politicians?
I don't care with $10. It's too much.
That ain't gonna look. If I take your advice and I don't donate anything to politicians and I pay it all the college tuitions, that ain't gonna. That's a drop in the fucking bucket. I mean, I took the expensive 5 MAGA hats and I mailed that to my college debt. That ain't gonna do nothing for that at all.
It will knock it off.
They ain't gonna knock shit off. That ain't even one payment. That ain't even 1 month's payment. That is like taking a spoonful of water out of the ocean and saying you've done something.
Hey, think about it. If everybody lived that life, everything be cheap. You only purchase what you really needed in life.
Yeah.
Instead of big screen TVs in every bedroom. You would live a lot better. You try to say that, when we were young, I'm the same age you. I just had a birthday December 1st. I'm 54 years old.
Happy belated. Happy belated. You got a few months on me, but okay.
But you know what I'm saying? When we was young, man, our parents didn't take us to McDonald's for dinner. They cooked dinner. They had gardens in their yard, man. We've been bamboozled, saying, look at the beautiful yard in our front yard. Because they don't want you to have fruit trees in there to feed yourself. They took all of that, man.
But let's also be clear that when our parents two people didn't have to work. I mean, they had time to cook dinner and stuff like that for us. One of them was at home. Now mom and dad got 2 jobs.
Because they won't buy cell phones every time a new one came out.
Yeah. That's the anti-Christian part of it. And Jackson, by the way, in the comments says a slow drip in the bucket will fill up that bucket eventually. That's a long wait for filling that up. And by the way, Jackson, thanks for those fireworks. Didn't want to ignore that. But listen, yeah, you're right. There is a huge greedy element in this country. People like to live lavish lifestyles. That's why I said there are no Christians then.
It ain't no poor people, man.
Even the damn pastor in front of the church is driving a fancy ass car that is probably the expense of a house in some people's cases.
Hey, I go to church every Wednesday and Sunday, and I drive a Benz. Should my pastor be driving a Chevette?
I don't think it's relevant. I mean, if your pastor is preaching,
the pastor can't drive a nice car.
I'll tell you one thing: when you go to the Catholic Church, the priests take a vow of celibacy. They not they take a vow? Yeah, celibacy. They take a vow of poverty. Is what I'm thinking about. They not driving around in Benzes. What does that got to do with preaching the gospel?
He should have a nice car, right?
Why?
You got one.
No. What does that got to do with him? What does that got to do with preaching the gospel?
So he should walk.
No, you can have a car that's not a Benz.
My pastor drive a freaking Honda. Well, no, what he drive? No, he just did get a little. He didn't get an Escalade, but he got a small version of it.
Yeah, he's ripping people off. There's no. Look, you should be preaching the gospel and helping out the poor, not taking a chunk of it for yourself. Talking about I need a luxury vehicle. No,
hey, a guy got in a car accident and we pay his hospital bills. Another lady had cancer, we pay her bills. We pay bills. All churches not corrupt.
You also paying that Escalade.
But yeah, he's working, isn't he?
There are more people in the church that could use that. I mean, you ain't helping everybody out. There's people that you could be helping out instead of that. He don't need that Escalade.
Hey, we feed the homeless people. When on a cold day like today, we get the homeless to come live at our church, and we clothe them and feed them.
To me, you sound like a drug dealer that hands out turkeys at Christmas. You're still doing wrong.
Why?
Because you don't need that Escalade. I don't see it. I don't see somebody who is living a life off of donations, living that lavishly. You don't need to. I'm working every damn day and I don't have an Escalade.
He got the same house I got. I didn't say he had an Escalade. Before he just had a Tahoe or something. He's not living the lifestyle.
You know how much a Tahoe costs?
But what I'm saying, what do you want him to drive, Tim?
How about something? First of all, it don't have to be new. That's the first thing. Second thing, a Tahoe that's almost 6 figures now, ain't it? Tahoe's against the
matter of fact, that's his wife's car. He got a 89 a Ford Ranger, 2-door.
I'm just gonna simply say if you're preaching the gospel, there's no excuse for a pastor to get in front of church and say, I should have $100,000 car.
Oh no, he ain't saying that. He's not saying that, and he not asking them to buy him the car. But he do get a check. He do get paid for preaching, and every year we go to a meeting to look at how much the church have collected and what his salary should be compared to the area that we live in.
What about what Debo said? Debo in the comments says, I remember a time when pastors worked a normal job like the congregation. Why do you got to get a salary, a big ass salary? Why do you got to get that?
I agree. Because, since I've been going to church, I didn't even know that the people who played in the choir, some of those people get paid. I thought it was volunteer. Yeah, I agree with some of that. But, like you said, we are greedy people. We don't want to do anything for free. Right. But you do got to understand, they are giving their time. And we go to work every day and make killings. That's what I don't understand about the Republicans want to say, hey, I never got a job from a poor man, but the poor man can't have his businesses without poor people. We have to work for them.
Yeah.
I don't understand them when they say that. They can't. If I don't go to work, their product don't get made. It's ridiculous.
Well, Republicans have a different view of the country, of the world. They just have a different way of viewing things. They think the liberals are getting it wrong. They think the liberals believe in free handouts and free shit. So they have a different view of everything.
Yeah, but the rich is getting richer. Didn't Donald Trump just make $3 billion in a year?
That's why Trump's numbers and stuff he's bragging on sound so good, is because he's talking about the GDP and the stock market. For the 1%, he is doing a good job. It's the average working man that ain't benefiting from that stuff.
He just overturned Biden minimum wage for capital unemployment. I'm not unemployment, but what is it? Because Biden started it with $17 an hour, and he overturned it to $15 and $7 an hour now.
Yeah, I don't know what the goal.
That's better work, though.
Yeah, I don't know what the goal is, but to me, it seems like Trump's aim is to address and help the upper class, and most of the stuff he's doing that is hurtful is to the lower class people. I mean, it just seems like he's targeting. Certainly people who are on government assistance, he really is targeting them. But a lot of stuff he's doing is hurting the lower, the working class that's at the bottom as well. It just seemed like he has some type of a fiction on them or flex. I don't know what he's doing. I don't get it.
Yeah, I'm like you. If he stop it all, it still ain't gonna stop your tax money from coming out of your check. You still gonna pay taxes. You still gonna get, your money ain't gonna. If it ain't gonna show up on my check, continue to feed these people.
No. He disagrees with that. And in the comments, Terrence almost sounds like you, Poba, but for the right. Terrence says, how fucking shameful this guy must be to pump this shit out. I don't know if he's talking about me, you, or both of us, but Terrence, state your case in the comments. He says, how fucking shameful this guy must be to pump this shit out. So apparently he's disagreeing with something.
Well, he probably one of them guys don't want the people over the border. But everybody that coming over the border is supposed to be lazy and getting welfare, but they picking everybody up from their job.
Yeah, that don't make any sense to me to suggest that these folks are all coming here and being on the dough, but then you're raiding work sites at Home Depot and shit like that. You really see a bunch of welfare recipients hanging out in Home Depot parking lot expecting to put drywall up? That's your ideal of a welfare recipient? Some of it don't make sense. I'll definitely agree with you. You're talking about they're taking black jobs. Welfare recipients. The people who are lazy are suddenly taking black jobs. So it's almost like they're changing the rhetoric to fit certain narratives. But when you look at it as a whole, yeah, you're right. It don't make sense.
Exactly. And I know you hate to say it's racist, but I really think it have a lot to do with racism, man. They just trying to beat down on the people of dark complexion. They don't know, like
they claim it's about making sure the country is safe and people are vetted before coming here. So they're going to deny the racism claim, and I'll leave it at that. But they're going to deny that.
Yeah, they always deny that, but Trump over here talking. It's just funny, man. I just enjoy your live. I'm telling you, I really do enjoy your live.
Thank you.
I especially when people come out there and bash you. Yeah.
So what? Can we say I'm your favorite coon? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
I ain't gonna call you a coon. I told you you're a white guy trapped in a black suit, man.
Ain't that what a coon is?
No.
Tap dancer, fucking sellout, Uncle Ty. Ain't that what they are? You saying I'm tap dancing?
You the only black guy see walk around with a cup said "Don't tread on me." That's all I know.
Well, shit. I do I have to put up a come and take it? I mean, I believe in being able to defend yourself. Ain't nothing wrong with that, right?
Hey, that's the white man slogan. That's all I see walking around with that on their license plate and
Yeah.
and cup. But you do you, man. That's you.
All right.
As gangster grandma say, you like that protein.
Oh no, my God! I want to see a hat and mustache for that shit. Goddamn it! I'll leave it at that. Go, Bill.
All right, Tim.
Good talk. You have a happy New Year, man. Certainly next year
You
we'll
too,
continue
man.
this. We'll continue it next year with less fluffing. How about that?
I doubt that. Hey, one more thing. I did go back and look at all your lives because you said, well, when Biden was in office, I talked about them. I went all the way back to when you was in your van showing people how you put it together, how your bed was. I saw the calendar on the wall of white women.
Oh, my God. That was a Sports Illustrated calendar. Wait, I need an Excel? I need an Excel calendar. Oh my God!
Hey, you need to go. You should have had what it used to be back in the day. The Jet. Remember the Jet magazine?
Yeah, remember the page 41. Page 41. I remember the Jet magazines in the middle. Page 41. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, Beauty of the Week. You could at least have one of them
Oh
up
my!
there.
Do they still? Do Jet still put out magazines?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
But even back then, all the way back there, that was your last one. I went to your the first one I could find, the last one. And you still would talk about how awesome Trump was. I was like, this guy always talking about Donald. Even though when freaking Biden was in office, you still saying, let's see what Donald Trump can do.
Well, to be honest with you, when Trump was in office the first time, there were things to give him credit. He was a better president. I mean, in terms of listen, he had a far more educated and qualified cabinet. He leaned right even then, and listen, I lean left. He leans right. You heard my spiel on healthcare should be a right and shit like that. I favor minimum wage increase. I'm pro-choice and a bunch of other left-wing shit. But even still, there was a lot about President Trump that even somebody on the left could say, well, that ain't bad. That's a decent thing. The Trump 2.0. First of all, his cabinet is nowhere near as qualified. They're just loyalists. For the most part, Trump and his administration were running the country under his first term. Under his second term, it's just him. The rest of them are just kind of standing up against the wall saying, go ahead and go back, do whatever you want. So that's a problem because no one man knows every area of how to run this country. And they're just letting him do everything. So that's where, in the first term, yeah, there were things to push back and give Trump credit for. Second term, listen, they were talking about HBCUs. They were talking about the employment in the black community. There were some positives. Now, you ask anybody who supports Trump, what has he done for the black community? They're going to name stuff from his first term, HBCUs and shit. There is nothing from his second term. There's nothing going to come up.
All that HBCU, all that, he didn't do anything. He tried to cut funds from that, and he was forced to do it, and he just took credit for it. He didn't do anything. You know it, but like you said, he was in office, so we're gonna give him credit for it. But he was in cruise control, riding off Obama films, and that's why they voted him in because the economy was good, but it wasn't his economy, and they voted him in. And now look at it, because you remember when he took office, his first term, it wasn't even a freaking month. He was saying, "Look how good I got it."
Well, listen, Trump is anything Trump is involved in, he's going to say is great. I mean, he had a phone call with Putin. He's already said it's a productive phone. Every phone call he's had with Putin has been productive or great, and nothing has come out of it. That's just in him to suggest that whatever he had his name on is awesome and fantastic. I mean, he could talk to Satan. You know, it was positive. It sounded really good for Christians. He goes, it don't matter what he's involved in. He's going to say that. That's just what he says.
Just like the meeting he just said, he said, "Well, Putin is want to do good things for."
Yeah, that's insane. Yeah, Zelensky looked it up. Yeah, Zelensky.
They were bombing Ukraine as he was speaking.
Yeah.
They were dropping bombs, and he talking about, "Yeah, he want to help y'all rebuild." Well, stop dropping bombs.
Yeah, Zelensky looked at him like, "What the fuck?" I mean, he said that Putin wishes for the best for Ukraine. That's Trump, though. That's Trump.
At the same time, I said,
Yes.
man, Trump he's a character, man, and that's why they had him, put him in there, because he's a comedian, and they like what he's saying. They can understand him because he talking third grade language. So,
hey, you can't knock what's been working. I got to move it on, Pobile, but listen, old dog, new tricks. What the guy's almost 80. What he has done has worked for him his whole fucking life. He's only gotten wealthier. He's only gotten more successful. He's only gotten everything he's ever wanted. So I can't blame the guy for continuing to use a strategy. As he said, you're going to get tired of winning. He has been winning the whole time. So
yeah, he has been winning.
yeah, well, that's all it takes for MAGA. I got to go. Appreciate it.
All right.
And Happy New Year's to you, man. All right, moving on with the program. A pastor should not get paid for preaching. That's why we have a second job to buy the things they want to. Small churches, the pastor don't make much. It's them big ones. You know, there are small little worship houses all over America, especially down south. You know, these churches where you can only get 20, 30 people in it. That guy is doing it out of love for the game. He ain't getting a lot of money for doing it. It's the big mega churches and shit like that. Where like Joel Osteen, for instance, that dude is worth millions. That's insane. I do believe at some point it does get to be corrupt. I mean, you should not have generational wealth from preaching or TD Jakes or some shit. You should not get generational wealth from preaching. I mean, isn't gluttony or greed? Doesn't that go against what you're preaching about? Why are you getting so fucking rich? Why are you getting so wealthy doing this? So yeah, at some point, once you know your financial needs are met for life, you should stop taking a salary. You got a place, they don't get you a place. You don't collect it enough to have a place to live for the rest of your life. If you want to put some money in some kind of trust or some kind of account, so you'll always have a vehicle. What my last caller was talking about, you'll have a vehicle. But at some point, there should be a cutoff. Why are you still collecting money? Your ass is a millionaire. Why are you still getting paid? So yeah, to me, that's when it starts to look corrupt. Gotta love a guy that does what he say he can't do, doing it while you talking. What are you saying by that, Robert Bankston? Says, got to love a guy that does what you say he can't do, doing it while you're talking. So what are you saying? Trump is doing something that people saying he can't do? Let me know. Elaborate on that. If you're God's representative, why not be rewarded on earth since you are speaking for him? Because you are being rewarded by a whole bunch of people that are praying that God simply gives them a place to stay, a roof over their head, and food to eat. That's where your money is fucking coming from. For me, somebody who grew up going to church in the hood, in the past, and it wasn't a mega church, but it's a pretty big church in Chicago. The church is full of poor people. And the pastor's driving a late model Cadillac, got a nice home and shit. The money that's funding those luxuries that pastor has is coming from people that are praying that God provides them with just enough to eat next week. That's where you're getting this money. It ain't no different than corporate America at that point. It's no different than you being a millionaire with a whole bunch of minimum wage employees working for you, making you, all of the money your business is making. It ain't no different than that. That's where that money's coming from. Now, if you are Joel Osteen and all of your parishioners or whatever you want to call it, all the people that are attending your church are all millionaires too, then that's a different argument. But if all of these folks are going to church every damn day hoping that they can keep their job, or they just applied at Walmart and they praying that they make it through the interview so that they can make $12 an hour, and you in front of the church as a multi-millionaire asking that person to give you 10% of their money they ain't got, at some point that looks fucking wrong. At some point, that looks greedy. You collected money from him, and he lives in a closet that his house would fit in your closet, and you collecting 10% from him. I don't see nothing but corruption in that. I guess it's wrong for me to call that out, huh? I guess it's anti-Christian to bring that up. To me, that don't look right. Anyway, looking in the comments here, most of them are false prophets. Some, look, there's no way to tell me that some of these pastors ain't doing it for the money. Like I said, if at some point where you've already won, you should stop collecting that salary. Otherwise, you're no different than some corporate, when they say tax the rich and all, you're no different than them type of folks. You're collecting money that you don't even need from people that ain't got it to give it to you. People believe in blanket statements too much, says Will Stroud. I don't know quite what you mean, but I agree with that. Plantation mentality, I agree with that. Robert Bankston, I do agree with that. How many dedicated their life to be well equipped to speak historical facts in the Bible? Is not only knowledge, you must have a charisma, leadership skills with the credentials not everyone can do. I don't disagree with that. There are politicians that can do that shit. Just like you're saying, people dedicated their life to be well equipped and speak historical facts that are in the Bible. There are people who can do the same with the Constitution. There are politicians that are very well spoken. You don't want them making a killing like that. So I don't get why you're doing this in the name of God and making all that money. Is that what the Bible says? Should be able to make infinite wealth by preaching my teachings? I don't know. Let me go back to the box. To me, it seems greedy. Maybe I'm just the wrong one to say it, but to me, it seems greedy as hell. Takesha, good evening. Welcome to the program. Jesus pimps, says Rucker. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. You're pimping in the name of Jesus. Takesha, good evening.
Hey, Asma, how you doing?
Now, you're a Christian. I know I'm getting this wrong, right?
Let me give you an example.
Sure.
I'm going to give you 2 examples.
Okay.
My first pastor that I was under, he preached for 40 years. When he first became the pastor, he worked. He had 4 kids and a wife. He lived in a house in a real bad neighborhood.
Okay.
He never left that house. The church asked him to quit his job and become a full-time pastor.
Okay.
They said, we will make sure we give you a salary big enough to take care of your family and pay your bills. What he did what they asked him to do. Whenever somebody got sick, went to the hospital, he was immediately there. If your family member passed at 2 o'clock in the morning, he got out of his bed, came to your house, prayed with you, and waited till the people left with the body. He preached every funeral. If there was a member that had a family member that passed that did not belong to the church and they wanted him to go to the funeral and do a scripture or a prayer, he did that. He was a full-time minister. Okay. So the church took care of him because they asked him to quit his job. He never drove a fancy car. It took him forever. We begged him, please leave that neighborhood because it was getting so bad down there.
Yeah, but it doesn't sound like he ever reached the level of Joel Osteen or something like that. I'm okay. Yeah, I'm okay with it within reason. I'm okay with it.
He did not reach a Joel Osteen level, but he eventually moved from down there, bought a house, eventually ended up getting him a Cadillac. Nothing fancy, just a Cadillac. But they asked him to quit his job. My pastor that I'm under now, he works in IT. His wife is a nurse. The truck he drives, he had it before he came to pastor. The house he lives in, they built it before he became a pastor. So that little money that the church pays him does nothing for him because he had it before he became a pastor. So don't look at every pastor that got something as if they got it through the church.
Okay, but you know what I mean. I'm talking about the TV.
I know what you mean, but see, sometimes you can say stuff that may sound one way and people will take it that way. Every pastor that's profitable is not profitable because they're a pastor.
Okay, well, I'm talking about the ones that are driving, $100,000 cars and things like that, and they don't have an IT.
Now them right there, them ain't nothing but some pulpit pimps.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, they pulpit pimps.
All right.
But everybody ain't a pulpit pimp.
No, I don't. And I mentioned that. I said there are small houses of worship all over this country where the pastor. I mean, there's only 20, 30 people in there. They ain't paying them enough money to live like that. It's the mega church
see,
guys.
my first pastor, we had a big old church, and I mean it was huge. But he wasn't that type of pastor. He didn't do all that flashy stuff. He wore them same little suits. He didn't have no fancy suit or nothing. And most of the money he made, he donated it back to the church.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was about, is shit like that, where you really talking about helping people out. But listen, there are some pastors that got private jets and stuff like that. To me, at that point, it gets to be ridiculous.
No, he didn't. He wasn't do none of that. But I want to say this, Tim. You remember when we was talking about Minnesota and what happened with the Somalians?
Okay.
And sometimes we could talk about a story too quick before we get all the information.
Okay, before you go into that, and I've heard some rebuttals to Nick. What is his name? Nick Shirley. But before you go into that, I want to read this comment. Handsome, evil. Evil fingers, Jesus. Says, Tim, good evening. You want to hear what's on my mind? Pop quiz. Trumpty Dumpty ain't shit, he says. Says that he needs to start shaking hands with the Grim Reaper. Whoa, what are you trying to say there? He wants Trump to start shaking hands with the Grim Reaper. So is the Grim Reaper going to come up out of the ground, or are you telling Trump to go? Anyway, go ahead. What were you about to say about Minnesota?
I'm so weak. Let me say this. Trump started talking about the Somalian people and how he wanted to deport them. Now, all of a sudden, they found this fraud in Minnesota. That actually happened under the Biden administration. The lady that was over that organization is actually in jail. Merrick Garland arrested her. So this is nothing new that's going on, Tim. I need you to go do your research. This is nothing new. This has been going on and being investigated. And actually, I think they say about 30 people have already pled guilty and went to jail.
Yeah, I watch a channel. What is this girl? Leisha Miller. She lives in Minnesota. She's an attorney. And she leans left and she does all sorts of videos. And she breaks it down and she talks about that, what you're talking about. First of all, there's a white woman involved in this that is over a lot of this fraud. Yeah, Yeah, she talks about all of that. And she breaks down Nick Shirley's thing where the guy he is getting his information from is not. I mean, there's a lot of inaccuracies on how they're doing it, but yeah,
very much so, Tim. But notice, it's the Somalian people. Since Trump is against the Somalian people now, you didn't catch that, did you?
What do you mean?
Trump talked about the Somalian people, how he wanted them out of the country, how they taking over Minnesota. Now, all of a sudden, we got a whole report about something dealing with the Somalian people in Minnesota.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's very similar to how Chicago is always in the news. It's because there's enemies of Trump in Chicago. I mean, you got Tim Walsh. It's just like Chicago makes a great target because you got a liberal governor, you got liberal mayors, you got tough gun laws, it's got connections to Obama. It just makes for a really good target.
They don't bring certain people up until he bring them up, and that's my point.
Yeah. And I mean, that's what's happening in Minnesota is you got nothing but liberalism. The mayor of Minneapolis, Tim Fryer, whatever his name is, he's a liberal. Obviously, Walsh, the governor of Minnesota, is a liberal. The Somalis are it just makes for a good target. So you're going to have, Tim Walsh ran against Trump, said all kinds of bad things about Trump. It just makes perfect sense for the Trump and MAGA side of the aisle to go after this guy because it's a target-rich environment.
And also, let me say this, Tim. You got to be a real miserable person to send messages like he sent on Christmas Day. You got grandkids. You should have been spending time with your grandkids, letting them open their gifts, having a family dinner, like the rest of us were doing. You up on True Social. But
that at this point, I'm not saying the guy is not miserable, but that is the way he operates. I mean, he sent a horrible message last Christmas in 2024, his 2024 Thanksgiving message.
Tim,
yeah,
he's miserable.
How do you know that? He got a supermodel wife. He got a
Christmas. That woman ain't standing that man. Christmas is family time. Family time. We celebrating the birth of Christ, and you over there sending shit show messages. Come on, Donald Trump.
You think Trump is miserable? The man got all the money
I do.
he could ever want. Like I
Let
said,
me tell you something, Tim. Money can buy you happiness, but it doesn't buy you joy.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay.
I don't know if he comes
has
across
no
as
joy.
mid. He can play all the rounds of golf he wants. He got multiple jets he can get on
He
anytime
has
he
no
wants.
joy. He has no joy. Trump says nothing positive unless it's about him. He has no joy.
Debbie says you don't like him. I see Debbie in the comments says she don't like him. So you just don't like
You're
Trump.
absolutely damn correct. I've already expressed that I don't like him. And it's not going to change just because you said I don't like him. No, I do not like him. I don't like a person that manipulates people that have less understanding, let me say it like that, than most people. He plays on the vulnerable and he plays on the weak, and I don't like it.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what I told my last caller, Poe Bill, is that I think Trump is, like I said, even this even applies to me on a lot of things. I mean, old dog, new tricks. After a period of time in your life, you kind of get used to doing something one way for so long. It's hard to change. With Trump, the bullying and the stuff you're talking about, the tactics he's using as president, they worked well for him in corporate America. Yeah, he had bankruptcies and shit, but he was making money and continuing to progress on. And it's worked well for him. So he's bringing those same tactics to Washington because they work so well in corporate America. Yeah.
I've always been taught that it's a poor win that never changes.
If it's working,
it's a poor win that never changes. You don't never get better in life. You're poor. It's ridiculous. Everybody should have some kind of growth. I don't care how much it profits you with that money. That money ain't finna comfort you. You know how many people unalive themselves that got plenty of money.
What else do he need to make you happy, Jakeisha? I mean, he can't give a speech without 10 people in the Oval Office telling him how great he is. I mean, he got all the comfort in the world.
And when you got to constantly feed into a person's ego, you know they miserable.
You weren't about to say they ain't shit, were you?
If that's where you get your joy from and your self-worth is from people saying it, you're miserable.
But that's always been Trump. My guess is
he's always been miserable.
It ain't my place to decide that. Look, if Trump,
it's mine. I said what I said. I'm not gonna change.
If Trump, who's hung around Hugh Hefner and hung around supermodels and hung around the wealthy and elite his whole life,
look where that got you.
Shit, he's 80 years old, so he's lived. Hold on. Hear me out.
And you're in the Epstein file.
Hear me out. He's richer than even the 1%. He's lived a longer life than the average lifespan of a human being. He's got generational wealth that probably even goes beyond his great grandkids. I mean, like, shit, if that's what being unhappy and miserable is all about, shit, give me some of that.
Go ahead and take it, Tim. It ain't gonna profit you nothing in the end, sir. What does it profit a man to gain the whole world and lose his soul?
But you are Confucius? Look, if I die...
That's in the Bible, sweetie.
Okay, if I die poet 69, I mean, I'd rather be him.
Well, go on and be him.
I don't know. I think you're overestimating Trump's misery. I'm not saying
listen, you think that because he got money and stuff that he's all joyful. Tim, you can look at Trump and tell he ain't happy.
Well, I see in the comments, Clinton said he's raw dogging Melania. Give me some of
that. He ain't raw dogging that, baby. He ain't touching her.
You don't think so?
That lady don't even sleep in the same room. We found that out when they raided Mar-a-Lago, and he said they went in Melania's room and went through her drawers. That woman don't even sleep in the same room with that man.
I don't disagree with that. I don't believe they're like really intimate, but I do believe that he got so much control in that relationship that if he brought a hoe or something home, she wouldn't say nothing about it. I mean, if he tells her tonight, you and I gonna do it tonight, and then you can go back on off to Italy or whatever the hell you want to do and enjoy it, she would do it. I think he got that much control.
The reason she wouldn't care about him bringing nobody is the same reason Stormy Daniels didn't go back for seconds. She ain't satisfied. He got to sit down to pee and wear a Band-Aid for underwear. That little nub ain't even reaching that lady clitoris. Now listen to you. That lady horny as a dog. That's why her face so stiff, because she's stiff. That woman need a man to touch her up. That lady is horny.
Oh my God.
That lady need a back. That lady need a back beat out.
Melania, oh poor Melania.
That's why she walks so straight up. That lady need a release. That lady so built up, Tim. If a real man touch her, she probably explode.
Takesha, oh, I miss talking to you. I tell you, I swear I miss talking to you.
Tim,
oh my God.
Tim. That lady need to be rolled like Six Flags over Georgia. That woman in the need, man.
Yeah. Shit. Okay. All right. Hang on. Let me. Tito, give me some tissue. Anyway.
Yeah. That lady need to be touched. Yeah.
You pissing out. You pissing out. Corey says Collar is a moron. You pissing off somebody.
I don't care. He must want to hunt Trump.
Wow. You think Melania doing without that much? Really?
That lady over, listen. That you think Trump had messed up. Hers messed up from all she got to do to get herself right before she go to sleep.
Oh my God. Well, look, he is almost 80. What is Melania? She probably close to my age. How old is Melania?
He went after she got buried, she said no more. No more. I just needed this child, but no more.
Alexa, how old is Melania Trump?
Melania Trump is 55 years old.
Yeah, so she still could get hit. Yeah,
That's why he was cheating, because she wasn't giving nothing up. You hear me? That's why he went to the porn stars and all that. Because she said after that, baby, that's it. No more for you.
I think if Trump, I don't think you're being intimate. I think you're close to the truth on that. But I think if Trump called her and said, I need something tonight, she would just do it. I mean, I think this.
You know what she gonna do? Bust out laughing and say, get off my damn phone.
I think he got her in. I think Trump runs whatever he's in control of. You think she telling him no?
Tim, that woman ain't finna give Donald Trump a sniff.
Oh my God. I actually believe that Trump has always been totally in control of his world. And yeah, I think that she is a trophy wife. She knows her job. And if your job requires occasional intimacy, you got to show up to work.
Tim, that lady used to snatch her hand away from Donald Trump, roll her eyes when he turned his head. That woman ain't stand Donald Trump. You hear me? He know better than to call her phone and say anything about coming to his room.
I agree. Tomorrow in the comments says they have a business agreement. I think it's like that, Takesha. Look,
and guess what she put in there? Don't touch me.
Then why make an agreement with her?
Cause she a good face for him. She look good on his arm, Tim.
I can find a good face that put out and is younger than 55. You're going to give me some every fucking now and then.
I said before Barron, she probably was doing the best she could because she was trying to get that baby. Once she got pregnant, she said, no more.
You gotta get
no more, Donald. No more, Donald. Don't touch me ever again. Put my bags down the hall, guys.
Oh my God.
They weren't sleeping in the same room, my boy.
I don't like I said, you got me with they're not enemy very much. But I think if that man say tonight, look, it's been a month, it's been 2 months, it's been 3 months. I need you on your knees with your hair in the ponytail tonight. I think she's doing it.
And guess what she gonna say? Again, Donald, stop playing with me. Get off my phone.
You are fucking crazy.
I have no more clothespins to hold you up to try to get the heart. I don't have time to play with you tonight. No.
You're crazy. Look, you got generational wealth coming from me. God damn it, I could deport your ass. You about to do this. Yeah, I
Let me
mean,
tell you
look,
something.
I don't. You know how much trouble I got in with the grabbing by the you know what tape. You mean I got a wife at home? I got a wife at home now that won't touch me, and I'm on video saying I grabbed. You got to live up to this.
Tim, Donald Trump can put that in that Vienna can and sit it in the freezer, and it still ain't getting up. That woman is not finna waste her time putting on her house shoes, going down the hall to play with Donald Trump.
I don't care how small it is. You gonna smoke this like a joint thing. Remember the joint you
It ain't getting
you
up.
used to have to smoke
It
with
ain't
the
getting up,
stick.
Tim.
You can.
Listen.
You got to do
When
it.
your wife clitoris is bigger than you, stop it.
He ain't that
That man
fucking
ain't got time to be
small.
confused.
He
That
ain't
man
that
sit down
small.
That man
Oh,
sit
my.
down to pee.
Oh my God! You're really putting this guy down. Jesus,
He sit down.
they don't make men that are that small. That's too
Let me
small.
tell you something. It look like a pig's tail, they said. Then you hear what Stormy Daniels said.
Yeah, but Stormy Daniels had a beef with him. I get it. You know, this is like the whole 2-pump chump comment. I don't think there's nobody gonna be done in 2 pumps. There's nobody that's 2 inches. That stuff is not real. That's a myth.
He the one hump chump. He the one hump chump.
There's no such
Let
thing.
him hump you one time, that's it.
There's no such thing.
You don't go back for seconds.
Oh my.
He the one and done.
Oh my.
I'm trying to tell you, Tim.
You pissing.
Yeah.
You're pissing off my comments. I got folks that are saying you on welfare and everything. They don't like you. TDS says Clint. They don't like you. You're pissing off my callers.
You think how long I've been coming to your show?
A couple of days now. At least a couple of days.
No, I said how many times I've been coming to your show a long time.
Yeah.
How many times have I cared about who don't like me?
Not even once or twice.
Okay, thank you. So I don't care. You think I care about some people I don't know not liking me? I don't know these folks, and they don't know me. How is that gonna be conducive to my life? When I go to the store, are they gonna have me paying for my groceries?
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Okay.
But I think you're underestimating Trump's manhood. I think that's insane. I'll go ahead and move it on, but you are a riot if I've ever seen one. You should have been hanging. You so much of a riot. You should either be with Black Lives Matter or you should have stormed the Capitol building. You are that much of a riot. You know that?
You know what, you a fool, Tim. I just want to say that I really be enjoying your show for real. Even though sometimes you do be like a pillow on the couch and fluff. But you gonna get better.
I'll take you into 2026 with me, okay? Appreciate you
I'm
coming.
coming
through.
along. I'm coming.
All right. That's the worst I've always dreamed of hearing you say. I got to move it on.
You don't want this, Tim. I promise you. Your hair be shining like new money. When I get through with you, baby, the show will be called A Handsome Kiki. You'll be the forget your name.
Lord.
Oh,
Lord.
You'll be the forget your name and start using mine. Bye, Tim.
Holla. Good talk. Great. All right, moving on with the program. She got my cheeks hurt. Tap the screen. I am hurting. I've got permanent creases in my damn life. Tim, tell Keisha, great job. I like her. Hang strong because behind every great man, you need her. All right, handsome, evil finger. That is a hell of a change of name, by the way. Independent news is way better. How do you know the news is really independent, though? Nick Shirley, the one who done the expose on the fraud in Minnesota, he claims to be an independent. That dude is not a fucking independent. Nick Shirley, is that his name? Am I saying that right? I think it's Nick Shirley. Yeah, he claims to be independent. That dude ain't independent. I don't see where we're at. I think his name is Nick Shirley. Anyway, yeah, he's claiming to be independent. So, I don't know. You say independent news. How do you know what's independent? I mean, Fox News claimed to be fair and balanced for years. They weren't fair and balanced. Anyway, moving on with the program. She got me cracking up still. Independent journalist, like he does everything independent, there's a difference. No, because you're not going to hear Nick Shirley do an expose on crooked Republicans. He's not independent. That's what I'm talking about. Look at his followers. They all lean to the right. I mean, that should tell you something. You're not going to, I mean, Trump is pardoning all kinds of white collar fraudsters that have stole millions, if not billions of dollars. Nick Shirley ain't going to go talk to none of them folks. He ain't going to go do no expose on them folks. He's not independent. His stories are going to be stories that are going to be championed by the right. He's not going to do any story that's going to hold a Republican accountable. That's not independent. Looking in the comments, that's not what independent means. Yeah, independent means that you're in the middle. He's not in the middle. There's not a bunch of liberals like, yay, this is a great guy. You are exactly where you put yourself. The helping hand you are looking for is at the end of your arm. That is a self-reliance paragraph if I've ever heard one. It's a YouTube channel, dude. Anyone can do it. You could do it. It has nothing to do with a political belief. It's an independent. It's just him. I disagree with you. You can be okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, maybe not. What you're talking about is an independent as opposed to working for a corporation. Is that what I'm talking about politics. He is claimed to be an independent politically. He is politically listed as an independent. I get what you're trying to say. He does his own work, so he is an independent from that standpoint. No, I'm talking politics. He politically claims to be independent. That's what I'm saying. So maybe the way we were interpreting each other was wrong. Yeah, he's an independent journalist. Yeah, I agree with that. He don't work for any major corporation just yet. He's not a Fox News contributor or something like that. Yeah, he's independent on that level, but politically, he's not independent. He claims to politically be independent. He's a grifting podcaster, says Miss Mo Better. Well, listen, he put out a 45-minute video on that shit in Minnesota. Last I checked, it had 2.1 million views. That is a lot of money he made off of that one video. In fact, when I looked through his channel, and I'm nowhere near that. I don't even do too many long form. My videos don't come close to no shit like that. One 45-minute video that has 2.1 million views, that's going to be thousands of dollars for that one video. And the numbers continue climbing because it's now reached the upper echelons of the Republican Party. I mean, Trump has mentioned it. I mean, I'm assuming Elon is behind. It's all over X. I think X has got 100 million views on X. Now, I don't know on how X does its I'm not monetized on X, even though we do lives on X as well. I'm on that platform, but I'm not monetized on there. But 100, if you got 100 million views on YouTube, shit, that's going to be an annual salary for a lot of people. I mean, that's a lot of money, like a good annual salary. What is his name? Club Shay Shay, the football player. He did a video with Cat Williams, and it reached up in that echelon, and he stated he made more money from that video than his football career. I mean, but the video is like 3 hours long, so that matters too, how long you got people watching. But Nick Shirley's video is like 45 minutes. That ain't no short video. To get that many people to tune in for that long, yeah, he's making really good money off of that. Looking in the comments here, Margaret, she says, Shay Shay, was he canceled or did he survive? He was canceled by ESPN, but just like with Nick Shirley, he's an independent podcaster, like what is his name, Stephen A. Smith. He's now on Talking Politics on the internet. That's independent. That's his shit. He could be canceled by ESPN if he done something wrong. Talking about Stephen A. Smith. But even if he got canceled by ESPN, what he's doing online would still be his. That's what's happening with Club Shay Shay. So he's still an independent. Yeah, it's because of a girl, Robert Bankston. I think it was rapper Jay-Z that once said pussy is an N-word's biggest downfall. But no, it's men, period. Because Edwards, what was the guy, Senator Edwards that ran for president? Women take dudes down. Some of the most powerful men, at the end of the day, what takes them down is fucking with the wrong woman or fucking over the wrong woman. So, yeah, somebody else just recently got taken down by a woman. Who else the fuck was that? I know you got the Diggs, the football player that plays for the Patriots. Right now, he's been accused of choking his chef. Women, these dudes fuck up, get with the wrong woman, and it's over. Everybody can't beat Trump. Trump could probably bury one and be all right, but everybody else has to pay a price. Anyway, looking in the comments here, it was about holding people who shouldn't even be here accountable. That's not true. I think it says behind the something. The people in Minnesota are not people who shouldn't be here. They were born in America. I get that MAGA do not view folks of Somali descent as equal Americans. Don't care what generation they're on. But fact is, once you're born in America, you are a U.S. citizen. That's as simple as that. Trump even sent ICE to Minnesota to fuck with those people. And they really didn't get any decent results net-wise at all, because it wasn't a lot of people in the country of Somali descent that were here illegally. Them people are all naturalized, green cards, and actual citizens. You didn't hear them bragging about how many, they were terrorizing the fuck out of their neighborhood, stopping them at random, profiling them, going in their shops and places of business, but they didn't haul many of them off. They are Americans. You just don't like them. Like in the comments, you say zero. One of the viewers says zero assimilation. There's no law that requires you assimilate with American culture. You're not we didn't assimilate with the Native Americans. They let us here. They let us in this country. When I say us, I mean the settlers. They let us come here, and it was a friendly exchange in the beginning. We didn't assimilate with them at all. So I don't know, all of a sudden everybody else got to come here and assimilate. That ain't how it works. You don't have to assimilate. You have to follow the laws, but you don't have to speak English or any damn thing. If you come here and you only speak Arabic and you're able to make a decent living, open up businesses and survive without learning to speak English, there's no law requiring you have to speak that. You can live your whole existence speaking Arabic. As long as you don't break any U.S. laws, you're fine like that. Gen X, good evening.
What up, Tim?
They're just hanging around like Jesse Jackson at a Klan meeting. What's going on with you?
Man, look. I'm trying to be fucking
It's the end of the,
cordial, but
it's the end of the year. It's the end of the year. No censorship. Give me what you got.
no, I'm gonna be cordial. Like I don't want to be, but I'm gonna be.
Okay. And I see in the comments, Luigi says this guy is worse than MAGA. Damn. Okay. Are you worse than MAGA? You are
Hey,
MAGA.
Luigi, I am MAGA. Suck a dick, faggot.
I thought you were trying to be cordial. You just lost it.
Okay, all right. My bad.
Okay. All right. What brings you on? What am I getting wrong? You've been waiting. What am I getting wrong?
No, what are you getting right? That's my question.
Oh my! I'm getting everything right as usual.
Such as
We talked. Well, this is the end of the year, so such as the notion that President Trump is choosing as an option to kill first, as opposed to any other option when it comes to those drug bulls. He is literally choosing lethality first. Usually, they didn't like your comment apparently, but usually you only kill as a last resort. Trump is using it as a first resort.
as he should.
In there is no scenario ever where you kill as an option. If you have other options that involve letting life exist, give me an example where you kill first.
Okay, I will. Dude, I'm getting violation after violation, so I'm probably going to get kicked.
They didn't like your F word.
Let's say you're living your best life,
Okay.
and you've got drug dealers that are poisoning your children. Your children aren't fucking quite yet doing the shit that they don't need to do, but eventually they start looking into this shit. What do you do?
If you can show me where the drug dealer is pinning my child down and forcing a needle in his arm, then I'm going to choose lethality. I get it. That ain't what they're doing in this case, though. We're sitting on the shores waiting for these boats to arrive.
Bullshit. That is fucking.
You think? Wait. You believe that these you believe these Venezuelans that are coming to the country allegedly with these? You believe they're forcing people to take this stuff?
Yeah, they're pushing people to take the shit. They're bringing it here.
Pushing them how? How do you push somebody? What are you talking about?
Tim, let me go on to my last scenario. If you knew that somebody was introducing drugs to your children, your daughters. Now we have something very in common. I have daughters too.
Mhm.
Okay, if it were my sons, there's kind of a little different.
How?
Boy, I will
How?
beat
What are you
your
show?
ass, boy.
How is it different with your son? What are you talking about?
It's 100% different.
How?
100% different.
Dudes can become fiends. How is it different? I don't get it.
So let me ask you this, Tim. You don't protect your daughters a little more than you protect your sons?
From violence, but bad decision. Bad
Yes or no question.
No, because
Yes or no?
it depends on what I'm protecting them from. Bad decisions, no, it's gonna be the same. Violence is something different.
Tim, let me ask you this again. Do you protect your daughters more than you protect your sons? I have daughters and I have a son. My daughters, I will fucking protect them a lot more than I will my. Now, I protect my son too, but I protect my little girls 100% more than I do my kid.
So if a drug dealer convinces your son to use drugs versus convincing your daughter to use drugs, you will treat those scenarios differently.
You're not answering my question.
I am answering your question. I said in a case of violence, yes, the daughter's going to get treated. I'm going to protect the daughter more. But in regards to making bad decisions, I'm going to treat them equally. Bad decision means doing hard drugs.
So you admit you will protect your daughters more
From violence.
from anything.
No, not from anything.
I don't believe that. I do not believe that.
I can only tell you what I'm telling you.
Tim, you are a father.
Yeah.
I see it in your face. If somebody's going to hurt your little girl, Ninja, you're going to fucking do anything.
Why I gotta be a ninja?
To protect her.
Why I gotta be a ninja? Okay, so I'm going to ask you my question. I answered your question, so I'm going to ask you my question. You're telling me you would treat the drug dealer differently if he convinced your daughter to get hooked on drugs than your son. You would treat him differently.
100%.
I won't. Look, I'm not. A girl can make bad decisions just like a dude can. I'm not going to.
Yes, they can. 100% they can. But I'm going to protect my little girl. My son needs to be a man. I teach my son to be a man. A man. My daughter is my princess.
My audience is going crazy because you use the term ninja. They don't like that at all. You call me a ninja. They not liking that, man.
People, this is one of my best friends. Tim is a good friend of mine that I will kill or die for. I love this motherfucking.
What? What are you?
love
What?
this man.
How do you talk in your personal life? You got me concerned.
Bro, I'm Archie Bunker, remember?
Yes, you genuine Archie Bunker. You are genuine. You can't even stop it. It's so bad. You are genuine Archie Bunker. I really believe that. You can't even stop it.
Let me say this. The shit that I say, I don't mean to be offensive. It's just how I talk.
Okay.
And let me explain this to you. I consider you a friend, dude. And
Just your friendly neighborhood ninja, huh?
a friendly neighborhood motherfucking. I'm not gonna do it.
God, I'm getting banged for even talking to you. These motherfuckers going crazy in the comments. Anyway, we gonna make this work though, because these motherfuckers don't even want me talking to you with this. But so you treat a girl with kid gloves as opposed to a guy.
Any father would. Any father, and you can't tell me you don't.
I don't think you're doing your girl a favor by doing that.
That's not the question. Tell me you don't. Tell me you do not teach your little girls. You do not treat your little girls with more silk gloves than your son.
Well, the thing is, I don't have any little sons. If my daughter's younger, but I don't have a comparison. I mean, when my son was
You have
younger.
all girls?
No, I have a son, but The age difference is too far apart. So if they were together,
girls you got?
huh?
How many girls you got?
2.
And how far apart are they in age?
Well, one of them's grown and one of them's almost grown, but one of them's been grown for some years. So he's probably talking 8 years or more. 8 by 8 years, 8 years.
Okay, I've got 2 little girls. Juliet's 24 and Gabriella's 21.
Are they half ninja?
Are they what?
Martial artists. Are they half part ninja? Are they like half ninja? They martial arts, they like to play karate. Are they half ninja?
No, they're no.
Okay.
No, they're not. They're normal kids, and I fucking love the both of them.
What, are ninjas abnormal?
No, ninjas are awesome, dude. My son's a ninja. This little motherfucker does shit that I don't fucking agree with, but Joey's a fucking lunatic.
Okay, fair enough. Well, you out in the middle of Montana. Ain't a lot of ninjas in the mountains out there.
There's ninjas out here, and guess what? They're fucking awesome ninjas, and I fucking love them. Each and every one of them.
I don't want anybody taking clips of this conversation off of YouTube and playing this. This conversation, look, I need to hold up the wand. This conversation never happened. Look at the wand. This conversation absolutely never happened. I know I'm going to hear this from everybody from Gangsta Grandma going forward. This conversation never fucking happened.
How the hell you gonna sit there and let this nigga flop? How the hell you gonna let this man go this and that when you not gonna do this? You motherfucker, I'm here.
Oh,
I'm always here.
yeah, I don't think she's up this time of night watching it, but she gonna probably get the end of it from somewhere.
Passed out. She got way too much fucking Mad Dog 2020 in her.
They telling me in the comments that you fucked up right now. They telling me that on you, but I don't know. But anyhow, so at the end of the day, you favor executing people as a first option.
Explain.
Why not shoot out the engine of these boats, take hold of the cargo and the folks on board? You can give them due process. You can lock them up forever, whatever the case may be. They don't actually need to die, is the case I'm making.
I actually agree with you in part. I think that there should be a lot more transparency. Yeah, some shit needs to be fucking done. But I think there should be some shit that's fucking done that they can show us transparency and that there are some drugs.
Yeah. All right, fair enough. I got to move it on but I just want to tell you, I think Trump is committing war crimes. I don't think history is going to be kind to him. I think he'll get away with it. I don't feel confident about the U.S. Navy and those who are pushing the button and firing this shit. I'm not sure they are going to get away with it. But I think your boy is committing war crimes, and heads are going to roll eventually for what he's doing. I think that ninja admiral that retired and stepped down with only 3 stars because it appears that he didn't like what Trump was doing. I think you'll see him testifying before Congress soon, and he's going to say stuff that Trump is not going to like. Trump will probably be calling him anything but a patriot, but I definitely believe that Black Admiral is going to come up and eventually testify and point fingers at people. But I think what Trump is doing is a war crime, man.
At this point, I don't think what he's doing is a war crime. I don't believe that. But I think if he keeps elevating this and not showing at some point some sort of evidence that there's drug boats that he's actually taken out, yeah, I'd kind of lean on your side.
How can he show evidence with all of it blowing up and at the bottom of the ocean at this point? I mean, even if he was to show you some people loading the boat up on shore and saying that, see, you can see them putting drugs in this boat, there's no way to even be sure that that's the boat you see in the video getting blown up. I mean, I think they're past the point of being able to prove anything.
Bro, have you ever seen a kilo pack? I have. I used to buy many when I was a retard.
You were a kilo able to buy packs to buy keys. You was a pretty profitable retard.
Yes, I was a pretty profitable retard.
Okay.
I'm way away from that now. But I'll tell you what, they're wrapped in fucking duct tape. And yeah, there's a point where they can open up something and show us that, yeah, it was dope.
Yeah, but the problem is if everything is blown to smithereens, how can you prove it in hindsight? I mean, because the video footage, first of all, is through FLIR and infrared and shit. So even if they show you, like, here's some footage 3 hours before we blew this boat up here. Here's the footage of 3 guys loading it. You can see there's packages. There's no way to prove that the footage they're showing you is the same boat that they later blew up, because when you see these boats getting blown up, there's not a lot of detail you can make out. You can make out the size of the boat. It's got 3 or 4 engines on board. That's usually about it. So I don't think they can prove, even in the future, that what they were doing was actually taking out drug vessels. You just gonna have to trust them on this shit.
And hence my point. That's where I think they need to fucking show us and be a little bit more transparent with what they're doing.
And if
I
they
agree
don't,
with what they're doing now.
and if
I
they
agree with what they're doing 100%. Do it fucking, but at some point they've got to show us why they did what they did.
and you agree with what they're doing if what they're saying is true. But if they never provide proof, then you tend to agree with me that it looks like it may be a war crime.
100%.
That's a lot more logical than the ninja stuff. All right, I gotta move it on. Happy New Year's to you, man. 2026 will certainly pick it up on the other side. Thank you for coming through.
Tim, you are the fucking booger with the sugar. You have a great fucking weekend. Happy fucking New Year. My ninja.
You need to fucking drop some rewards for some of that goddamn shit you sent. I gotta go. I want to see some galaxies, goddamn it. I'll talk to you later. And real quick in the comments, listen, I know a lot of folks, particularly my African American viewers, are, you need to drop them. How could you let them? Look, how the hell does it look if I drop him for those comments and I let Gangsta Grandma say all the shit she's saying about white people? I mean, look, when I say zero censorship, damn it, I mean it. I mean, he ain't as bad as what you may feel what he is saying. Gangsta Grandma says the same shit in reverse, and hers is probably more graphic and worse. So if you favor free speech, but you only want the speech to be one way, then you don't favor free speech. But Gangsta Grandma says some pretty bad shit in the other direction. And you guys love her. So I don't think you guys are favoring free speech. You're trying to favor certain types of speech. When I started out by saying that we are all about free speech, look, to me, him to some degree, what he said was significantly more censored because he used terms like ninja. So Gangsta Grandma is pretty graphic. She's pretty open and pretty graphic about what she says. And you guys are okay with that. I don't see anybody telling me to drop her, so I just want to be fair about it. Anyway, looking in the comments, she always gets dropped. Why he does? Well, Gangsta Grandma ain't never been dropped by me. I've never dropped. Gangsta Grandma gets dropped by the app. He was close. Did you not hear him saying, I'm getting censored? I was getting notifications, and so was he. When you say something wild on the platform of TikTok, it sends me a notification telling me this person is, sometimes they'll tell me, we've limited your visibility for the next 10 minutes. So that means you'll see, like right now, it's 100 and some watching. That number can drop, but I still let the people speak. There are plenty of folks on TikTok. You see them hosting forums like me. They got 10 times as many viewers, 10 times as many people watching it as I do. Does it mean that their shows are much better than mine? No. It's because they have censorship. They're using terms like unalived and P3O. I actually say the fucking words. I probably, if I wanted a bigger audience, should do a little bit more censorship. But if somebody's a pedo, I say pedo. I don't say P3O. You don't ever hear me using phrases like unalive. You got murdered, killed, dead. I say the words. So it does cost me on TikTok some of my audience because the AI on TikTok is heavy on censorship. You watch some folks' programs, and they got 1,000 folks watch. I used to have those numbers. I've had numbers in the 2,000 range, but I don't censor. And it does cause them to lower my numbers. So it is what it is. There's nothing I can do about that, but other than censor the program. That's why I love your show and everyone that participates in it on both sides. Thank you, Bama Landscape. Appreciate that. Now, YouTube fortunately has not gotten as bad in terms of censorship as TikTok, but TikTok is really bad. Like with my last guest, you're asking why he didn't get canceled like Gangsta Grandma. He referred to one of the viewers that said something critical about him as the F word, Faggot. Immediately on my side, a censorship flag popped up. And within a couple minutes, you heard him saying that he was getting it. He was being censored. And if he had kept going down that road, they were going to throw him off the program just like Gangsta Grandma. Keep in mind, Gangsta Grandma says a whole lot of shit per minute that is way beyond what my last caller said. That's why she gets thrown off the program by the censors, never by me. Never by me. I've never thrown Gangsta Grandma off the program, never limited her speech or any of that. She gets the same amount of time as everybody else, often more. Free speech, that's how we do it. You're not going to hear, listen, if you favor free speech, real free speech, it's going to be a lot of shows you're going to hear shit you disagree with. I don't care if you're on the left, you're on the right, you're in the middle. True free speech is going to have shit you disagree with. If you prefer a live stream or a platform that is everybody's wearing a red hat and talking about how great Trump is, or everybody hates Trump and is talking about we want Biden or Obama back, this ain't the place. You're going to hear positive and negative shit about every damn body here. This ain't the place for that. Anyway, looking in the comments, I am so bad I can't go live anywhere. What are you saying, Robert Bankston? But Gangsta Grandma gets reported and put it in TikTok jail. He would have, Kilbrew. My last caller would have gotten reported and put in TikTok jail. Think about what he said. Ninja is not a banned word. Ninja is just like unalived P3DO. He was censoring himself. If he had been constantly saying the actual N-word, he would have got thrown in TikTok jail. And in fact, the whole line would have probably went down. Gangsta Grandma ain't censoring herself like that. That's why she's getting thrown in jail. She's saying the actual words and shit like that. He was actually censoring himself. You just happen to know what he means, but he was censoring himself. Tim, you are officially a Hodge twin. Jeez. I gotta laugh a little bit more to be the Hodge twins. They laugh at every damn thing. It ain't even something that ain't even funny. They're real hard to watch. I can watch a little bit of Candace every now and then, or Larry Elder. I can watch a little bit of the African-American Republican section on podcasts and things like that. But the Hodge twins that shit is hard to watch. I can't watch that. It's just fucking goofy. So no, I ain't officially a Hodge twin. You can give me Officer Tatum before you give me a Hodge twin, and I don't even favor Officer Tatum. How can I call in? I had to happen. Handsome Liberal on Instagram, Handsome Liberal on TikTok. We're on Facebook, but the platform ain't set up like that for now. Yes, release the files and unredacted so we can see so that we can see their redacted picture of Trump and Maxwell on Steve Bannon's phone. You're not going to get any of that under Trump. Trump is adamant. Trump has been fighting since day one against Epstein transparency. Since day one, he's been fighting against that. Trump has been fighting against Epstein transparency so much that MAGA, often defending Trump no matter what side of the aisle he goes to or what side of the issue he goes on, MAGA has started pushing back and saying, well, he never promised to do that. Bullshit. Bongino, Kash Patel, all of them were promising to do that. But you now have MAGA realizing that you can't win on Trump with transparency on Epstein. Well, he didn't really promise to do that. He did say it would be hard. He actually said he was only going to release the JFK and MLK files. Everybody believed amongst MAGA that if you got Trump in office, he was going to be way more transparent on the Epstein files than Biden, than anybody. Everybody believed that. Then he got in there, went the complete opposite of that, But because you like the guy, you got to come up with some kind of way of defending what he's actually doing, which we know damn well this time last year, whereas Trump still had about 3 weeks before being sworn in, you would have never found anybody that voted for Trump that would have admitted a year from now, you still are going to be trying to get shit on Epstein. Nobody, they would have said the Democrats are fear mongering and making shit up. Ghislaine Maxwell is going to be in minimum security with no explanation. No way in hell anybody on the MAGA side of the aisle would have believed that. And here we are. Here we are. Trump, look, I don't know what he's doing on Epstein, but it don't look good. Protect our children from MAGA. Damn. Like I said, I don't know what he's doing, but I'll just tell you this. He clearly don't give a fuck about the victims. He cares about elite male members of our society that are in those files that I guess he believes some innocent people, innocent grown-ass men might be damaged if we release the files. It's either that or he cares about protecting himself, one or the other. But he obviously don't give a damn about the girls that were victimized. I don't think I've seen anything from Trump that indicates he cares about those girls. Has he even met with any of them, any of that shit? Marjorie Taylor Greene wouldn't have met with him. Has he met with them? Did he promise him anything? Did he say anything positive to him at all? I don't think he gives a shit about those victims. Nothing. I can't think of anything he's did to assure them that I'm working on it. We tried. Has he even talked to those girls? Nothing. That's just an excuse to keep his secrets from coming out. That's what, to me, I would have to say that's what it looks like. I think that MAGA would be all over this if it was another politician acting in the same manner as Trump. There's no way to say if Trump is guilty or not, but the circumstantial evidence looks terrible. I don't see anything that would make you suggest that he's innocent. I just see there's not enough to say he's guilty. But look, if I'm a betting man, you put $1 million on the table and say you can only get this if you guess the right answer, guilty or innocent. No way in hell I'm gonna guess innocent. So, but like I said, you can't prove it. But if I had to guess, I'm gonna guess everything he's doing looks like the actions of a guilty man. Looking in the comments here, he probably mocked the victims behind closed doors. That's quite possible. I haven't seen him say anything to those victims positive about them, ensuring that he's going to help them out. He's going to get to the bottom of it. Nothing at all. So it don't look good. I'll just leave it like that. King Finn, good evening. Welcome to the program. Not so much Trump secrets, but other high-ranking people for sure. But what about the victims?
Y'all want a king, elect me. You
Good
know
evening,
you
sir.
fluffing, right?
There is no fluffing tonight.
You definitely fluffing.
Tell me how.
Sis been waiting this whole. Mo Better says she been waiting this whole show to get up and talk to you, and you ain't brought her up yet.
God damn it! I bring y'all up together. Then, God damn it. There we go.
If you want to, I'm not worried about it. Cause I don't know if you want the smoke Mo Better finna give you. Bring her on up.
What did I do to deserve any smoke?
Bring Mo Better up.
I
ain't even gonna say
I tried to bring her up. I think she just dropped it. I tried to bring her up. I don't see her in the comments no more. I tried to bring her up. Miss Mo Better, are you there?
The whole show will come up here.
I don't see her in there. Yeah, she must have tuned out. I don't think she in there. I tried to bring her up
because you fluffing hard.
How?
You know your boy, the Proud Boy, just said the N-word like 3 times.
He said ninja. He said ninja.
Nah, he said N-I-G-G-A. He said it twice before he imitated Gangsta Grandma and said it once while imitating Gangsta Grandma. But again, I don't not expect that from a fucking Proud Boy. Right? I already know what type of ignorance he owns. But that's cool. You want to keep platforming? It's your show, bro.
I'm going to say to you exactly what I said before you came on here. How do we get rid of him and keep Gangsta Grandma? I mean, what she is doing is the exact same thing.
Tim,
I'm asking a question.
When you came over the Chunky Show, just like when you came over the Chunky Show, we went over it because we had people who came up and started saying ignorant shit to us about the difference in between
the 450 years basically of black oppression to the systematic racism, or excuse me,
So wait. So what are you saying? Because whites have not went through the systemic oppression that we've went through, or what we continue to go through. You're saying that it's okay to be racist to whites?
I'm gonna tell you, I'm not. There's no way or way for me to be racist against a white person.
It's okay to be bigoted. Whatever term you want to use, prejudice, whatever you want to use in it. Are you saying it's okay to do that?
Whatever you want to call it, I'm gonna tell you the truth. I don't really give a shit what he say, because if I actually met him, I probably
but you're not answering. Yeah, but you're not answering the question, King. Are you saying because they didn't go through what we went through, it's okay to use all sorts of slurs and stuff against white people? Is that what you're saying?
If a white person, because I don't go out and naturally call somebody a cracker. I don't do that, right? But what I do is listen to the words that they say, right? So I'm not telling you that it's all right to go out and walk right in front of a white dude and say, "You fucking cracker."
Is it okay to do what Gangsta Grandma does?
Gangster Grandma's gonna have to pay for what she did, whether it's good or bad.
But I'm asking you a lot of yes or no questions though. Is it okay for a black person to do what she's doing?
In my opinion, if that's how you feel, yeah.
But it's not okay to do what Gen X did.
See, for the fact that he's doing it in a comical manner on a black man's show, making fun of it, no, it's not. Not to me. But that's how I feel.
All right, fair. I mean, I get this how you feel, but I've from day one I've made it clear this is a free speech show. I'm not going to pick sides based on skin color, where the blacks can say insulting things about whites, but the whites can't say. I would rather nobody do it. But if I got my number one guest that says the most insulting things is a black woman and she aims it at white people, and then he comes on here and says ninja, and suddenly he's got to get disqualified. Look, I get some people view that as fluffing or whatever the case you want to say about it, but to me, if we're gonna address slurs and stuff like that, then I would have to completely silence her because she does it way more.
This is what I'll say. If you're going to silence her and let him speak, or either way around, then tell them to stop reporting Gangsta Grandma and getting her knocked off.
I can't. I don't know who's doing it. I can't. What am I?
Now, come on, Tim. Now you fluffing again.
No,
you know who doing
no.
it.
I'm well. Yes, I do. I do believe that she got MAGA reporting her.
Like, I can give you some names if you like.
Well, I'm going to make it clear to you that when he said the F word 2 minutes into the show or even less, he was on the course of getting censored. The apps are not going to censor you for the term ninja. If you say the actual word, he would have got censored too. Gangsta Grandma says a lot of actual words. She don't censor herself. Yeah, he was censoring himself.
Here's the other thing about Gangsta Grandma. Gangsta Grandma ain't up here saying, you know, N-I-G-G-A, N-I-G-G-A, N-I-G-G-A. She uses ninja as well. Now, as far as her lingo when she's talking about you sucking on uncooked protein, now that's something different. I can't atone for that because, you know, as a man, I would hate to hear her say, I would hate to hear another man telling me I'm sucking on uncooked protein, pause, right? So again, that's, you know, in her lingo on how she speaks. But again, I'm gonna say, if you have that adamant of a feeling towards Gangsta Grandma, you have to have the same.
No, that's the thing. I don't have. Listen, I believe in free speech. I got thick skin. I don't look. Ain't nothing people are gonna say on this program is gonna hurt me personally. I get you guys don't like to hear certain words. You don't want to hear black men getting called colored and shit like that. But I started the show with the promise that this is a free speech show, and Gangsta Grandma has taken that to the utmost level. But for some, and you guys love her, but then when he comes on and says ninja, he's crossing lines.
I love her because she gives you a lot of shit because you do be fluffing. You fluff like a motherfucker. I'm not even gonna front with you. Fluffing your ass off.
There is no fluffing on this show.
She gives you shit. That's what she's supposed to do. She's your one detractor.
Well, I'm just gonna say it like this. There is no way to be fair and do what you're suggesting and what you and many other guests are suggesting. What you guys are suggesting is patently unfair, and I mean, I hate to say this because this is really gonna sound like fluffing, but what you're doing is unfair to white people. It really is. Oh my God. I mean, it really is. You're making me defend white people.
You're defending them. I've never made you defend a white person. You're defending them,
Yeah.
right?
I'm just telling you.
Because I can tell you now, what you're not gonna do is be able to walk your black ass into 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue and become a president with 34 felonies.
True. I agree with that.
What you can do is get the hell beat out of you on the same street, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, for being black, right?
Well, according to Trump, it's really safe in front of Pennsylvania Avenue right now. According to Trump, crime is down so low in D.C. you can walk to dinner with people.
Come on, Tim.
That's what the man says. That's what the man says.
Crime was down 30% before he even brought the National Guard to fucking D.C. Come on, man.
That man says that crime in that
man said he finna repossess every fucking golf course in D.C. under a default law for them being default on their mortgages for 50 years. Am I wrong when I tell you that there should not be, because of the laws made by the administration, a mortgage that runs 50 years? Am I wrong?
The mortgage that runs 50 years is insane. I don't know what.
Right. So, and there should not be a place now, because he hasn't done it yet. There should not be a property now that there is a mortgage on it for 50 years. Am I correct, or am I wrong?
Yeah, you're correct.
Okay, so how can the DC golf courses around that he's trying to take over under a fake default law right now, today, this morning, was announced that he's going to be doing that. He has been calling golf courses all day, telling them that they are under default and he's going to take them over. And the last thing that ignorant, fat shit stain said was, if we do it, we're going to do it great. It's going to be great. And there's going to be no women playing in men's sports here.
Wait a minute. Apparently this conversation don't fuck me up. Top Dog. one of my viewers, Top Dog says, Tim, I'm canceling my sub. Too much fluffing. What the fuck? There is no fluffing on this show.
I'm trying to tell you, man, you be fluffing. You be fluffing.
There's no
fluffing. I'm telling you, be fluffing hard, man. The Cheeto dust be just running down your face. It be all on your shirt. The other day I came in, you had a Bears jersey on. That shit wasn't even blue no more. That shit was all orange. And they lost.
What the hell are you talking about? Listen.
The other day you had a Bears.
Yeah, I had an Urlacher jersey. That jersey is about 10 years old.
Number 54. Had your little Carhartt knit cap on too. And the motherfucker wasn't blue no more. It was orange. I couldn't even see the 54 no more with so much Cheeto dust on your chest.
Oh my God.
Listen. It was just Cheeto dust everywhere.
Let me ask you this. I guess I'd ask you this, and I guess I would ask other Democrats this. Is it wrong to give Trump credit for anything?
If he wasn't trying to destroy this country as we know it, then maybe we wouldn't. See, here's the problem that I have when you say things like that, right? You know, just like I know, that the things he's doing are unconstitutional. He's been causing constitutional crises left and right every fucking day. He's only been in office how many months now?
Just about 11, almost 12. Almost 12.
Let me ask you this is a good question, right? Because I had to ask myself and go back in history and look on Google for a little bit. How many times does a president do a State of the Union address?
Annually,
right?
That shit he just did a couple weeks ago. That was just him barking, taking credit.
Wait. Check this shit out. Why was his Christmas address as sick and fucked up as it was?
Terrible.
Right. Okay, let's go here. Has he even talked to the survivors of so-called said J.E. Island?
I don't believe so.
Right? Ain't said shit to him. Why is Ghislaine Maxwell in minimum security club?
I don't have an answer for that.
You don't have an answer for it? Wait. Why did we just bomb? Why did we just spicy balloon Nigeria again?
Apparently they asked us to help them take out some ISIS.
Come on, Tim.
I mean, I'm just going to tell you, based on what's coming out, I mean, there's more than one news agency that is suggesting that the people in Nigeria asked us to do that.
You know that's bullshit, just like
it sounds like bullshit, but I can't deny. I'm not on the ground in Nigeria.
That right there, because I talk to people in Nigeria on this app. Go look for them. They on here. I talk to people in Nigeria on this app. That shit is just like that Somalian bullshit he pulled, and now they got all these crazy motherfuckers out there trying to run into Somalian motherfucking daycares and take pictures and fucking videos. When you stupid motherfuckers should know you can't videotape kids in a public fucking place. You dumb white motherfuckers. What are you talking
No,
about?
no, wait a minute. Now you do understand if Gen X said exactly what you just said, you would be pissed.
No, I wouldn't. Because here's the caveat to that. Number one, I'm not a Proud Boy. Number two, I'm not supporting the administration that is causing this huge fucking problem. Right?
But you realize there's a whole wait a minute. You said you just called white people dumb MFs or something. You do realize there's a whole lot of white people that don't like Trump and agree with you, right?
I'm glad. I'm very happy that they might have been woke up before. God, wait, did I just use the word woke? I'm glad they might have been unasleep before, right? But there's a 77 million fucking people, legion of idiots out there who are running right behind that orange shit stain, saying everything he's doing is right, and it shouldn't be women and men's sports, when the WPGA is the Women's Professional Golf Association, correct?
Yeah.
How many motherfucking times have you heard a man being in a woman's sport? And let's not use the same two motherfucking instances that you're gonna try to use.
I don't even know what those two instances are.
Okay.
I mean, listen. Hold on. I'm going to agree with you that the Trump administration has ballooned the notion of men playing in women's sports to epic levels. Where I've said this many times on the program, is that 99.9% of Americans do not have anybody that is in their family that is a girl that's playing against a man in sport. That is an issue that even when Trump won, I was stating, I don't know how that issue got that big. That's really something that is affecting virtually no one.
It's just like, I do a show with Chunky, right? I'm on Chunky's panel most of the time. I kick it with Chunky, we talk, right?
Okay.
There are people who have come in there telling us that transgender people shouldn't be alive. There are people that are running around saying, there's a profile on here that I've reported numerous times myself, that the profile in the picture says all tranny people should be unalived. And his name is Unalive Tranny Kids.
Yeah, but that's even most MAGA don't talk. I mean, that's the fringes you go with some shit like that.
The point of it is still the same. You're supporting this shit. It's just like people still don't understand that there are U.S. citizens that are being detained and deported. And it's U.S. citizens back in March that got sent to CCOT. What are you fucking talking about? All of this shit's happened. If you voted for that orange shit stain, you voted for harm. So that's why. Look, and now
they're going after you. Now they're going after you. Yeah.
Right? But I'm telling the truth. You see that?
Well, it ain't that you telling the truth. I said some of the things you said were not censored, but there are people, there are humans. A lot of this censorship is coming from humans that don't like you as well. I mean, just like Gangsta Grandma. Gangsta Grandma gets censored now by saying hi. I mean, there are people that watch the show that don't like her.
Oh, I get censored all the time. Guess what? I'm still a king. I could give less than a fuck. Also, MAGA reacts. Buddy, you're 30 years old. Your daddy's name is Geppetto. You are a fake boy. Please stop talking to me.
What is Geppetto?
You are a fake little boy.
What is Geppetto?
Geppetto's son name was Pinocchio. You are a wooden boy. Go find Andy and stop playing with me, boy. You don't know shit. You not even spelling CCOT right, motherfucker. It's C-E-C-O-T. Get the shit right, youngin'. You ain't grown enough. You don't got the experience. You don't know shit. And I'm sorry, I don't believe you when you tell me that you are 30 from Egypt and you know everybody in Miami who makes boats, who sells boats, and you got real estate agents and housing planning agents. I don't believe you, player. You ain't that smart. Number one, you ain't that smart. Number two, you don't get that amount of money, because if you did, you wouldn't be talking on TikTok and constantly wrapping yourself around like a fucking pretzel. Please stop talking to me. Please stop talking to me. Keep my name out your mouth. Do the same thing the Proud Boy do. Keep my name out your mouth, because you don't know shit, and you're not equipped for a conversation with me. I'm old, I'm crotchety, and I will fuck your brain up.
You ain't
Okay,
that old,
stop.
are you? You ain't that old, are you, King?
I'm old enough. I'm older than he is, and I got the motherfucking scars to prove it. Please stop playing with me. I don't do it. Okay, don't do it. Keep your young ass down in that trailer park in Miami with your Egyptian rugs and chill, because you don't want to be.
Who has Egyptian rugs in the trailer park? What are you
I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Ask Maggot Reacts. Because his ass be flying. He be twisting and flying around on that bitch like Aladdin. I couldn't tell you.
my.
This shit's magical. You understand?
What are you gonna say next? He got shag carpet, Egyptian rugs in the
don't
trailer
know.
park.
Ask Maggot Reacts next time you come up here to twist up like a pretzel. I don't know. I don't give a shit. All I know is he need to keep my name out his mouth because he don't know shit. All of that lying he be doing, oh yeah, his drugs on, his smug's on the boat, his smug's on the boat. Motherfucker, stop, please. Get the fuck out of here. Please go take several seats. That's like a couple weeks ago, I was in your live. I didn't even come up there because I was like, you know what, it ain't even worth it. Someone was, oh yeah, well, yeah, they should be doing that because they should be building this and they should be building that. You don't know shit, Playboy. Go sit down. You barely old enough to be able to drink.
Damn.
Stop.
He ain't that
Stop.
young.
Stop it.
The man said he's 40, King.
He's a Ken doll, a G.I. Joe with a Kung Fu grip. Your daddy's name is Geppetto. Go find Andy. I'm not the one to play with. You are a toy. If Andy step back in the room, your ass gonna fall like fucking what's that thing's name? Off of Toy Story. What was the cowboy's name? Woody.
Yeah.
That's your name. You Woody. Go lay your ass down. Here comes Andy.
All right, King. I do got to move it on. By the way, Gen X is in the comments wanting to talk to you. That is like putting oil in. Yeah, that's like vinegar and baking soda. I can't do that. I can't do that.
Tell him to go change his oxygen tank and keep my name out of his mouth. It's bad for his health.
All right, King.
He want to keep breathing. Keep my name out your mouth.
2026, no 2026, no fluffing, King. Thank you for coming through. There is no fluffing on this show.
You still gonna be fluffing. You gonna have Cheeto dust all down your back next year.
This is free speech. This is free speech.
It's free speech, but it's still fluffing.
It ain't fluffing.
Stop the hashtag 2026. Stop the fucking fluffing. Peace.
Somebody actually created that. Thanks, King, for coming through.
Did.
Oh my God. Bye. Catch you next year. Holla at you. Catch you next year, man. All right, moving on to the show. Tap the screen. Did we get over? Yeah, we did get over 100,000. Thank you. Appreciate that. Wow. I don't know what happened with I was trying to bring up Miss Mo Better. Look, she held on. There's a lot of people be waiting. I like to be fair to the guests, to the subs and all the subscribers and all of that, but there's 20 people waiting, and I try to bring folks up, and you don't see all the names sometimes. So I'm fond of Miss Mo Better for sure, but it is what it is. She's not watching. I guess she tuned out. Yeah, she was just on Maggot Reacts, but I guess she tuned out. It is what some people get mad. I've been waiting too damn long, and they tune out. Caller is all talk. Nobody cares about him. Damn. The guy is ignorantly spewing stupidity and changing the topic. Caller is just venting. Sometimes that's what happens. Sometimes y'all accuse me of doing that. Anyway, that ain't why she left, says Depot. Okay, fair enough. Let's get back to the program. That's what we're trying to do here. Anyhow, Trump is the greatest president ever, says Zach. I don't get that. And I'm going to explain it without the TDS portion of it. I'm not going to bash Trump in my statement here, but I'm just going to say, for folks who saying that Trump is the best president ever, give me a couple things at least two things. I normally say three, but give me two things, 50, 25 even, 25, 50, 100 years from now, people are still talking about. Out of all 40 some odd presidents, he's the best president we've ever had. You should have things that Trump has accomplished that 50, 100 years from now, people are still talking about. That's what would happen if he is the best president we've ever had. To me, that ain't just an exaggeration. That's just fucking crazy. My friend King Finn, also known as King Shark, what up, man? Says Handsome Evil Fingers. Well, he may still be watching, but and thank you, Handsome Evil Fingers. That name is crazy. But let me just say this about Trump. Like I said, this is not bashing him, but for the most part, in terms of his history, rather his legacy, for instance, in terms of because that's what I say. We're talking about the best president ever. Like you can still hear people talking about accomplishments of George Washington, such as helping us defeat the English and creating the country, or Abraham Lincoln freeing slavery and preventing us from becoming two countries and divided during the Civil War, or FDR helping us not only win World War II, but Social Security and all kinds of other things he's done. Kennedy sending a man to the moon, Reagan defeating the Soviet Union. Hell, even Lyndon Johnson to African Americans giving us civil rights. There are presidents out there where you're going to hear people talking about them for a long, long time. Trump will be talked about for a very long time. My opinion, it won't be anything to do with accomplishments, though. Trump's legacy will be the first president to be impeached twice. He will be talked about in terms of being one of the very few presidents to have two terms with a split in the middle. I think there's been two other presidents that have been a two-term president with a split in the middle of their terms. So that's something he gets a little bit of conversation with. But most of the things that Trump has done that he will be remembered for 25, 50, 100 years going down, this is negative shit. January 6th, for instance, will be remembered forever. Right now, I think I'm sure he's the only president that's ever been impeached twice. That will be remembered. Him claiming the election was stolen without providing any solid evidence of it, that will be remembered. Now, positive things, I think he's the first president to appoint so many Supreme Court justices. He'll get credit for that. I don't know how many other presidents got to appoint 3. He may get more, because if Alito and Thomas, I believe they're like 75, 76 years old, both of them are like a year apart. And I think Thomas is getting close to being 76 and Alito's getting close to being 75. They may ride out his term and step down at the end of his term. So if they do, he'll get to replace both of them as well. So that'll give him 5. Sotomayor has medical issues. He could replace her and give the Republicans a 7-2 majority. That will be remembered as a positive for Trump. But best president ever? Give me something he's done that'll get. His second term is all executive orders. So none of this shit is even guaranteed to stay. So right now, anything Trump is going to be seriously remembered for in terms of accomplishments would have to come out of his first term. He ain't passed any legislation on his second term. I don't see anybody bragging about the big, beautiful bill 20, 30 years from now. That ain't going to happen. He ain't did nothing. So, look, and I'm giving you this without trying to bash the guy. I'm not bringing up any of the tweets and all this other shit that he's going to be remembered for too. But what has he done to make you suggest he's the best president of all time? That's insane. That's crazy. I get bashed all the time for giving Trump credit for things I think he's done right. If I thought he'd done something that would be memorized like that, look, here's something he done that's good that he should get credit for decades. Operation Warp Speed. But the way he addressed it, he's not. But he should get credit for saving millions of lives around the world by bringing us the vax through Operation Warp Speed. But he won't get credit because of how he rolled it out and how he said all kinds of horrible shit in the way he handled the pandemic. Maybe he might get credit for the Space Force. He created that. Maybe. Other than that, best president of all time, what has he done that's so great it's going to be remembered like that? I don't know a lot that President Trump has done that some liberal is not going to come along and get rid of. I just don't see it. Let me know in the comments. Jerry says, are you crazy? I'm asking a question. Give me something, or unless you guys are talking amongst each other. Why are you mad that he wants America to prosper? Well, best president of all time is not somebody who wants something. Best president of all time is somebody who did something. You don't get a participation trophy. Well, he was the president that wanted America to prosper more than anybody else. Well, what did he do to make sure America prospered? Well, the liberals stopped him. Then he don't get credit for it. If you can show me where, he got us up to 1% unemployment or interest rates are down to 1.5 points or something, yeah, then he would get credit for it. None of that's happened. There's no way right now President Trump should be getting credit for the best president ever. It's not to say he may not do something fantastic and get it in the future, but right now, there's nothing there. There's just nothing there to get that. Mind your speak your mind. Yeah, if expose, and here's one in the comments, word or something that says he exposed the swamp. What the fuck is that? Fire, you got a fire, or better yet, the fire department comes out to your house. You come home from work, the fire department is at your house. Can I help you, sir? They're on your porch. Well, I wanted you to look through the front window. You got a fire in your house. You gonna get a fireman credit for exposing a fire? There's no value in that. Are you gonna go in there with a hose and put it out for me, sir? I just wanted to expose that you got a fire in your house. That's useless. He exposed the swamp. What do you want, a participation trophy for that? That has no value whatsoever. You exposed them, they're still operating, they're still getting away doing what they wanted to do. You don't get no value for exposing anybody. It's crazy. He exposed the swamp. He removed the blinders of people who believed this country was great. I can believe that, but many presidents have probably done that. But yeah, exposing, he promised to drain the swamp. Didn't do that, so we want to give him credit for just exposing them. That's insane. That is useless. That is literally useless. He pardoned drug kingpins, says Mark's piece. Yeah, he definitely did that. Expose the swamp. That was funny though. It's funny. You wouldn't get a guy credit for exposing. I told you who the bad guys are. All of the dudes you pardoning, yeah, you exposing them to freedom. Expose the swamp. Anyway, let me go back. That's the funniest thing I've heard though. Trump seems to be expanding it, really. That's what one of the viewers says, you expanding the swamp. Yeah, that's actually kind of funny though. He exposed the swamp. Who are the corrupt Republicans? He ain't exposing none of those. He only exposing corrupt Democrats. If you're a corrupt Republican that shows love to Trump, he ain't gonna expose you. He gonna work with you. You're on his side. So that whole thing makes no sense. The borders. He has, in my opinion, I know a lot of the left don't want to give him credit for securing the border. In my opinion, he has done a good job at securing the border, but I don't think that's something we're going to be talking about 100 years from now or 25 years from now. Now, if he can say, I ended immigration, or, under President Trump, we had the lowest immigration numbers ever, that might get discussed, but that depends on who you ask. That may not be a good thing. Depends on who you ask, though. Under President Trump, less people migrated to America than any president in history. That's a good thing to some, but that might not be a good thing to others. I'm not seeing anything he's done that is going to be talked about and celebrated for 25, 50, 100 years going forward. I'm not seeing it. Like I said, man on the moon, defeating the Soviet Union, defeating the Nazis. I'm not seeing anything he's done that compares to that kind of stuff. And I wouldn't mind speaking it out. I would have no problem giving him credit if he does something at that level. I'm not that far to the left that I won't give him credit for something he deserves. There's nothing there like that. So nobody should be suggesting that he's the best. Not even in our lifetime, I don't think people should be suggesting that. Reagan, I guess unless you're really young, listen, if you've only been around since Biden administration or something like that, maybe Trump's the best president in your lifetime. But if you were, Reagan was a better president than Trump. I think Reagan won like 49 states. Reagan won like 49 states. Reagan should be higher on the scale for Republicans than Trump is. So even in our lifetime, I don't know. Now, Bush, yeah, if you want to put Trump above Bush, an argument can be made. You want to put Trump above Obama and you lean right, an argument can be made. I don't expect the right to put Trump, below Obama. I mean, Obama was a left-wing president, but best in history, by what metric? I can't think of any metric that would give him that. Looking in the comments here. No one had monetized the presidency like this clown has. Yeah, that'll be talked about, but like I said, to me, my opinion of Trump, most of the things he'll be remembered for are negative. It's negative stuff like that. Making money while president. I mean, obviously taking jets from the Qatar will be, him getting out of, talking about getting out of NATO. And stuff. That's the kind of stuff he's going to be remembered for, is that type of stuff. That stuff ain't positive, though. I mean, most of the stuff that Trump will be remembered for, I don't think it's going to be viewed as positive. Unless, like I said, he does something significantly better in the next 3 years. We'll see. Ronald Reagan, we needed him after Carter. Well, some would say we needed Trump after Obama. But Ronald Reagan has accomplishments. Trump stuff, Ronald Reagan brought the hostages home. Trump did bring home, who did he bring home? Somebody from, was it North Korea? He brought home a dead man from North Korea, I think. Didn't he bring some hostages home, though? It didn't get the same play as Ronald Reagan, though, because those hostages were held for like 400 days, and it was an ongoing thing. It was always on TV. It was something that was big news. I don't think Trump, like I said, I can't think of anything that he's done that people are going to be talking about for years like that. And there's a lot of negative shit there that does not fall under Reagan or Obama. Or Bush got the Iraq War, obviously. But most of them, there's nothing negative like that. And Bush with the Iraq War will be a part of his legacy for a long time. But Trump, January 6th, those impeachments, the felonies, the first president to have a mugshot, first president to have his home raided. We can talk about whether you think it was a witch hunt or not, but it happened. It happened. He was arrested. All of that shit's going to be on it. He was found guilty in a court of his peers. All of that stuff's going to be part of his legacy. That stuff's negative. I don't see it. He is the only president that had to decide that a man is a man and a woman is a woman in society. No. What do you think all the other presidents was doing? They were all deciding it too. The only difference is the transgender community was finally making some sort of inroads, and Trump came along and turned it around. All the other presidents prevented them from making inroads to begin with. So he ain't the only guy that did it. He's just the guy that turned it around. All the rest of them were making. And you really think that 25, 50 years, 100 years from now, they're going to be giving Trump credit for designating a man as a man and a woman as a woman? I'm going to tell you why I say no. The transgender community is going to continue their fight for equality. 25 years, 50 years from now, they actually may be a fairly normal part of society. And Trump will be viewed as the president that was on the wrong side of history on that argument. They're going to keep fighting for that. That ain't going away because of Trump. So I'll tell you 25, 50 years from now, the country is probably going to have evolved where the transgender community is being treated a lot better than they are right now, as is most minority groups. As time evolves, they get treated better. Trump is going to be that president that tried to turn back equality for those folks. He'll be remembered for that, but once again, that's not a good memory. That's not a good memory. A severed head is a pregnancy. You can call that synchronism. Don't know what that means. Witch hunt from word go. Doesn't matter. Look, Corey, even if them going after Trump is a witch hunt, I don't think history is going to remember it that way because it doesn't have any evidence to prove it. By the way, what he's doing via Pam Bondi in the Justice Department, he's performing witch hunts. He's performing witch hunts on all kinds of stuff. What he did to Letitia James is a witch hunt. He's after Letitia James for a fairly mild offense. And they're going after her over and over and over again, wasting a ton of money going after her. Jim Comey, that's a witch hunt. He's doing witch hunts himself. So, I don't believe history, though, is going to judge what happened to Trump as a witch hunt. I think it's going to be kind of like the Confederate stuff where you got a small group of Americans who believe the Confederates is just about pride and heritage and, honoring their rebel nature of growing up in the South, but most of America views them as a hate group. I think that's what's going to happen with Trump. You're gonna have a certain segment of America going forward from now on that is going to view Trump as a great president that was the victim of witch hunts and all sorts of liberal conspiracies. So it's going to be a small, probably, 10, 20% of the voting electorate going forward. I'm talking even 20, 50 years from now. It's going to be a small group. Look, every bad leader, good or bad, there are people that still support Hitler, goddammit. So I'm just simply saying there's going to be people that are going to support him going forward that will always think he was a great president and had the right vision for America. But unless things change, I think he's going to be on the wrong side of majority of Americans going forward. Unless something really great happens, he's going to be on the. I think historically, things are not going to look well for him because of the loopholes, because of all the unconstitutional stuff, weaponizing the DOJ, which is what he accused Biden of doing. He's doing the same thing. He's doing the same thing. You're just okay with it if you're on the right. They mess with him, so he has the right to mess with them back. But he's doing the same thing. So I don't see favorable history for Trump unless something significant comes out in the remaining 3 years. MAGA's still going to be crying about 2025. Well, that's what I'm saying. You're saying that MAGA's still going to be crying about what happened in the 2020 election, even in 2050. And that's what I'm saying. You're going to have a segment of the population that is always going to view Trump as somebody who had the right vision for America. But they are going to be in the minority in terms of numbers. Most of America, I don't believe are going to be that way, because if Trump was, I think Congress would be codifying most of the stuff he's doing if it was really that fantastic. I don't think he should have to lead by or govern by executive order if this stuff is that great. We'll see. I mean, he has 3 years left, or he does have 3 years left, so we'll see. Publicly saying that you are going after a president to try and lock them up, small offense. Well, that's what I'm saying, though, Corey. You can see it being wrong for somebody to go after Trump. You're talking about Letitia James campaigning on going after Trump. You can see that as wrong. But you don't see Trump doing the exact same thing in reverse as wrong. You see Trump as being, you're justifying revenge. Well, they did it to him, so he has the right to do it back. The minute you do it back, you're equally as wrong. And that's what he's doing. He's trying to do back to people what he think they did to him. I mean, it's literally like somebody trying to take your life, getting caught, serving prison time, and when they get released, you try to take their life. What you did is equally as wrong. You don't get a free pass on that. That's what he's doing. He's not doing it in self-defense. He's doing it as revenge. These people are of no harm to him at this point. He's doing it as revenge. You're okay with it as revenge. If it was wrong for them to do it, it's wrong for him to do it back. Trump campaigned on lock her up on Hillary. That's a great point, Kabira. That is a great point. That you're saying that it was a witch hunt for what Letitia James did. Trump did indeed campaign on. He gave folks the belief that if you elected him in 2016, he was going to lock up Hillary Clinton. He did exactly that. Now, he didn't follow through on it, I suppose. Maybe, we don't know. Behind the scenes, Trump had a campaign, or not a campaign, but an administration in his first term that were more on the side of the law and not as loyal as the ones he has now. So my guess is he may have tried to get Attorney General William Barr back then to lock up Hillary Clinton. And maybe Barr came back and said, you don't have anything legit to get her with. Pam Bondi would have found something. So that is a good point. He campaigned on locking people up too. Ain't no handsome liberal, says it. You had John Wilkes Booth Jr. on earlier. What the fuck? Will Maduro fall in 2026? It's possible. If Trump keeps doing what he's doing, it's very possible. That's another thing that won't look good historically. If we go in there and take that dude out, regime change is what it's called. That won't. I don't think historically that will look well on us. Most of the world does not believe we have a legitimate reason to be doing what we're doing in Venezuela, and that includes our allies. Most of the world don't favor that. And it's not a strong message coming from the Trump camp because it started out with illicit drugs. Then it became they stole oil and they're stealing property from us. And then it became, well, Maduro's an illegitimate. Like, what is your goal here? Why are you down here? You just got a whole bunch of reasons to fuck with Venezuela. And that's all in the span of a few months. So it doesn't look right what we're doing down there. It looks sloppy. It doesn't look like we have an actual, a true, genuine mission, or the actual message is twisted. I mean, just like Bush, weapons of mass destruction became he's killing his own people. Well, you said weapons of mass destruction. Show us that. Well, now he's killing his own people. And that's what Trump has switched to. But first it was they're sending drugs to the country. Never proved that. Now you're over to some notion where they don't ripped off some of our corporate oil producers, so we got to seize up tankers and shit to make them pay on the debt. And then, well, Maduro's not a legitimate leader, so he needs to be you're just making up reasons to fuck with him. That's what I hear. And most of America, most of our allies are not in favor of us doing that. Or they don't side with us in doing that. Nobody says, yeah, I didn't say I was relevant, goddammit, but I appreciate you tuning in and watching me. He said, you are irrelevant. Thank you for watching, though. Do you think if China and Russia and North and South Korea and Japan team up, the West can't have a chance? Well, some of them are the West. Japan is part of the West. So is South Korea. I get this in East, in terms of on the globe is East, but in terms of westernized nations, Japan and South Korea, I think, are considered to be part of that. So you're not going to get China and Japan to team up. I mean, they have a long history of being adversaries, so that's not going to happen. And North and South Korea ain't likely to team up anytime soon either. So do I think if China, Russia, China and Russia might team up, but you're not going to get North and South Korea to team up, and you're not going to get China and Japan to do that. So they're not going to be on the same team. We are the people. We the people can make America love and great. You got to want to do that. You say we the people can make America great, or you're not going to get unity in this country. Listen, whoa, alter ego. Thank you. Appreciate that. Late Time Galaxy, shout out to you. Appreciate that, man. You're not going to get unity unless we actually want it. And look, we voted for Trump. We didn't vote for unity. I get that people thought Kamala Harris or Joe Biden sucked, but you had a choice with Nikki Haley, Vivek Ramaswamy, Ron DeSantis, Tim Scott. You had all those other options. We picked probably the most divisive president ever, definitely in our lifetime. We picked somebody who makes enemies for breakfast. He enjoys making enemies. I mean, he's posting stuff like dumping shit on protesters and stuff. He's actually attacking people when it ain't necessary. So we're not going to ever come together when we're literally voting for unity. I mean, we're voting for division. He didn't hide the fact that if I get in there, I'm going to be your president of retribution. I believe people have fucked with me. If I become president, I'm going to fuck with them back. We knew that going in. This dude is going to get in there, and what he's talking about doing is pro-Republican, anti-Democrat. And that's exactly what he did when he got in there. In fact, he took it to a whole new level. Like with Rob, what is the guy named? Rob Reiner, whatever the guy who played Meathead on All in the Family. That ain't necessary. Yeah, the guy said a lot of anti-Trump things while he was alive. He's dead now. To say something like that in the man's, that's what we voted for. We voted for division. So you want America to come together, it's going to have to be post-Trump. J.D. Vance couldn't keep a couch sacrifice. But obviously, you don't like J.D. Vance, huh? If he get away with it, how is it a war crime? Because I don't believe everybody's going to get away with it. I believe Trump will get away. Just like January 6th was a crime. Trump got away with it, but the people that were involved in it didn't. I think that Trump will be fine. I don't think Trump's ever going to do a day in jail, any of that shit. But I do believe the people following his orders or living out his desires are probably going to be the ones that are going to pay a price. I'm pretty sure Pam Bondi will lose her ability to practice law. I don't know if that'll be relevant to her or not. She's got enough money. She don't need to be a lawyer anymore, but she will lose her law license behind this stuff, just like Giuliani and Sidney Powell and his lawyers from his first term. They will lose their licenses for that. I don't think Pam Bondi is obviously not independent. She's obviously doing Trump's bidding. She's not an independent counsel. She's not counsel for the country. She's counsel for Trump. She will lose her ability to practice law behind this. I would bet and offer probably 3-4 to 1 behind that. The minute you get an administration in there that can go after her, they're going to go after her. So Pam Bondi, her law license will absolutely, bar license will be revoked. Yeah, she definitely will be gone from that. And there's probably other lawyers that are like, what is I mean, a couple of them beauty queens. What was it? Lorena Hobbit or Hubbard, whatever. She's going to lose hers. The other person that went after Comey, where she was like a real estate attorney or some shit like that, didn't even have trial experience. She's going to lose hers. When you're going after him, and you know what you're presenting the courts with and stuff like that is bullshit, and you out of your caliber, but you're just doing it because he told you to do it. They're going to get them for them. They're going to get them for that stuff. She's going to lose hers. All of them. I do believe that's going to happen to those folks. So, but Trump will be fine. I don't think anything's going to happen to President Trump. I think he'll be fine. JD, not his real name and not his real initials, is a mini me Trump wannabe, and he'll never be. Trump has the it factor that is once in a lifetime, if even that. The way Trump can energize his audience, the love for Trump, the adoration for Trump. We can say the same about Obama to some degree. But listen, you got folks that would be willing to take a bullet for President Trump. The love for him is that strong. J.D. Vance will never get that. Marco Rubio will never get that. I'm not saying that J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio could not one day become commander-in-chief, but they'll never have this type of support from the right that President Trump has. They don't have the it factor, whether it's liberal tears, whether it's the comedy of Trump, making people laugh, his jokes against the liberals, the way he can make people laugh, or the way he can deal with the media, just the way he can manhandle his adversaries. J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, they don't have that. They'll never have that. The best J.D. Vance can do is exactly what one of my viewers just stated. Try to be a mini-me. I'm going to try to duplicate this as much as I can. That's the best he could do. He is not a second coming of President Trump. He's not going to be that good for the right. He's not going to be that kind of a guy. I mean, shit, his wife alone prevents him from being able to do some of that stuff. The fact his wife, unless he gets rid of her and gets Erica Kirk, which a lot of you guys are claiming. But yeah, J.D. Vance can't do that. Telling people to peacefully protest is not a crime. No, it's not. And he wasn't charged with it either. He was not charged with an insurrection for January 6th. So you're right. He's telling people to peacefully protest is not a crime. Wait, how are you on Twitter? How are you on Twitter stream? We are currently on Instagram, X, TikTok, Facebook, and YouTube. All live simultaneously. That's anytime you see us live, we're on all of those platforms. Sometimes we're on Clapper and Rumble as well. But right now we're on all of those. We need to come together as a nation, says Chris. Like I said, you're not gonna come together as a nation until the nation wants to come together. It's like a drug addict saying, "I need to go clean and sober while smoking crack." You don't want to be clean and sober. You're not going to be clean and sober until you actually make the effort to be that way. America's not making an effort to come together. And you're right, MAGA reacts to Zoom soon. In fact, I'm gonna try to start that tomorrow morning. Yeah, because I got the next couple of days off. I'm eager to be on Zoom. and be able to take more MAGA calls. Because MAGA wants to talk. I'm certainly want to talk to my MAGA viewers. MAGA viewers do not like TikTok, do not like Instagram, so we do want to do that. So it used to be it can happen in 2 minutes. Then I'll give you 2 minutes tomorrow. He's obviously not deserving of HO. What do you mean by that? What is HO? What does that say here? MAGA sucks the tiny little mushroom. Oh my God. Y'all will find something wrong with the evidence. Well, look, with President Trump, MAGA's not going to accept anything other than he's an innocent, great guy. Doesn't matter what comes out. I mean, because to me, there was a lot of evidence about stuff in regards to the 2020 election. MAGA only accepts stuff that looks like the Democrats cheated. All of the evidence that came forward that shows some Republicans cheated, MAGA dismisses all that. So I don't think that with President Trump, it doesn't matter what you present. MAGA's not going to accept it. It's coming from a liberal judge, Obama, or Biden appointed the judge, or it's just going to be something they're not going to trust about it. So with Trump, it's just he has this shield or force field around him that MAGA only accepts good stuff. It is what it is. What would we do for a MAGA bar instead of a Klondike? I don't know. I haven't had a Klondike in years. I work for Trump, and he does a lot of dumb shit. Yikes! I'd like to know what does Trump do that qualifies as dumb shit? Let me know. What do you think about the cracks that are showing up in MAGA? They're minimal at best. Well, let me take that back. Let me take that back because Marjorie Taylor Greene is not a minimal crack. It could be some daylight. I think that some of those cracks will get bigger, particularly on the healthcare premiums. That's going to be a problem. That's going to be a problem. That, to me, I actually think that might supersede Epstein, because Epstein has really been a thorn in Trump's side. That is slowly but surely. To me, Epstein is like having a crack in a cement porch or a cement wall. It takes time for that to grow and be a major issue where you need to get tuck pointed or something. That's not an overnight problem. Those insurance premiums, that's going to be a problem fast. Because look, with Epstein, people don't like hearing children getting abused and they want to get justice for these girls, but you don't really know them. And Trump is doing things you think is great for the country. So you kind of got to weigh, which way you go. If your healthcare premiums for you and your family, 20, 30, 40% increase, 50% increase, they double, that affects you immediately. And the increases, the amount it's going to increase in many cases is high enough that a lot of families can't even pay the first bill. It ain't like, well, we can kind of work with this over the next 6 months or so, and hopefully he corrects this. Those increases are high enough that people can't even pay the first one. Your healthcare premiums increased by $300, $400, $500. A lot of people can't pay even the first one of those. Like the first one is too much. So that becomes a problem immediately. Immediately, that's going to become a problem. People can't get dialysis treatment and shit like that, and prescriptions that they really need for diabetes and shit. That's going to become a problem immediately. So I absolutely believe that when it comes to that, if they don't fix those Obamacare subsidies and replace them with something, you don't even have to the end of January with that. You don't even have to the end of January to fix that. That's going to be a problem immediately. Town halls and all of that, that's going to be a major problem. So whatever cracks there is in MAGA, that's going to really be like pouring water in that crack and letting it freeze over. You know what happens to ice in a crack? It just makes it. That's something they got to really do something with really quick. I don't think they're going to get away with that, but we'll see. I don't even, like I said, MAGA supports Trump wholeheartedly. I don't think they're going to support that, because now you're hurting them directly in a really bad way. So we'll see how that works. If he forces the Feds to lower the rates, we will see inflation. They tried this in the Nixon era after he was. We can talk about inflation, but I think the healthcare premiums is bigger than that. I don't think tax cuts, lowering gas, lowering the price of inflation or lower inflation, even lowering the price of groceries. I don't think any of that. I think those healthcare premiums is going to supersede all of that. By the big beautiful bill causing so many Americans to instantly be what amounts to completely uninsured healthcare wise, I think that's going to be bigger than all of that stuff. I think that's going to be something they're going to have to deal with before the end of January. People ain't going to wait that long for that. I mean, because you could theoretically have people that die from that, depending on what kind of health care you're no longer giving them. You theoretically could have people die from that. And I tell you one thing, you want to talk about the liberals with TDS and constantly going after Trump. You seen what Nick Shirley did with them Somalis? You're going to have Democrats going all over the fucking country looking for people that are suffering because of what happened to their health care premiums, that are dealing with all kinds of medical problems. They're going to be finding them people and putting them on TV and putting them in commercials and putting them on social media. You're going to have 1,000 Nick Shirleys all over the fucking place. They're going to deal with that fast. That ain't going to last very long. Democrats are going to make that their personal mission to find people that are suffering because they lost their health care. Grandmas and shit like that don't think they got much time to live because they can't get their prescriptions filled. They're going to be finding them everywhere. So, I mean, your local nightly news going to be having them and shit like that on them. They're going to fix that real quick. No taxes on tips. That stuff ain't going to matter. You lost your health care, but you don't have to pay taxes on tips up to $25,000. You can't replace that with that. You can't put a square peg in a round hole. That ain't gonna be nothing. A whole lot of Americans don't make tips. Listen, I'm an independent. I don't get paid in tips. No taxes on tips is irrelevant for what I do for a living. A whole lot of hourly employees, that means nothing to them. The lady that works at Dollar Tree all the time, barely getting paid. No tax on tips is useless to her. That don't mean nothing to her. The people that work in Walmart, none of them folks are getting paid in tips. That stuff is irrelevant to them. So, yeah, if you work in a restaurant industry or you're a valet or, you work as a blackjack dealer or something like that, yeah, it may mean something to you, but there's a whole lot of hourly jobs out here and definitely the salary jobs. People ain't getting tips. That stuff don't mean nothing to them. So for the folks that it helps, and by the way, you don't even see that until it's time to file taxes. That's down the line. You don't see that right away. It ain't like you get $300 in tips this paycheck, and you get the $300. You don't see any of that until you file for taxes at the end of the year. That ain't nothing you get right away. All of that stuff is down the line. Now, I see you say on overtime. Yeah, but once again, it's capped at $25K. You pay no taxes on tips and stuff I think it's up to $25K. So that ain't a whole lot. You may get 50 grand in tips for the year if you got a good job. Some of that you got to pay taxes on. He capped it. And somebody said Walmart is not giving OT like that. Walmart, I think Walmart, in regards to Obamacare, they limited their weeks to 39 hours so that you didn't have to get a 40-hour work week because some kind of healthcare provisions kicked in. So now they give you 39 hours. No, Walmart ain't giving you overtime like that. So, but like I said, losing your health care, you're not going to replace that with no tax on tips. You ain't saving enough on tips to replace the loss of health care. That ain't going to work. But listen, we can try it. We're going to have a lot of lives on that in January. I can tell you that. That's going to make for a lot of great conversation when you start fucking with people's health care. How is health care political? We are the wealthiest nation in the history of the world, and we can afford our people on health care because people, the haves don't want to share with the have-nots. It's let them eat cake type mentality. The haves don't want to share with the have-nots. Ignoring the fact that people are hurting and telling us use the economy is good. Yes, GDP is up, but healthcare was a large part of the GDP. Well, I say this on many levels. GDP is irrelevant to the average American, middle class and down. Look, if at a certain level of wealth, Stock market, if you're in, these are things that the average working American that doesn't affect them much. Stock market for the average American usually pertains to their 401k. Outside of that, it doesn't affect them. And usually your 401k is something you're not going to touch for years. It's not going to affect you immediately. So bragging that the stock market is doing good or bragging that GDP is up doesn't have a lot of relevance to most people that are working 2 jobs to get by. The GDP change doesn't mean anything to that person. So I think he's bragging about a lot of stuff that is more beneficial to the 1% than the 99. Cash tips, according to the IRS, is any tip. Well, cash, shit, don't tell him you getting cash. Commission here, and this has been the worst year of my career. Damn. My paycheck has been cut by 60%. Says, wake up. Fuck. Is Trump, you think Trump is responsible? 60%. If your paycheck got cut by 60%, it's time to leave that job. I couldn't even do what I do and survive if I lost 60% of my income. That's too much. I don't know. What did Trump do to cut your, well, you work for the federal government? It's 60%. Shit, that's ridiculous. I think Republicans and Dems would be better off not expecting our president to be a moral compass. Better off. I think it's pretty obvious you shouldn't. I mean, the guy, multiple wives, multiple baby mamas, multiple affairs, multiple lawsuits, multiple bankruptcies. He's not known for going to church. He's on the internet saying all kinds of horrible. You knew when you elected him, he wasn't going to be moral. He wasn't going to be a moral example. In fact, MAGA finally started saying when President Trump got in office that the president should not be a role model. They have to, of course, you need to look at him as not being a moral compass. He made it clear when he ran. We elected a playboy. He made it clear he wasn't a moral compass. President is really just always a reflection of the people. No. There's nothing about Trump as a reflection of the people. The guy's living with gold toilets and shit like that. He walks around bragging that he turned his business into $1 billion business, starting with only $1 million loan from his dad. Ain't nothing about that reflective of the average person. That guy was literally born on the finish line. And then he brags about winning the race. Nothing about dude is like the average person. If you think that your politician should be immoral, you're just broadcasting that you ain't shit as a voter and in person. I don't want to say that the president should be like a pastor and should be squeaky clean. Humans make mistakes. But I think Trump has done more immoral shit than the average politician. Like I would say the same about Bill Clinton. I think they've done more immoral shit than most of these guys are married to their high school sweethearts and shit. Say what you want about Obama. He's been with her since, in fact, the Obamas became president. First, they actually I think they were the poorest to become president in our lifetime. They were still paying student loans off when he became president. Same chick all his life. Same with George W. Bush. Barbara Bush and HW were together for years. Carter and his wife were together for generations. She also same. The traditions of what we come to know and love from a president were broken by Trump. He don't even have a fucking dog. You're not seeing him in church every Sunday going to mass. He's completely different. He's completely different than what we used to come and know and love from a president. Totally different guy. Politicians didn't pass through a membrane in the sky. They went to American schools, American churches, worked and ran American businesses and were elected by American citizens. Yeah, I don't disagree. I'm just simply saying Trump doesn't fit the narrative on a host of levels. He came in and look, let me just say it this way. If Obama had the same upbringing and history of Trump, it would have been to his detriment. The same folks that are celebrating Trump would have been criticizing him. We don't know what church you went to. You got a bunch of baby mamas. You cheated on. It wouldn't be the same. They would not be viewing that guy as something positive. Trump got a pass for that. I'm pretty sure Obama would not have gotten a pass for. My opinion. I love the life game. So do I. Brother, that kind of thinking will keep you broken. Turning 1 million into billions isn't easy. Have you turned 100 into 100,000? What about what it says? Think about what you're saying. Well, let's take it to what you're saying. You're telling me turning 1 million into 1 billion is not easy. And you're using the similar example by comparing 100 to 100,000. I'll tell you it is. It's actually easier to turn 1 million into a billion than it is $100 into 100,000. If you got $1 million, there's a whole lot of doors open to you. If you got $100, ain't shit open to you. So I get what you're saying, but it doesn't. It's not. I want to say the term I guess I want to use is a snowball effect. Once you have money, doors open to you. Not to mention, not only did he have $1 million from his dad, he had his fucking dad. So you run in New York, your dad is in with the mob, your dad is in with the mayor, your dad is in with the politicians and all of the elite members of that town. So all sorts of doors are open for you to help you get where you're going. You might be qualifying for stuff that you don't qualify for simply because they know your dad, they know your family. You're getting all kinds of nepotism values and shit like that. Yeah, it ain't easy, but it's a hell of a lot easier than turning 100 into 100,000. Hell of a lot easier. Because if you only got $100, you're struggling. If you got $1 million, you ain't struggling. I don't know why you even tried to say something like that. And by the way, I think everybody realizes that Fred Trump, his dad, left him more than $1 million. The claim that he only got $1 million from his dad is Trump trying to make it sound like he turned shit into gold. He got more money from his dad than only $1 million. Okay, when Fred Trump died, where do you think the rest of his money went? You think he only he loaned his son $1 million that Trump had to pay back. And then when he croaked, none of that went to Trump? None of his contacts, friends and associates that are of value, all of that stuff, none of that went to Trump as well? Come on now. Even if, look, you could be broke. If you know the right people, that can be worth money, that could actually be worth more than gold itself. I'll give you an example of my own personal life. I tried for years to get in with Illinois Bell. It's a phone company that was in Chicago. Good paying union job. I tried for years to get in. I got my degree in electronics, which qualified me. I took the test. No callback. No callback at all. But of course, there were hundreds of people in Chicago trying to get the job as well as a technician. No callback. Now, my dad had came out of Vietnam. He worked for Illinois Bell. But he had passed away. At his funeral, several other linemen and truck drivers from Illinois Bell showed up. I'm like, shit, what's up with a job, man? I've been trying to get in, et cetera, et cetera. One of his close friends here. Here's a number. Fax your resume to this number. Fax my resume to this lady in HR. She immediately called me back. You qualify for this job. Which one do you want? Come see me on Thursday. I was never able to get into that motherfucker until I met the right person. Fred Trump can provide Trump with all sorts of right people. That's worth money in itself. Fred Trump, with all the real estate and all the connections he had in New York, connections to the mayor, that's worth more than that $1 million he loaned his son. He got connections to lending offices, all kinds of shit. That's worth more than the money he gave him. So the idea that he pulled some kind of miracle, no, he was born a fucking miracle. He was born into a miracle. So he was able to cash in on it. Shout out to him. But let's not pretend like he, turned straw into gold. He was born at least with silver. Trump has never had to pull up a bootstrap. No, he hasn't. He was born at the finish line. So he won the race. Where was Doge when Don Jr. back startup company got yeah, and it's happening with his kids. We brought up Hunter Biden and Burisma and talking about how much money he made under his father's name. Shit, the Trump kids are doing, hell, Barron Trump, what is he, like 20? He's worth more than Hunter Biden. That dude ain't did shit. That dude ain't did nothing. He's worth more than Hunter Biden. Born at the finish line. Literally born at the finish line. Bragging about I won the race. His kids are the best example of what kind of man and father Trump is. His kids are all highly successful and driven. Come on now. Is there anybody that could have Trump's finances and not end up with kids that are, as you say, highly successful and driven? Come on now. I mean, like, really? All of you, everything is handed to you. Successful and driven. You were born successful. Don Jr., Eric, Barrett, they were born successful. Literally born that way. None of them folks had to do anything for the rest. They were born into generational wealth. You guys are giving them way, look, you got, whatever happened to started from the bottom and worked my way. You guys are giving these guys credit for being born at the finish line. He got concrete in New York when no one could get concrete because the mafia controlled the Yeah, he definitely did that. He definitely did that. Trump definitely knew how to work. Look, he's a good schmoozer. He's still a good schmoozer. He knows how to, what do you want to say, good negotiator, whatever. He got negotiating tactics. He know how to pay the right people or make the right things happen. He know how to stiff the right people. He had Michael Cohen was, a fixer and could make, look, he's been successful at what he's done. Not going to argue with that. Not going to argue with that at all. There is a difference between being rich and having generational wealth. Trump, Don Jr., Eric Jr., and Barron all were born into generational wealth because they're all going to inherit some of their dad's money as well. Trump has linked them up with businesses and deals and shit like that. Just like Trump, I bet he had Fred Trump, hooked President Trump up with deals and things like that. I mean, how much is generational wealth? I mean, hell, to be honest, you get your hands on about 20, 30 million bucks. It's kind of generational wealth at that point, unless you really fuck it up. You're going to leave some behind. Look, if you got $20 million, unless you really fuck it up, you're going to leave a lot behind for your kids. You're going to leave at least several $100,000 behind for them. But I definitely believe that the whole Trump family is all generational wealth at this point. There is a different, like I saw that. What about all these Hollywood children with green hair? They're still rich. They're still, and I don't think most people in Hollywood got Trump kind of money at this point. Maybe if we talked about Trump 2024 and before that, but Trump 2025, it ain't many people in Hollywood that got the kind of money he got now. I believe that Trump made more money in 2025 than all the previous 78 years of life he had before that. He's made a lot of money under the presidential seal. I don't know if I don't expect him to get in any trouble for it, but I absolutely believe the truth on that is going to come out. Ann Coulter, you may know her from right-wing circles of yesteryear. She said it. She said, she liked Trump's policy. She said, but he is the most corrupt president we've ever had. She said he is enriching his pockets like no politician in history. She said it. And I believe that. I actually do believe that Trump has made more money in the last 11 months than he did in all previous 70 some odd years. And I don't think we don't even know the totality of it, and we don't know the origin of all of it, because he's now into crypto and all this shit that he really was against before becoming president. But now the right people don't told him you can move a lot of money on this shit without people knowing. Now all of a sudden he's pro crypto. He was really anti crypto for a while. Just like he was anti-Tesla until he found out, well, this dude is going to give you a lot of money that owns Tesla. And he became pro-Tesla. But yeah, I think he's made more money in the last 11 months than he's made his entire life before that. So anyhow, folks, I do appreciate you guys rolling with me on this final show of 2025. Certainly see you guys on the flip side in 2026. This is always going to be about free speech. This is always going to be uncensored as far as I can take it. I get TikTok, don't always agree with that. But we're going to continue trying to maintain a program that is all about free speech, and we're going to maintain our stance of being MAGA friendly. You know, always hold up the hat. I say that. People always ask me why the hell you got a MAGA hat behind you, and I make it clear. I believe that Republicans, conservatives, and particularly MAGA don't always get a fair shake on the media. So the hat is to let you know when you're here, you can speak your opinion without being censored. You don't have to agree with any damn body on the program. It's all about free speech here. So we're going to continue trying to make that happen on into the next year. I don't know what the future of TikTok is going to be. I just want to go down a conversation with this real quick. TikTok it's changing hands. It's going to be more American owned. And that has been initiated by the Trump administration. Unlike what I'm talking about, Trump is not a fan of free speech. Trump is not a fan of censorship. He is a fan of right-wing free speech and zero censorship for folks on the right, but he would happily censor the left. So I don't know what the future of TikTok is going to be under that environment. Whereas I suppose you can bring up Sleepy Joe Biden, but if you post a picture of Trump falling asleep, you get your account taken down. I don't know what it's going to be. But I don't feel confident whatsoever that if Trump has anything to do with TikTok, and it does look like he does, that he would be okay with a whole app full of people that are talking about him. I don't think if he can stop it, he's going to stop it. And I believe he's the one that has made TikTok be able to survive. So I don't feel confident that, listen, the guy wants to take Jimmy Kimmel and Jimmy Fallon off the air. He canceled funding for, what is the network that used to show Mr. Rogers and all of that shit? Is it PBS? He doesn't, any network that doesn't speak favorably for him, he's targeted them. He obviously he thinks the MSNBC is fake news and leans left, which it does, but he's okay with Fox, which does the same thing to the right. So he's in favor of free speech if it's speech that favors him. So if all of a sudden he is in control of TikTok, even a little bit, TikTok will look. I'll give you an example. Let's take Twitter becoming X. Twitter had censorship. Some of it favored the left. Whoa! Oh, let me just sit back and enjoy that. Kabira, I ain't never seen that before. Man, you made the graphics on my phone look beautiful. Took me from an Atari to a PS5. Thank you. Anyway, yeah, but I'll take Twitter for example. Twitter had censorship on it. Elon purchased Twitter, changed it to X, and allegedly removed the censorship. Look at X now and tell me that don't look like a right-wing platform. I mean, there's liberals on X. There's plenty of Democrats on X. But that looks like a right-wing platform. It looks like it was just purchased by Republicans and they're using it. I mean, there are liberals on Truth Social, but it's clearly a right-wing platform. So that's what I'm expecting that TikTok may possibly start to be. He's also got digs on CNN, Cable News Network. Same thing with that merger with Paramount and what CNN's part of that. CNN is also a network that may start going further to the right. Like I said, he's not for free speech. He's for right-wing speech. So I don't I don't believe there's going to be a good outcome for TikTok if he's involved in it. If I thought he was for free speech, I would celebrate that. But I don't. Trump doesn't give any indication whatsoever that he's for free speech. He is for right wing, pro Trump free speech. He will censor the left. He will absolutely do that. And I see in the comments, Me Too says Twitter is a cesspool. Yeah, Twitter. Zuckerberg is another one. Trump became president. Zuckerberg started working with Trump. A whole lot more fake news and shit. Like Facebook started turning like that. There's a lot of shit on Facebook. You're like, what? Really? Facebook got like that too, but X is really bad. X is really bad. He is not for right-wing speech. He is for propaganda. Okay, somewhat of a synonym. You can have propaganda for the left. You can have propaganda for the right. He is for yeah, I get that. The average price of unleaded gasoline in the U.S. has fallen to its lowest level since 2021, according to AAA. Thank you, Mr. Trump. I'm with you on that, Victor. I'm with you on that. The price of gas is really fucking cheap. A lot of liberals don't want to get Trump credit for that. I do. It's happening under his watch. So I'm with you on that. But he campaigned on doing a whole lot more than just bringing down the price of gas. What as I just said a few minutes back, what's about to happen in healthcare, bringing the price of gas down 30, 40 cents a gallon ain't going to correct that. People start losing their healthcare, throwing up in their face they can get a tank of gas for $5 less than they used to. That ain't going to correct that. That healthcare shit is going to have to be fixed by the end of January. During next month, that's going to be a problem immediately. Like I just stated, if somebody's healthcare premiums go up by hundreds of dollars, I don't care if it goes up by $100, but some of these folks are saying their healthcare premiums are going to double and shit like that. People can't pay 1 month of that. Not even the first month of that. They don't have time for you to fix that. You got to fix that immediately, because I am currently without health care right now until you fix that, is what you're going to hear. You're going to have people telling you there was no way I could pay my January's premium without getting kicked out of my apartment. I am completely uninsured until you fix that, is what you're going to hear. So that has to be done immediately. You're not going to brag about gas prices and get out of that. It's just not. What do you think Trump is getting IVs for in his hands so often? Must be something serious if it's that often. I'm not a medical professional whatsoever. There's a lot of medical professionals that are online, though. I mean, not only are they saying the guy is having congestive heart failure and dementia and all this shit, but some folks are even putting a time limit on his fucking lifespan. And they're not giving him much. You got motherfuckers saying he's going to be dead before Easter. I'm not going to jump on the bandwagon like that, because I made so many statements on Biden when the right was saying all kinds of awful shit about Biden's health. And I was saying that Biden wasn't as bad off as they were saying until that June 27 debate where he looked terrible. So I'm not going to even guess on Trump's health, but I'll just say this. Just like with President Biden, I absolutely believe that if President Trump's health was declining, just like with President Biden, he would not be honest with you about it. He would not tell you the truth about it. Trump is going to paint himself as a picture of health until he damn near has no choice but to admit something is going wrong. He's going to continue telling you, I've got the best healthcare exam in the history of healthcare exams. And my MRIs, I've had 5 MRIs, but they've all been great. I mean, it's going to be shit like that. He's never going to tell you the truth on that. So you won't know until you're forced to know. But his hands turning colors is that's not a good thing. That you put makeup on your fucking hands and shit. That's not a good thing. I mean, like I said, I'm not a healthcare professional, so I can only go so far with that. But yeah, just like when Trump caught COVID, they later, Chris Christie, I got his book behind me. He released in his book that Trump's oxygen levels were really low. They were really concerned. You know, he went to Walter Reed Hospital or whatever. You see him getting on Marine One or whatever. They stated that he was in pretty dire shape. He was telling the public he was doing okay. They said he was in much worse shape than what he was telling. They wanted to put him on oxygen and all of that. They wanted to roll him in a wheelchair, the Marine one, and put him on oxygen because his levels were so low. But he actually wanted to paint a picture of health and walk to Marine One, which he did. And I suppose once he got in that helicopter, they started doing all that shit that we couldn't see. But I feel confident that he won't tell you the truth about his health if it's decline. I mean, he wants to be a macho alpha male kind of guy. So it is what it is. But I don't think he'll tell you the truth. The wild part is that people just pretended that Biden wasn't sick, recovering from the flu or something during the debate. That is true, but the wild part is they're doing that now under President Trump as well. The right was showing every video, the right was showing every piece of video footage they could find of Biden falling off bikes, tripping over sandbags, tripping down aircraft steps, falling asleep. They're totally ignoring Trump doing it. Trump walking down red carpets and not in a straight line, having people have to guide him back on track, falling asleep. Trump is starting to do a lot of the same shit, and the right is ignoring it. So you're right. The liberals did try to downplay what was happening with Biden, but the right is doing the same thing with Trump. And I see in the comments, M. Byer says he's a warrior. Warriors die too. Shit, I watched the movie The Warriors. Some of them got killed and thrown in the L tracks. Warriors die too. Fucking warrior don't live forever. Biden was on TV meeting once every 2 weeks. Trump is on TV once a day. Yeah, but that also makes us whoa, Dinkow. Appreciate that. Late Time Galaxy. Thank you very much, Dinkow. Appreciate that. Yeah, Biden ain't on TV as much as Trump. There's pros and cons to that though. The pros is you can say Trump is more transparent. He talks to the people more. You get to know what's going on in the administration more. But the cons are if he's lying, he's going to be on TV telling the same lie over and over and over again. So Biden may tell you something that's not true, but he's only on TV once every 6 weeks. So you get one lie out of 6 weeks. Trump's on TV every other day. So that same lie you may have heard 40 times over 6 weeks, which is why when you look at the tally of how many lies Trump has told, they're astronomically high compared to other presidents. Because he said, like the 2020 election, how many times he's repeated the same lies about that? It's got to be probably in the 5-digit range at this point. Because every time he's on TV, he's talking about the election damn near. He's talking about something about Biden. Probably over 10,000 times. He's probably said something about that election over the last, 20, 25 years. Yeah, so he's probably said, every rally, everywhere he goes, he's talking about it. So there's pros and cons to it, to him being on TV all the time. We're talking about Trump's health, not his lies. Well, the lies can be part of the health. If you're not telling the truth about your health, it's a lie. If you're on TV falling asleep and shit like that, or talking about snakes and sharks and shit like that. Look, I'm just simply saying we held Biden, the right rather, because the Democrats were kind of fluffing up Biden, saying he was much better off than he was, but the Republicans were all over Biden's failing health. They're ignoring Trump. You ask Trump what time it is, and he's suddenly talking about how windmills cause cancer. He's doing a lot of the same shit, going off topic and all of that. He's doing the same stuff, telling you the same stories over and over again like your old ass grandpa. He's doing all of that stuff. You're just not holding him accountable like you were with Biden. He's doing all of that same stuff now. Look, the man is 80 years old. Trump, keep in mind, Trump is older than Biden was when Biden became president. Trump is our oldest president in history. He is older than Reagan, older than Biden. He is the oldest president in U.S. history. I don't know why people keep thinking this dude is going to do 3 terms and all this crazy shit. Trump 2028. You really think this dude is going to be viable until he's 87? No, wait a minute. Yeah, that means he would be in office for 7 more years. He would do 3 more years, then win in 2028 and do another 4. You guys really think that he is capable of being president, a functional president for the next 7 years? Okay. The windmills are killing the whales. Has he said that? The windmills are killing whales? Damn. I ain't never heard him say nothing like that. Trump has unmatched perspicacy, I think you're saying, coupled with sheer the words you're using. I get you're saying that Trump has stamina. I'm not arguing with that. Trump can hold a tough schedule. He does have stamina. I'm not arguing with that. But let's be clear. I think many of us know elderly members of our family that could go out and walk a mile, a grandmother that did a bunch of gardening or rode a bike or something like that, fell once and broke their hip and was dead in 6 months or something like that. Just understand, no matter how viable President Trump is, he is at an age where people can disappear fast, can literally get injured and die off pretty quick. I mean, he is in the natural cause realm of his life. Something happens in natural causes. I mean, he is old enough that, he could be healthy today, slight injury, catch a cold or pneumonia or something like that, and it takes him under. He's not. He's a very old man at this point. If he was sick, he would have a schedule like Biden. He would never show us on TV. Well, the fact that he's putting makeup on his hands shows you he's willing to hide shit from you, MAGA reacts. How many dudes you know put makeup on their hands? The fact that he's willing to do that shows you he's capable of hiding shit. So, no, I don't buy that. If he was going to be real on the up and up with you, he would put his hands out there and tell you, like Biden came on TV once with CPAP marks in his face. He wears a CPAP machine. You can still see the marks in his face. He could have stayed in the house until his skin flushed back out. If he was really going to be honest with his health, he would tell you, I got, listen, my skin is fucked up. I had an IV last night or whatever. And the nurse didn't know what she was doing and she bruised me or whatever. I got a burst, whatever. He could say something like, you putting makeup on your hands. You don't want people to even know. So, if his health declines, he's not going to be honest with you. I don't believe it. He didn't even want you to know he got vaccinated. He's not being honest about shit. He didn't even want, he was telling, he knew his audience was at the very least questioning the validity of the vaccine. A lot of folks on the right were saying it was poison, but he knew at the very least a lot of them were questioning it. His whole damn family don't been vaccinated, and he ain't telling people about that. Just letting people believe it's poison. He ain't gonna be honest with you about his health. I'm just gonna tell you that. Are you going to explain something else? No, I'm not going to explain that. Right, and he hates standing for longer than 3 minutes. Shit, I hate standing for longer than 3 minutes too. But look, I'll give him credit though. Like I said, he does have stamina. Trump does have stamina, but I would tell you this: it's pretty clear that his stamina is on the decline. He don't have the same stamina he had last year or the year before. He is starting to sit more. There are things you can notice if you look for it. But I'm not going to pretend like the guy's going to be dead in 6 weeks. Tell us your proof about those vaccine stories there, Mr. Handsome. Really? Just go back and look on YouTube. He had to be asked about his family being vaccinated and shit like that. In fact, he held back so long on telling people that he and his family were vaccinated that when he finally said get the vaccine, it worked, his own supporters were booing him. You can easily go on YouTube and find the videos of that. He did not want people to know that his family was vaccinated. You need proof of that? I don't turn off my shit because I was about to wrap it up. You guys got me yapping to you folks. And I don't mind yapping to you folks and talking, but I don't turn my shit off. But if I had it on, I would bring the videos up. But yeah, he told he was at a conference or whatever, full of Trump supporters, and he told them, get the vaccine, it works, and they booed him. His own people didn't know he was vaccinated. So no, he was not being forthcoming with that. Brother, that kind of I saw that already. Looking in the comments here, Republicans get mad when there's a black pilot. I don't know about that, cowboy. I don't think that's some Charlie Kirk shit. I don't think all Republicans are like that. I think Charlie Kirk had a a low opinion of African Americans in positions of authority. Yeah, but I don't think all right wingers or MAGA are like that. He is not a good businessman. He went bankrupt 6 times with all his money. I don't hold Trump to the same account that a lot of liberals do on the bankruptcies. Look, Trump had a lot of businesses, local, international, New York, you name it. I mean, all golf courses everywhere, all kinds of shit. Everything from steaks to universities to selling ties and shit like that. When you got that many things going on, some things work, some things don't. I don't hold them to the same negative regard as the Democrats do on the bankruptcies. I mean, if you got that many, look, I bet you some of those Shark Tank investors, you watch the show Shark Tank, where they invest in some of them businesses that went belly up. Does that mean Mark Cuban is a failure because he don't invested in 10 businesses or he ran 10 businesses that went belly up? His personal wealth continues to grow. So I don't hold him accountable like that for the bankruptcies. I think he was still slowly but surely getting wealthier and wealthier. And that's my take on it. He's going to run the country like a business. How is that a good thing? Depends on who you ask. I personally disagree with MAGA on that. MAGA has stated for a long time we've needed a president that would run the country like a business. I personally disagree with that for 2 reasons. First of all, don't matter how much this country makes financially, you ain't gonna see shit out of that. So I don't see why there's any eagerness to have the country ran like a business. Just like Doge saved America a ton of money. You ain't seeing none of it, so what's the celebration for? The only thing you may see is the negatives of running a country like a business, like all of the federal workers they got fired. So that's the first reason why I don't favor running the country like a business. The second reason is even worse. A business is focused on the bottom line. If you don't have money, most businesses will not give you any access to whatever good or service they're selling. They only want to deal with people that can purchase their goods or their services. I don't want to run a government like that because there are too many things that people in this country need that if they can't afford, you want to have a country where poor people can't send their kids to public school because the school is running like a business and they want to profit. There's too many aspects of a country that should not be run like a business. As I keep saying, a business runs based on profit. There's too many aspects of life in this country that I think is wrong to run it focused on healthcare. Perfect example. I don't believe healthcare should be ran on profit. Otherwise, you're going to have a whole lot of people that have no health insurance, which is exactly what you have now. So I don't believe you should run a country like a business. There are aspects of America that could be for profit. Like a good example, the way Trump is treating the Ukraine. In the middle of their desperation, he's trying to make mineral deals and shit to make them pay back for the help we're giving them. Either you can help us profit off of your desperation or we'll let you get annihilated. I don't favor that. I don't look. You don't profit off of people in some shit like that. I don't favor that whatsoever. I think that if you want to help the Ukraine, you help the Ukraine. You got an ally for life. You got an instant avenue to spy on Russia because you're across the street from them now. The Ukraine would gladly let America put as many military bases in that country as we need if we save their hide. You got an instant friend and ally for life. I don't think focusing on their minerals and shit like that, you're trying to get money for the weapons that Biden said. I don't favor running the country like a business. I just don't. Too many people get left out in that. I just think that's the way it is. We told Ukraine to get rid of their nukes for protection. The Budapest. Yeah, well, Russia was involved in that. Russia was involved in that as well. And now Trump comes along and is blaming the Ukraine for starting a war. I don't know what Trump has done. To me, the way Trump has handled the Russian-Ukraine war, it almost looked like he didn't even get educated on what's happening over there. What would make you blame Ukraine for starting the war? Just that alone is bad enough. To me, it's almost like, are you being briefed as to what is really happening in this region? Saying all kinds of positive shit about Putin. He just said was it today or yesterday, that Putin wants to see Ukraine succeed? They were doing fine until he started blowing the place up. The fuck you mean he wants to? I don't know. To me, it really sounds like Trump is just making up shit as he goes along on that. I don't understand that. Like, is the military even telling you what's going on? Because you sound like you just walked into this shit and you improving it. So I don't know on that one. I see Albert says, this buffoon again. Good evening, Albert, or good morning. I better wrap this shit up. Trump loves BB. Yes. And I don't get that one, because a lot of MAGA are not big fans of AIPAC money or even Israel as a whole. I don't get, once again, I think that Trump is running the country like a business, but he's running it like it's his business. He's not running the country, and this is my opinion. MAGA's going to disagree with this, but he's not running the country like a business that is going to bring home revenue to the American people. He's running the country like a business that's going to bring home revenue to him. So he's going to run the country like a business, but he is going to be the one that's making all the profits. That's the way I'm seeing it. Unless something changes. If it changes, I'll tell you. But right now, I see him making a killing. He's gotten a new ballroom. He's gotten a new jet. He's had a military parade in his honor. He's starting to name places after himself, businesses and shit. He's got the Kennedys. He's getting his name on things. He's getting awards. What are the American people getting? It's America first, right? Tell me some of the great shit that you might get 15 cents off at the pump. You ever work for a company that they're just doing phenomenally well, where the shareholders are making a fucking fortune and they give you a pizza party? That's what you get. Even though you're the reason as an employee at that company for why they're making all their money. They're getting commas in terms of stock prices and money. They throw you a pizza party. That's what it seems. That's the way I'm viewing it. That's what it seems like. Somebody said we don't even get pizza. That's what I'm seeing, though. They making a killing. These motherfuckers getting, even Marjorie Taylor Greene, 25 mil. These motherfuckers making a killing. What are you getting? Right? No tax on tips. The gas is $2.25. That ain't shit. That's a pizza party. That ain't shit. They getting gas stations. You getting 25 cents off at the pump. That ain't shit. So, yeah, to me, I don't see it. Like I said, though, like I keep saying, he has 3 more years. Maybe things could get better. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But right now, he's making a fucking killing, and you and I are bragging about 20 cents off at the pump. Pizza party. That's what I'm seeing, pizza party. What do you predict? You think it's going to get much better? We'll end up talking about it throughout 2026. Clayton Bigsby, huh, Albert? I appreciate that. What are you saying? I don't know. I'm white. Every show. You get expensive, diseased beef from Argentina. Hell, even Argentina getting more than you. Yeah, I don't get it. Gas will be cheap, but you won't be able to go anywhere. Damn. Taj was money laundering. What else would he? I guess you say, why else would he make that deal? I don't know. But like I said, for President Trump to only have been in office for less than a year, and he's gotten a jet, ballroom, military parade. I mean, he's getting a lot of shit fast. We don't know how much money has went through Bitcoin. There's no way to find that out. Not to mention all the other little things he's selling, from Bibles to shoes. He's making money on all that stuff. He's making money on all of that stuff. He ain't even been in office for a year yet. He's making a fucking killing. It would be something to somewhat ignore if we all were making a killing too, but we're not. We're here debating whether or not we're going to lose health care in a month. Or, tax on tips when most people ain't even getting tipped. That ain't to me. That's a pizza party. I don't see it. So we'll see what happens in 2026 if all of a sudden the citizens of this country is making real money. I mean, I'm talking right now. Inflation is nothing to brag about. The only thing worth talking about is the price of fuel has went down. Other than that, I don't know what else to bring up. And I'm trying. I get hammered from liberals for giving Trump credit for shit. I don't have a lot more to bring up other than the price of fuel has went down. Yeah, he secured the border. I give him credit for that, but I don't think that's affected most Americans' lives. You ain't getting hired at no good job because he kicked out a bunch of immigrants. I think that ain't trickling down to you. It's making you happy, knowing that these folks that you may not believe deserve to be in the country are getting kicked out, but you can't pay your rent with happiness. Same thing what's going on in Minnesota. It makes you happy to hear he's going after these people, or they may get locked up for the fraud in Minnesota. It ain't going to translate into any money for you at all. It ain't even going to translate into any money for the people that live in Minnesota. You're just happy to see it happen to them. That's about it. I'm talking about things he's doing for the American people that's tangible, where it's actually affecting their lives and benefiting. Kicking biological males out of women's sports. Who the fuck does that really affect? Who can say, well, now my daughter won a state championship since that boy is gone? How many people can say that? Do you know anybody that can say that? It's not affecting anybody. So, like I said, it's great to hear it, but it ain't affecting anybody. Anyhow, folks, happy New Year 2026. Hopefully there's a bunch of great things we can talk about. If you want to continue trashing the libs or sticking it to the right, thank you for that. Appreciate the head mustache big dog. Shout out to you. Thank you. If you want to continue sticking it to the libs or hammering the right, this will be the place to be. We'll remain MAGA friendly as always and certainly uncensored. We'll continue going left of Bernie Sanders till I'm having dinner with Q. Core, yeah. Thank you, folks. Helping your boy roll that hat mustache go toward the end of the program. Shout out to all of you folks. We'll continue doing what we've been doing. And hopefully it'll be an enjoyable, entertaining experience going forward. And as I always say, I'm not a know-it-all. I don't have all the answers. Neither do you. That's why we all get to meet in one place and exchange ideas. It's your boy Tim the Handsome Liberal. You guys take care. I'm going to go put my ass in bed for a few hours. Catch you guys tomorrow. Or Monday, or next day after. Anyway, I'm not going to be on New Year's, but I'll catch you next. See ya.